Hey everybody, and welcome this week to the Red Strings Club. This is another game by Deconstruct Team, and what the Red Strings Club is, you play as a bartender, and you're like kind of investigating this new product that this business is getting ready to put out. It's honestly kind of telling of the times a little bit, because it's kind of almost here, these things, and like the social questions that this game asks. We're not going to get too into that. Don't expect any heavy-handed opinions in this game. I just like the game. I like the music. Fingerspit did the music for this, and as I had already said, Deconstruct Team was the developers of this game. It's like an indie crew, and I have played one of their games before. It was Gods Will Be Watching. They kind of like look the same in terms of art style, and they don't exactly play the same. But anyway, we're going to be opening up here. I'm only going to do one playthrough of this game, which is just fine because we're going to be able to do everything that I want to do in that playthrough. So, as we open up here, we've got a character falling. His name is Brandy? I'm probably going to call them both in this playthrough. I wonder when it was my fate was sealed. Never expected my death to be so epic. Yeah, I guess falling over a city as the rain falls along with you, and, this is like, you've got the reflective windows. Hey, Donovan, are you listening? The Red Strings Club. Welcome, everybody. I don't know. I really like this game a lot. It hasn't, like, meant a lot to me, like, what do they call it? Like, socially, I guess. Like, I don't care about what they're talking about, but this game is a vibe. I love it. Hey, Donovan, are you still listening? You don't have to stop every 3 seconds to ask if I'm listening. Of course I'm listening. I'm a bartender. So we've got Brandy. These are, like, better times. There's Brandy playing his, piano, and we're of course working as the bartender. So that girl from Proxima, this is like a Vega. Turns out she was using me to smoke out the mole in the city police. I can't remember if Proxima is like the corpos or anti-corpos. So this is like a cyberpunk game, if you want to imagine it like that. Did you sleep with her? Nope, she's not into guys. Struck out, my friend Brandy. Anyway, I almost got arrested, but I managed to hack my way out of the bot patrol car. Again, it's hard for me to tell if he's like, maybe Proxima is like the corpos. One day you're going to end up dead, or worse if you keep doing business with those Proxima scoundrels. We live in a city ruled by corporations. If I didn't associate with scoundrels, I'd be out of work, is what he says. So basically, today sucked. Why don't you hit me up with something? Alright, so I believe we can give this guy just about anything. He's asking for bourbon, or we ask, like, you want bourbon, vodka, or tequila? He says, hit me with whatever you want. So, alright, I gotta prepare a drink for Brandy. What should we aim for? Do you see any interesting soul notes? So, the way that this game works is we're kind of like so we're in the future, right, obviously, but with that there's also like a mystical aspect to it. Our character Donovan that we play as for most of this game, he like has like a spiritual connection sort of to like bartending. Harvester of sensations, I beg of you, bestow upon me your graces. Weave the red strings and guide my hand to tune into buried emotion. So anyway, it'll throw what exactly I'm talking about to us here in just a second. So I guess also we can like pick up, it's like giving us the tutorial right now. This is what we're going to be doing, controlling the drinks and stuff and then pouring them and stuff. He's asking us to pour drinks, set it down. Nice, I'm filling it already. Now try to visualize our customer's soul. So there's our buddy Brandy's, and he wants a drink. It's an interesting name that a man named Brandy's wants in booze, I think. Alright, at the Red Strings Club, we don't just serve alcohol, we use spirits to tune into customers' emotions. But it's about matching their vibe and allowing them to savor, mourn, or contemplate. So you can give them drinks that kind of attune to their specific, like, feelings that they could possibly have. And Brandy's, for example, his 3 big moods are pride, anxiety, and regret. Wow, that's very relatable. Now, let's bring out one of those dormant emotions. But if you think about it too hard, all these people are relatable in a way. Whatever you pour into the glass will be reflected by the soul disc. So the red thing is the soul disc, and we can manipulate it with the drinks. So if you have a hard time telling in this game which drink does what exactly, they generally all have like a direction on the bottles that makes it easy to tell where they go. So let's cook Brandy's up something. It doesn't matter at this point in the game what we give him. Oh well, he's our buddy. Let's kind of appeal to his pride. So we've got this drink here, and we can, whoops, I've missed it a little bit. We can pour it into the cup. It goes up and up and up and up and up, and that looks good enough. Now, we can drop ice cubes into the drink to make the circle smaller if you need to. So it looks like I'm going to have to go up just a little bit more. So this is almost like a drink straight on the rocks. I don't remember what that is, but we'll see here in just a second. All right, high roller bourbon Okay, yeah, because like the names are also indicative in a way of like what direction they go. So high roller bourbon, it goes up. Deep down vodka goes down. I guess I'm gonna fucking serve this drink because that's getting on my nerves a little bit. I didn't realize that it would keep dinging. Oh well. We'll read through that book some more here shortly. Thank you, Brandies. In return for you giving me some nice tunes, we'll give you a little drink on the house. Doing the muse casting thing again? Yeah, I lost my mojo, and I wanted to make a drink worthy of your refined palate. Harvester of sensations, I beg of you, bestow upon my friend some drunkenness. Laugh after you drink it. You know I always hit the spot. All right, he says, which spot are you hitting tonight? All right, tell me if it tickles your fancy there, Brandies. That felt good. So the way that these drinks work is like they attune your emotions to the drink that you give them. So Brandies is our example here. You bet. So refreshing. I almost forgot about that droid cop beating me down. Also, I should mention that in addition to a ride in a bot patrol car, I got out of this job with a beautiful amount of Bitcoin. So, well, let's say that Vega turning me into the police wasn't so uncalled for. So he's like being prideful right now. He's like, oh yeah, he's like, even though we got fucked on that job, like it didn't really matter all that much to me because I ended up with a lot of Bitcoin. They hired me to delete a couple of data packages from the server, which triggered a pair of alarms and, whoa, who's this coming in? What the hell? Bar's closed, miss. It's a android-looking character with, like sparks coming out of their head and wires and stuff. That's not a drunk person, Brandies. It's a droid. Oh, I thought it was some implant fangirl. Alright, so a droid wanders into a bar. What's the punchline? I guess we'll have to find out. Hello? Who are you? 184 there. You can see their name there. Akara 184. Ringing any bells there, Donnie? It's in pretty bad shape, but I believe this is an Akara android from Supercontinent Ltd. They still haven't seen the light of day, so he does actually know what this is. He's like, it's a personal use droid that is not on the market yet. What the hell is it doing here? He's like, I don't know. Rumors say this is the first android capable of making ethical decisions, examining every single factor in play. So trusting a computer to make ethical decisions, that is hard whenever they don't have the most important part, the human element. And how come you never told me about this? Well, that's what we information brokers do, amigo, says Donovan. He's like, we share the trivial, sell the relevant. But we're supposed to be a team, so there's like these two, they kind of like, I don't know, these two are like a pair, sort of. They're like partners in crime a little bit, and then, you know, maybe I'll go ahead and drop the line that they're kind of lovers too. Well, they'll just kill me since I won't have any leverage, says this guy. So he's like, I don't tell you the important stuff, because if I tell you the important stuff, they'll torture it out of you. Alright, so, whoa, hold on a sec, had to scratch my beard there for a second. You're going to connect your neural drive to this fireworks factory? Yeah, don't worry about it. I won't go too deep. So this is interesting in terms of like, you know, using like decks and stuff to like plug into androids and shit. So again, if you're a big fan of like cyberpunk type games, he's like getting ready to jack into this android and see what exactly they do. He's like, pay you? I thought we were a team. It's like, it's for your own good, sweet cheeks. All right. So now we got to open up with another sort of portion of this game. I don't know quite how YouTube will feel about this. I guess if you happen to see this game get censored in the future, it's because, like, this playthrough of it, like, if it drops and I have to redo it, it's because I had to censor these guys. If not, and you're seeing the uncensored version of it, congratulations. So we're being talked to by a computer. It's like telling us that we can investigate our surroundings. I'm just going to go left to right what we can do. This is the operating theater. Here you'll receive our clients and you'll install their necessary upgrades. No, I want to just kind of look around just a little bit. We're not going to go too long on this, but I do want to show everything off. This is the pottery disc. It's kind of interesting. The people who made this game, Deconstruct team, they like released different portions of this game as demos that you could play way back in the day before they kind of batched it all together and made this game. And this was one of those demos where you could like entertain like these customers that come through and then install implants with them. So basically we're like an implant installing droid. So here comes our first customer now. I believe we can examine them. Check client's file. So it's Camdy LaShawn. No matter what I do, I can't raise my follower count. Please help me. All right, we'll see what we got here. Let's go to the Transhumanist Wiki. So we can see these different charms that we can install. The Enchantress increases your online social network charisma. The Vizier highly enhances your persuasion skills. The Godmother filters online content to block any type of negative stimuli. Or the Prince, like we've got all these different things. Dramatically increase your sex appeal. go. So eliminates the need for social acceptance. Sorry, I'm just naming out the important ones here. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to show you what you can kind of do to get this part of the puzzle wrong. So you give them what they ask for. This is a block of biomatter. You can use this lathe to turn it into a useful upgrade. To spin the lathe, just click repeatedly. When the lathe gains enough speed, use your right hand to shape the biomatter. Press the button. So it's really not as involved as kind of all this tutorial is like making it seem a little bit. I'll just show you by example as soon as we can get out of this tutorial dialogue. All right. So we have to click repeatedly to spin this thing. We're expecting great products from you, Akara 184. All right, so I can't remember, okay, it is left click. Okay, so we can choose what kind of like a carving tool we want to use exactly. I generally kind of like this tool a little bit, but like it isn't going to cut it for some of the things we do. And then it's just like doing pottery a little bit. So I already screwed it up a little bit there. We can hit the rewind button here. Nice. I'm going to go into the triangle one maybe. Maybe this one's a little bit more precise. A little bit more precise, but I still ain't really able to scratch that itch I need to way in there. All right, that's fine. Let's do the square one again for a little bit. I'm going to carve up the upper rung of this thing. So you can see like where it's red in places. That's where we have to carve it out a little bit to get it to turn green, basically shaping the pottery. So it's like a pottery mini game, more or less. All right, and then we shave it down this way, and that looks good to me. I think we'll be able to submit this one, even though it doesn't look perfect. So the Enchantress, well done. So we're going to install basically what they asked for. They wanted like something so that they're, what is this? Increases your online social network charisma. So we install that for them. They won't like implicitly wanted this. Now the client will be more popular on the internet, but will that make them happier? All right, are you ready to operate? Let's check this client's file. I need to get more investors for my startups. My ideas are great, but I can't talk enough people into financing them. All right, I'm going to go over here to this computer and we can see that person's file that we just worked on. Camden LaShawn, her follow-up. Wow, my follower count went wild, but the amount of haters I've gathered is unbearable. So basically, we can constantly give these people what they want, but it won't necessarily like help them. So what we do, and it's, I don't know, so we would want to like eliminates the need for social acceptance, but for this guy, we're going to build him the frog. Nullifies ambition and thirst for power. So we could give this guy like the persuasion that he wants, but I don't know. It kind of sucks because this game, there's only like, at least for this part, there's only like one right answer, and it's what the computer decides, and it would be what I think most people would kind of consider the wrong answer. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you go in to like a place and you ask for something like implicitly, and it's like a business, right? Like this is a business where you go and you get implants from, and you somehow walk out with not what you wanted, and in fact perhaps even the complete opposite of what you wanted. That's a fucking problem, I think. And to let a computer decide what you should and shouldn't be receiving in that regard, like this Android, I don't know, something about it kind of rubs me the wrong way. All right, I'm going to shave up this here, and then we'll go straight for the bottom. There we are. I don't know if that'll be considered good enough. I might shave this end here a little bit. There we go. That looks good to me. All right. So we can give this guy the frog. Well done. I guess it's like, I don't know. There's no right. Well, the only right answer is, in fact, what most people would consider the wrong answer in this situation. So we nullify his thirst for power, and then that is now considered a free from the blindfold of greed. He may start seeing for the first time in his life. So now we go over here, and we can look at the completed job. This one's the only one that's considered completed. Until I rid myself of my obsession, I didn't realize that the best things in life are free. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. All right. This guy kind of looks like the guy from Disco Elysium. A little bit. Victor Atomnoy, 28 years old, digital media scholar. I'm so sick of hateful speech on the internet that I fear I won't be able to write anymore. I need my inspiration back. You know what? I might do... there's no selected blueprint. I am going to take a look here and see which one. Shut your social conscience down. That seems risky. Let's do... we could do eliminates the need for social acceptance. I feel like that one's... what he needs, at least for us to progress, so that we don't keep giving him these different, like, I don't know. This is just like a little side thing right here. It's interesting that this game takes you from the main gameplay loop into like a little mini game for a little bit, and then it drops you back into the main gameplay loop, at least the way I see it. Most games I don't think would have the stones to do that, but this is a good enough game. And I would say that the reason that they don't have the stones to do that is because you probably don't want to be doing that generally, but this game can kind of get away with it. Alright, so we have made another one, the temple. Well done. We'll install it on this character. I don't know. I just don't see a reason to show the wrong thing constantly in this playthrough, so eliminates the need for social acceptance. Here you go, buddy. This ought to make you feel better. I don't know. It's just like we're giving computers the option for the human element, right? By letting them make these moral decisions, and what they decide is to be more computer-like. That seems, once again, very dangerous to me. So we're going to try installing this girl with the same, eliminates the need for social acceptance. This guy must have wanted something else. Let's see what his client or his file says. It's not that I care about what they think of me. The point is that I'm witnessing so much hate in the world drains me of my will to engage, and that tortures me. Okay, so what we're going to do is shut our social conscience down. It's interesting, though, because this game doesn't get, like, too... Like, Deconstruct team doesn't ever get, like, too preachy with their games. I think they're, like, a Spanish-speaking... Or, like, nationality. Maybe that's what I should say. Like, a primarily Spanish... At least Fingerspit, I don't think, speaks a ton of English. I think they're, like, primarily, like, a Spanish company or indie dev team. And, what I was saying was they usually don't get like too preachy in their games, except for like some very specific points, and I'm not even going to really address them whenever those points come up. I'll just kind of briskly go over them the same way that I've done with everything else in this game so far, and I'm going to try not to get on my high horse or anything too, because this is all about playing the game and having fun with it. Install. So we're going to give this guy shut your social conscience down. I guess if that you think that would make you feel better, that was an excellent job. Thank you, Master, we say. Get ready for a new batch of clients. In this new batch, you'll have some customers tagged as Supercontinent Ltd executives. When a client matching that profile comes, just install whatever they ask for. We're in no position to judge our owners. So we had kind of free reign to do whatever we wanted before, and now we don't want to be doing that. Let's go look at these files. Let's look at incoming jobs. The inhabitants of this city stop believing in the power of their souls. Please lend me a way to open their minds. Interesting. It's time. Activate my mirror neuron algorithm inhibitor. I've been dealing with a serious anxiety crisis lately due to our recent company plans. I need to get a hold of myself. And this is a chief operating... Wow. Officer at Supercontinent Limited. So, we're a droid from this place, and we're working on these, CEOs, basically. I have a crucial merger to negotiate. Hit me up with something very powerful. Okay, I think what I'm going to do, let's go ahead and just bring them in. We've got also, I think, some new... things we can kind of set these guys up with. Shut your social conscience down. I don't know. Dramatically increases your sex appeal. Filters online content. Okay, so this here, it doesn't really matter. We can select anything that we want to give to this lady. Let's just give her something dumb. Let's give her the Enchantress. And then she, like, wakes up. Anyway, so holy shit, Ariadne. Ariadne? What? Ariad from Proxima? So these must be like the anti-corpo guys. Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it looks like she infiltrated one of Supercontinent Limited's implant clinics. So this is an implant clinic that we worked at. This, the one in which our cute robot friend here worked. Oh, of course, it makes sense. Do I have to pay for this info, or are you just gonna tell me? Yeah, don't be such a crybaby. Like I told you, Akara super androids are a secret project from Supercontinent. They were built with a certain degree of consciousness, so like computers that have like a kind of consciousness that helps people make optimal life decisions. Unfortunately, from what we have seen, those optimal life decisions all seem like removing the human element from people. It's a dangerous thing that we're playing with here. I guess we're about to discover what they got out of it and what they're planning on doing with it. Ho ho ho, the plot thickens. Let's keep digging. So we're back here with the android in the implant clinic. Please go back to the operation belt so I can help you. All right, if you don't go back, I can't make you happy. She's like, oh, don't worry. I'm going to make myself very happy. We ask why they're doing this. How much do you know about yourself? I am an android, more or less. My purpose is to make people happy. You are the first android capable of making ethical decisions. That could qualify you as sentient. The people I work with, they think you're wonderful, and I agree with them. We believe in your potential. So, it's almost like a liberation thing that they're at least intending on doing here. Like they're making you choose the lesser evil of two things. What are the other options? We're getting right to it. Consider this an experiment for the sake of society. I'm updating your implant database with a very particular set of choices. So now our wiki is going to grow. We want to see how you do in a more revolutionary setting. Will that make you happy? More than anything, she says. Oh, also, Proxima hacked into the schedule servers of H-Corps and appointed several Supercontinent Ltd executives to come after me, so you can have fun with your bosses. So basically, she's telling us that, like, these are my bosses, and we can mess with them in whatever kind of way we want with these implants. And the scenes keep cutting back and forth between Brandy's and... Wow, I can't even remember the other guy's name. I was hoping to get a text box. Donovan, that's right. Proxima also hacked the Overseer system, so basically we're not being watched by that computer anymore. And this is one of the executives. What we're doing here is totally under the radar. Can I go back to work? Oh, yes, please. All right, I'm going to be monitoring our rogue implants. I thought I might as well gather some intel from the execs. So basically she's just going to sit there and hack while just look at different files on the system while we kind of work. So let's see what this guy wants exactly. Are you ready to operate? Let's see what he's got. I have a crucial merger to negotiate. Hit me up with something powerful. So for this one, let's look at the computer. I have some notes on the side here that I implicitly want to put in. Highly enhances your empathy and magnifies compassion. Renders the user immune to implant effects. This is interesting. Induce aversion to corporations. So basically, this is like a fuck the system kind of guy. I think we're gonna go with the hippie on this one. Like I said, I got some notes off to the side here, big decisions that I need to make. So this is one of them. We can also change the music. I think we've heard enough of that for now. I don't want this song. What's this song? I guess I only have 2 songs to pick from. Whatever. That one just kind of sounded like fucking drum and bass, and I really don't want to hear that while I'm kind of working on this stuff. Anyway, let's clear that up. Perfect. And then down to here, and then just a straight line down. Perfect. That one will go in our... this is like for the merger or whatever. This guy, just to remind you where we are at in terms of which modules we're using and why. You installed the hippie, compassion, magnifier, and Ferguson. So I think I can show, yes, this is like the red strings. So the different decisions that we make. We served Brandy's a glass of pride, and we installed the hippie, compassion, magnifier in Ferguson. All right, let's close out of this red strings thing. Good job. Just install exactly what they demand, says the Overseer. To make someone who controls a substantial part of the city's money flow become a charitable soul. Christmas is going to be huge this year. So we've got another character here. I guess we could go ahead and read what they want. I've been dealing with a serious anxiety crisis lately due to our recent company's plans. I need to get a hold of myself. Okay, so she's just really nervous. All right, induce aversion to corporations and rejection to authority, or renders the user immune to implant effects. So this is the one I have in my notes. I'm not certain why exactly we would want to do this one over the other one. I mean, I about half understand. It doesn't really matter to me. All right, so this one, I like the look of all of these implants too. I think they all look really nice. Like this one looks like a kind of like an older man, like a plump man. The hippie one, I don't think necessarily. It kind of looks like a pole a little bit, that one. But all of these kind of look, you know, a certain way, like good, I guess is what I'm trying to say. They look fitting is what I wanted to say. All right, that one is done and done. We'll install this one. Production complete, the grandpa. Well done, says the Overseer. So then we'll run over and install this. There we are. Are you ready to operate? Yes, please install this module, the hippie. No, I didn't want to install the hippie. What? Alright, imagine a alternate world where I didn't goof that up. Alright, so I want to talk to this green-haired girl too. Like, this is another thing I was thinking about. So we're asking her, like, hey, what's up? Isn't what you're doing illegal? We can ask, yes, it is. So why are you doing it, and why does it make you happy? Law and happiness do not usually go hand in hand. I have my own set of parameters to measure I'm designed to abide by the law while pursuing your happiness. However, I've determined that knowing your take on it might help me aid you better. I've never had the chance to speak with a customer. Oh, that's true. We have not yet, but to be fair, we also are just starting. So, tell you what, after we're done, you should escape with me and come have a drink at the Red Strings Club. Oh, yeah, there's a great bartender there who can tell you all about human emotion. All right, what do you expect from me, we can ask. For you to be the ultimate friend, okay? Shouldn't a friend be another human? No way, your best friend could well be a cat or even an imaginary character. People say dog is humanity's best friend, and I dare to say a dog is way less sentient than you. Okay. Oh, we have an older model of you at our HQ, so cool. They've got like a model of Bakara, like an old one at their HQ, and they've proven to be an excellent advisor. Interesting. So this is kind of like in Fallout 4, there's like a character, I believe, that's like a super, like the number cruncher, I think it's called the calculator maybe, and it's like just this super intelligent machine that like is stolen from, I think the calculator was a Institute device, and so here this is like a Supercontinent Limited robot that they're using against Supercontinent Limited. A good advisor. All right, let's ask her the last question. Why do you deem me sentient, we can ask? That you even ask the question only further proves my point. Yeah, kind of. You're the most advanced artificial mind mankind's ever created. So advanced it blurs the meaning of the term artificial. That's kind of interesting, because like right now most AI is like all fucking, what are they called? Like LMMs, where like it just is an algorithm that spits out the most probable answer, but doesn't actually do any thinking. So we're still safe in that regard. Having said that, these fucking LMMs are like getting better and better. The other day I was like talking to my friend and we were talking about it and like AI a little bit, and he was like, what do you think about it? I'm like, well, right this very second, I'm not that worried about AI. I'm like, it's pretty dog shit. Like it's not great. I'm like, but having said that, this is our first kind of real stab at it, and it's gonna be pretty fucking good in the next couple of years. So like I'm thinking of like video specifically, or like pictures, or its ability to understand exactly what you're asking it and stuff. Are you ready to operate? Yes. I'm not gonna instinctively hit hippie this time. The grandpa renders them immune to implants. All right, good job. Just install exactly what they demand. Judging from her emotional unsteadiness, I'd bet that wasn't the first psychological regulator upgrade she's had. Shit's flying towards Supercontinent's fan at high speed. So that woman is like anxious about something that Supercontinent Limited is up to. Let's try digging into her neural drive. So she's like trying to hack into that woman's neural drive. With all due respect, that doesn't really seem ethical. I guess neural drives are like these implants that are inside of them. How can breaking the rules lead to a better world? The question is, who defined the rules in the first place? So a lot of like questions are being asked here about the efficacy of like, if the people who make the rules are bad, obviously the rules don't need to be followed, but like I don't know, a lot of questions to ask. If you ever get the chance, you should try talking ethics with your creators, not me. I just uncovered the most fucked up scheme a corporation has tried to pull yet. They're planning to transform all of us into a pile of smiling, brainless dolls. The project goes by the name Social Psych Welfare. And then this like turret is dropped down. It involves every human being with implants in them. No shit, they've been slashing the prices on implants over the last couple years. I read here that currently more than 59% of the population wears that kind of upgrade. So, but they plan to expand the program to 99.7% of the population with a mirror neuron algorithm. What's that? So this was somebody else that was like, there was going to be somebody else to come down the line talking about that mirror neuron algorithm. So this is now our second reference to the thing. And the turret just shot them. Who makes the rules? Akara asks the computer. Commitment compromised, dismissing unit. So it's firing up again as our unit like breaks out, and it got shot. Alright, this is how it was able to break out and then made its way here to the Red Strings Club, because it was just a place that it had heard about. I gotta know and feel how Akara here got wrecked. She was gunned down by the clinic's security systems, along with Ariadne. Ariadne? I don't know. Shame, I like that girl. Revolutionaries don't live long. That is true. But we do live in tents. Oh no, are you a revolutionary now? Don't tell me you're planning on finishing that girl's job. No, he says it's not that. So we have a lot of information that like we gained there. Just before she was zapped, Ariadne discovered a pretty fucked up scheme from Supercontinent Ltd. What a surprise. So basically we need to kind of bring together here to understand what this is going to be. They're moving into mind control, a system or something called social psych welfare, and it will manipulate implant wearers. So allow me to take this personally, because he has implants and Donovan does not. It does sound fucked up, even for a corpo. Are you sure about this? Donovan, they killed Ariadne now just for reading it aloud. True. Alright, let me dig a little deeper into this before you try to pull some crazy stunt. Don't want you joining the revolutionary grave. So the robot is kind of like knocking around here. Human improvement compromised. Oh, that makes sense now. What do we do with them? I think he's talking about this robot. And they're like an androgynous robot, so that's why they've got the they-them pronouns. Akara is an android specialized in empathy, right? I always thought it was a girl. I thought it looked feminine. Let's have this patched up. I have an idea, he says. Alright, so they're going to patch the robot up, and it is going to work here. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. And I thought I was the crazy bastard, says Brandy's. There's a fine line between a crazy bastard like you and a genius like me. And I don't blame you for not being able to see the difference. So these two's banter is really funny. Whatever, let's go over the plan. So here's the plan. We have to find a way to infiltrate Supercontinent Limited's offices. So that's what our man on the ground, Brandy's, is going to do. Then I'll hack their operation down. Bam! That's like the last stage of the plan. So we're starting at the end here and going to work our way forward. I forgot I could also look at this book here. I didn't realize I could read it off the table. So here are like some questions that I have. What is social psych welfare? What is the mirror neuron algorithm? When do they plan to do this? What role does Akara, the robot, play in this? Why is Supercontinent Limited doing this? Is this legal? Is the government aware of this? And then we can like look at the other stuff. Supercontinent developed social psych welfare. They plan to propagate it with a mirror neuron algorithm. Wait, I know this? Okay. Johanna Sephtis is Supercontinent's chief operations officer, so that was the girl, I believe. Adrian Ferguson was the guy, and that was the guy that we put the like charity implant in, and the other one was like the negation implant. And then we can like look at the booze here. Deep Down Vodka, Westward Absinthe, Tequila Carlos Directo. I don't know. At least I guess this would be the east one, right? Up, down, and then west and east. Alright, and then we can see a picture here of our two characters kind of hanging out on the roof. That's like the last step of the plan, man. First, we have to know if all this poses a real threat. So basically, it's like, are we going to make a mountain out of a molehill? We should really look into this. Maybe there's even a way to sabotage it without having to send you in. And then Brandy's feels that it's a real threat. And I kind of understand both of these guys' perspective, right? Like, I mean, how many people in real life are probably working on something that's like brainwashing, right? How about this? You start securing an infiltration method, talk with your little terrorist friends about and their ilk, do your thing. It'll take you a couple days anyway to figure out how you're going to break in. In the meantime, I'll gather some intel and make sure we can avoid what trouble we can. My investigation will determine what course of action is needed. And then Brady's like, but so basically, Donovan is willing to give him everything he's got, all the info, all the help that he could need, but he's like, but we got to confirm it first. He's like, in the meantime, you might as well like do what you would have to anyway to set things up for a break into Supercontinent Limited. Alright, on the other hand, if we find out this isn't a big deal, you have to call off the operation. We pay your little hacker friends for the trouble, and that's it. Alright. So at least, like, Donovan seems to me to be pretty, like, wise. He's like a strategic thinker, and he's also wise. Alright, you're very welcome, handsome. A client is approaching the club. Wow, how do you know? Oh, apparently, like, this character, like, she's really good, like, she's got, like, a wireless connectivity to, like, these cameras around and stuff, and there's a customer coming. I told you they'd make a great aid. Now go, I know who's coming. So we called, like, a consultant engineer who was recently hired by Supercontinent to work on some new bionics firmware. Alright, so we've worked with her in the past, and our instincts tell us that she's got something to do with this. So we've worked with this girl before, and, you know, we're hoping that, like, our relationship with them is gonna, that, and in addition, we know that they, like, are probably involved in whatever this mirror neuron algorithm thing is, and social psych welfare. It's kind of an interesting concept, but this game hits all the marks in terms of the criticism of the thing. If your empathy superpowers make you aware of something you want to share with me, talking to the robot, wait until we're alone in the club. So he's, like, warning her. He's like, okay, you know all these things about, like, these people, right? Because you have these sensors, but don't tell them while they're here. All right, so welcome to the Red Strings Club, Diana Meyes. Oh, am I that famous? Damn you, Akara, don't go saying the client's name. So, like, we just talked, and obviously being greeted by your full legal name whenever you go into a club is not, not good. All right, so you can greet her with, like, any of these. It doesn't matter. I told her you were coming. She's very well informed. Yes, you are that famous. This is, like, kind of like a flirty answer. I feel like... let's do this middle one. She's very well informed. Oh, she's very savvy with important figures of the local tech industry. Is that right? You want to get a job in bioengineering? Come on, Diana. I just hired her. Find your own interns to enslave. The first one is like... You know, she's like, oh, I thought you were an information broker. I didn't think that you would just go telling people about my business. When did you start hiring brats to work at the bar anyway? I guess they probably do look a little old, or a little young, sorry. My leg isn't getting any better, and I thought I could use an extra hand. Must be tough facing a life without upgrades, because again, we don't have implants. But even though it looks like she has like a bandana on her head, that's actually like this brain you can see in official artwork. It's like an electric brain. It looks cool. All right, he says, I'm happy. Does that count? She's like, congratulations. Do you have a light? All right, so another slick 8-bit kind of light here. Or you know, like pixel art. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, I'll spare you the preamble and guess why you called me. Is it because of the dead girl in the H-Corpse clinic? Ah, shit, you engineers don't like to waste time. So, I know your boyfriend works with those regular Proxima rascals on the regular. So basically, she thinks that we're here to ask her about, like, that person who got shot, and in a certain sense, yes. What's that info going to cost me? And, you know, she says that we're going to trade info. She's going to tell us everything she knows about what we're asking about, and in return, we're going to tell her something. But, she is not telling us yet. Now you're gilding the pill. What do you say we start with a drink on the house? Yes, please. Excuse me. Alright, so, I believe we're going to start... like I said, I have some notes off here to the side. I've been dying to sip from one of your cocktails again. Right away, miss. Alright, so we have two. We have sympathy and fear. Hey, Newman, my muse, are you still around? So we didn't have to, like, redo the ritual or whatever. This time, it's the real deal. Let's get some info out of this girl. Remember, fill the glass with spirits to tune into the soul discs. Adjust the size of the disc by adding ice to the drink. So we kind of already know all this. We can take a look at the notebook. I don't think it's going to actually have anything else different. Sorry, it like closed because of the dialogue thing. Alright, and it wants us to check out the notebook from time to time. Before asking her any questions, think about whether she's in the right mood to answer them. This isn't a video game. We can't keep repeating the same dialogue again and again. So basically, we can ask a question once, but it doesn't make sense to ask the same question twice and expect a different answer. So, in this case, sympathy may draw out confessions, and fear may exploit her paranoia. I'll trust your instincts, my magical friend. Alright, so let's look at this. I just want to make sure there's nothing new. I doubt highly. Nope. Okay. So we want to start with sympathy. This game is not difficult, like in terms of like the actual gameplay side of things, and I don't think there's a way to fail. I could be entirely wrong, but I put a little bit too much of the one going to the right, and we can balance that with a little bit to the left. We can also dump out the drink too. There's like, you know, a mechanic for that as well. Alright, let's go up a little bit up. Oh, that was to the right. Son of a bitch. I keep mixing the wrong one. I got my drinks all mixed up here, ma'am. Hope you don't mind a real kind of all over the place drink. I doubt it. There we are. We can serve you an empathy drink for you, my dear. And again, this one starts us off pretty simple in the grand scheme of things. Oh God, you're the fucking best, she says. Why do you need the information dealing side hustle when you make cocktails as good? So, you know, we don't have to be an information broker. We're that good of a bartender. I'm glad you like it, he says. She seems to be in a good mood. What should I start with? We can ask about Ariadne's death. What information do you want from me? What have you been working on lately? And feign worry about Brandy's personalities issues. So we can do this one. This is a good one to start us off with. Listen, Diane, I'm worried about something. Do you mind if we invert roles for a minute and you listen to my problems? And she's like, wow, this is new. Go ahead, tell me. I wouldn't miss a chance to learn more about the mysterious bartender. So, you see, this is about Brandy's. And she's asking, is he in trouble again? Oh, he's always in trouble, but that's not what worries me. Lately, he's been acting moody and depressed, sometimes even aggressive. She's like, oh, interesting. There's trouble in paradise with a lover's quarrel. A guy with so many implants in him, I thought he'd have some stress regulators. So, you know, of all the different implants you can get, one of those being a stress regulator, you know, she figured he would have one. All that's making him more and more reckless. I'm afraid one day it'll come to the worst. And she says, like, hey, Donovan, it's really weird to see you show concern so openly family. So like, you know, we're like kind of being vulnerable, and she's like, so this must be grave. Don't you worry. I'm really surprised that Brandy's is acting this way, but my work, we're gonna make everything all right. And I believe let's see, let's do, I don't think, either one of these, we can either choose to play dumb or cut to the chase. I think we're going to do the are you talking about SPW? Shit, Donovan, you already know about that? Who the fuck is leaking this info? I don't think it's leaked. I'm just, you know, too good of an information dealer. I'm probably the only one who knows outside of Supercontinent Ltd. So you got it from someone on the inside. Wow, are you the information broker, dear? No, you know I never reveal my sources. That's also why you're safe talking with me. Okay, so if you already know about the project, you know you can rest assured. Damn. I think either of those dialogue options leads us to the same general conclusion. I'm not very aware of the details. Is it safe? She's like, fine, I can fill you in. I'm the director after all. You got nothing to fear. So she's the director of social psych welfare. Go ahead and tell me more about social psych welfare if you don't mind. I guess there's no way back with you now, so I'm going all in. Are you ready? So she's going to finally tell us what it's all about. So it's the greatest revolution in the area of human comfort. We've been working for a long time on developing a system that always keeps the user at their best. SPW is able to teleport. So basically, if you ever feel a negative emotion, it'll keep them in check. So like if you're depressed, suddenly you're not depressed. If you're angry, suddenly you're not angry. It's all natural, no secondary effects. So there's like no, like an addiction measure to it. There's no like, you know, you're basically never going to have negative feelings ever again. We can ask the first question. Won't SPW make you stop being you? It's not going to affect individuality at all, she says. It's only natural to be scared at the prospect of unlimited happiness. I don't know about... I talked not that long ago about being promised the world and having to be apprehensive of it, but this is less intrusive than the average antidepressant. So they're saying like, hey, you take antidepressants and this more or less is going to do the same thing. So you're saying that removing an important part of our mood spectrum isn't going to change our personalities? I don't know. There's a biological imperative to all of the emotions that we feel. Do you enjoy being sad? I wouldn't like to lose my sadness, we say. Why not, she asks. Sadness is not ugly. I've been bartending for a couple decades now. I've gotten to witness innumerable forms of sadness right where you're sitting. And it can be a beautiful thing. It's moving. It draws us all together. Keeps us thinking, wishing. So you actively working to suppress it. So basically, is like what I just described. Like all emotions are important, and you're taking one out of the mood chart. Just imagine if, like, for some reason it was decided everybody hates the color orange. Like, orange is a bad color, and then they just got rid of it. What the fuck? Orange is gone. I'm not ready to debate such poetry, she says. Give it some thought, please, we say. So Diane has now doubted herself. Alright, so let's ask, don't you think it's all a bit unnatural? We can ask, like, the ethics sort of unnatural. Now you're talking like an old-timer. It does kind of sound archaic. This is the same kind of person that's like, those cell phones are going to ruin you, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how many times that argument has been wielded against progress? And then we can say, this isn't progress, it's devolution. I did sound like a grandpa. Again, like, this is simplifying a problem in a certain way, right? Like, you look at, like, life where it's like, you know, happiness and sadness, right? And you understand them as two different kinds of two different kinds of ways of being, where one is good and bad, right? But then you remove the other one, and I don't know. He talks about, like, not having a baseline. You're not adding to the human experience. You're detracting from it. So we're just debating, like, the moral implications of the thing, really, between her and I. You're detaching us from the fuel of rage. A society that doesn't get mad is a society that doesn't plead for change. You're robbing humanity of many of the long-honed tools we use to cope with reality. You've, in fact, invented a device to stop time. So, like, without conflict, you know, there's no reason for humans to ever, like, evolve, I guess. And this is what she says. Can't we move forward without conflict? That's a very bleak stance, but not necessarily a false one. She's going to put some more thought into it and speak with her team. So Diana, again, has doubted herself. I just wish we'd talked sooner about all this. All right, so let's do, isn't it going to affect creativity? And she's like, hey, I hope so. You know, like, this is a new age for, you know, like, expression a little bit. Depression as a source of inspiration is just an unhealthy myth. Is it really now? Maslow's pyramid, baby. You really think so? To achieve... and I don't think she's being so obtuse as to say, like, you know, sadness is not an emotion that sparks like culture, right? You don't have to be depressed to write a dark tale. Yeah, but it fucking helps, doesn't it? Well, it doesn't help, but it gives you an idea of, like, I'm trying to think, there's this guy who writes books in real life, and he, like, describes things as a youth that, like, you can relate to really well, and the only reason that he's able to do that is because he experienced those things, and so, like, as a youth. So, you know, you have, like, these, like, you can write sadness because you've felt it, and then you can make that relatable to your readers, right? Oh, but haven't we already felt enough already? She's like saying, like, hey, everybody's already felt sadness. What, you know what it's like. Wouldn't you like to lose it? We can say, what do we want to say? Doesn't this sound like, no, sorry, doesn't this sound like mind control? Hold up. What do we got here? Oh, sorry. So these last two ones, actually, we can tick whatever we want. I'm sorry. I know we're doing a different thing here where I'm like, you know, just like notepadding through this so that, but there's a lot of dialogue and I want to make sure I do it in the right order. Okay. What about new generations though? I suppose Supercontinent plans on pushing SPW to the whole population. This is something I'm curious about because we've felt sadness. What about these kids that have never felt sadness? So if like everybody's feeling this, has never felt sadness, like you're using the argument right now that because I felt sadness and I don't like it, I should never feel it again. Granted, what about people who have never felt that? What are artists supposed to distill? I don't see the problem, Donna Vinci says. First of all, it's the government who will determine the minimum age to benefit from SPW. Oh, so the Govey's the one who's going to decide in this case, huh? They're the ones that know, right? But in any case, art doesn't exist to amuse just you. It is but a reflection of the time. So she's saying, like, the culture will change and it will no longer, like, reflect how you felt at the time, but that doesn't mean that there won't be culture. I don't know. If with SPW we're entering an era of art marked by celebration, so be it. So, like, if all the art at that time is happy, like, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't reflect your values as an individual. You've really been drinking your own bathwater, huh? I don't understand why you're so radically opposed to against total fucking happiness, because being human is all about hating, crying, fearing, and then loving and laughing in ephemeral fucking euphoria. I guess you'll have to wait and see. So, once again, like, even though we've made her doubt herself a couple of times, I think we can say now that it sounds like a mind control device. Again, both of these don't change anything. It just sounds like a mind control device. And she's like, that's a bit of a stretch. I don't know. If you can get rid of happiness, or get rid of sadness, like, what do you mean? Like you're talking about, like, dopamine inhibitors and receptors and stuff at this point. Of course it's fucking, like what if going outside lit all my fucking nerves and my brain on fire, like, to the point that I hated going outside. I never got any joy out of it. Like, of course it's a fucking, like, a brainwashing thing. Are you crazy? That's pretty convenient for corps and governments alike, isn't it? More or less, he's reflecting on kind of what I was saying. The fine print of eternal happiness is absolute obedience. And she says, now don't exaggerate. I'm using SPW right now. Do you see me? I'm harmless as a lamb. I don't think so. Or she's like, do you see me as harmless as a lamb? And so she's using SPW right now. I feel better than ever. See, you're wrong about unhappiness being the greatest motivator. I'll say this. If we are talking with her and we're getting through to her a little bit and she's on SPW, I think we're in kind of the right, you know, like if we can get through somebody who's, like, on their own medicine and it's changing their mind a little bit, I think we're doing a good job. I don't want to sound delusional here, but SPW is a fucking worldwide peace. Can't you see it? Excuse me, but no, I can't see it. The world needs disagreement to keep evolving. World peace just means eternal slumber. I get where both of these characters are coming from. Let me stop you right there before you start making a plea for war. You know that's not what I meant. Only that you just said world peace is bad for humanity. Okay, so we've basically got two different opinions on the subject, and that's not really gonna probably change. So we've had enough SPW talk. So we have talked up social psych welfare and can move on to the next thing. We've marked that off. We know what that is. It's basically like never feeling sad, angry, or anything like that ever again. And she says, sorry that you're not a fan of it, but just accept this. It's the future. I guess. No, the present, she says, because it's probably going to happen here really soon. Don't let it get under your skin or you'll ruin that fragile, handcrafted happiness of yours, I guess. Okay, so now I think that the next thing that we want to do is ask about Ariadne's death. Okay, tell me about her death. Oh, so you already know who it was. Well, that's my job, we say. I called you hoping you could tell me something I don't know. What do you not know, then? Okay, we can ask what she was doing there. That's probably the best out of these three. Do you know what she was doing there? I have no idea. I can only speculate. All right, let's speculate together then. Does it have something to do with Akara? Wow, what a bold card to play. So you know about Project Akara. I mean, we've got one back there behind you, but you really know your work, Donovan. She says, I haven't even seen them. So the people who work for Supercontinent Ltd aren't necessarily aware even that these droids, like what they look like and stuff, but they do know, of course, in a little sense, at least high-ups like Diana, that they do exist. But I tell you, those androids are the stuff of the future. The lead architect, Dr. Coldstream, is a fucking genius. Man of the century to me. So she really likes this Dr. Coldstream, and he doesn't even wear a brain processor like me. So, like, this brain processor must be like a enhancer for your brain. I bet substituting part of his brain with a machine would just devalue it. So he's like a genius, this Dr. Coldstream. Oh yeah, sorry. So we were talking about this woman who died. If she infiltrated a H-Corp's clinic, it's possible she could have found an Akara android. They're supposed to be crafting the latest human upgrades at Supercontinent, but for what I know, the marketing company was getting ready to make some announcements regarding the Akara. So there's going to be an announcement about these Akara androids here soon enough. So, what are we thinking here? We can ask what she's been... Well, hold up. Let me think here. Okay, I had to review my notes there for a second. We can ask her what she's been working on lately. Hey, tell me how you've been. What have you been working on lately? How's the family? And she says, I already told you. So it's like, you know, we're kind of retreading old paths here a little bit. It's not as though a job like SPW gives me a lot of spare time for other pet projects. We can ask her what information she wants from me exactly. As I said before, it's a tough nut to crack, and by tough, I mean dangerous. So, you know, we can finally figure out, like, what she wants from us. So she's given us a lot of information. What would you like from us there? What's her name? Diana. I want to know who the CEO of Supercontinent Ltd is. And we say, come again? Don't you work for them? And she's like, well, yeah. And he's like, can't you just Google it? And she's like, well, what you'll find online is that it's a Jack B. Gaynor. What you'll also see is that he hasn't made a public appearance in 2 years. So it's a CEO that's not been seen in person. And he's like, do you think that he was like replaced? And she's like, well, that's one hypothesis. The fact is that no one's seen him in a long time, and that lately Supercontinent's philosophy and methods have changed dramatically. So something has changed at Supercontinent, and at the same time the CEO has been missing. So alright, so Supercontinent Ltd has been more aggressive as of late. Okay, Diana, leave it to me, I'll look into it. So we can ask, why do you want to know about Supercontinent CEO? But before we do that, we want to end her off with another drink, this time for fear, because we want to, like, invoke the sense of, like, you know, why are you scared of, like, I guess, like, not scared, but, like, what do you want to know this information for? God damn it, me when 2 monitors. Alright, let's get this move to the left thing going. There we are, and that is ready to serve. Alright, it's time to make her scared before we start asking this one hard-hitting question. Really sour, she says. We say, you don't like it? So she's like a nervous kind of person, and or like she has that aspect of her personality, and now we're gonna kind of tap on that nerve a little bit to get her to, you know, spill the beans in what we want to ask about. So, alright, fear seems to have taken hold. Why do you want to know about Supercontinent's CEO? I told you, the CEO has been supplanted or something. He's still on the record as the official CEO, but everything's changed so much, I'm sure he can't be in charge anymore. I'm afraid for my life. So she is scared. The Proxima girl, even if it was accidental, hasn't been the first death in the last few months. So Diane is afraid Supercontinent may kill her for whatever reason. I've always loved Supercontinent's goal and motto, fighting for social welfare. And it's weird because they're still doing that. It's only now they're doing it at any cost. So, like, they are, like, kind of, you know, pressing the buttons a little bit. It doesn't matter which of these three that we pick. You think that this is all because of a new CEO? There's been more deaths. What do you mean by at any cost? I think let's ask about that there's been more deaths. I feel like this is probably the most interesting. She's like, well, there haven't been assassinations, but some staff committed suicide, allegedly because of the stress. There's been at least 2 fatal accidents among the top brass in the last 2 years. So some real, I don't know, suspicious things going on here. Don't you think you might just be making a pattern out of regrettable decisions? Stress can do that. She's like, okay, let's stick to the facts. The company's policy and strategy have changed over the last 2 years. Death among those employees has gone up 243% and 200% among the executive branch. The numbers are exact. So she's like a genius, so because she's got like half her brain as a fucking computer. No one's seen Jack B. Gaynor since these changes started. He's like, okay, you don't have to convince me. I'll look into it. So in addition to that, I believe we're going to have a new question about asking about the CEO. If I hadn't removed the part of my brain that processes love, I swear I'd fall for you every time. Wow, you're touching my heart here, lady. I don't know how you do it, but I always end up leaving the club shaking. I'm starting to think you're putting something in my drinks. He's like, no, just alcohol, I swear. I'm glad I can get through your ice-cold processors and stir those artificial feelings of yours. I always thought it would be cool to like own like a bar like this. This would be cool. It's just the working side of things, I guess, and then the belligerent drugs and stuff. But having conversations like this and getting paid for it the whole time would be really nice. Hey, they're not artificial. They're just upgraded feelings. Emotions can be a pitfall for a scientist like me. Better to have them in check. He's like, you ought to live more dangerous, Diana. Inspiration plays a big part in being a memorable scientist. He's like, maybe. I'll come back to the club anytime I need some good old mojo. Please do. All right, I should be leaving now. So she's going to get ready to pack up and go now that we've asked all the questions between us. And please call me as soon as you get something on the Supercontinent CEO. Thank you for coming in, Diane. So we've got a question that we want to answer for somebody else now. We can look at it in the book, I guess. Who is Supercontinent CEO? Thank you for coming. See you next time, Diana. And now we can talk to our robot. We're like, hey, listen, from now on, don't say a customer's name. They like their anonymity. It makes them feel uncomfortable and paranoid telling them their name. I was taught that repeating someone's name builds trust and familiarity. He's like, yeah, but the red string is like a haven, right? He's like, they want their anonymity whenever they come in. And the first thing you do is get rid of it. No. You don't want to do that. You're supposed to be a mere trainee. Leave the name dropping to me. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, Donovan. Oh, don't sweat it. Just keep it in mind, Akara. Don't worry, it won't happen again. All right, so at least we understand one another. Let's focus on your aptitudes instead of your weakness. Got any interesting insights from the empathic algorithms? So she is able to like read people like a book. However, I can't see an easy way to properly communicate them. So like, what information would we want from her? So she's like, I can't think of a way to give it to you like line by line. So she's like, let's play a game instead. He's like, a game? You're full of surprises. Play is one of the most primal human devices for learning and development. Transmitting the vast amount of data I've gathered from your conversation with Diana is impossible. So like, she's learned a lot of things and she's just going to put it into questions that she's going to ask us and we have to answer. So I've designed a process to let you reach your own conclusions. Moreover, I get to better understand you so we can improve as a team. Sounds like pro HR talk, he says, but sure, I'm in. How do we play? So she's going to ask us 10 questions and she has her answers to them and she's interested in what our answers are. When we're finished, I'll let you know how many of them you got right. If you score at least 7 out of 10, I'll give you a new skill. He's like, a skill? Did they use the AI of an RPG villager to build you? And what the hell can you even do that? So basically, she's going to give us like something that's a skill for us if we play her game and we get a good enough reward in it. And yes, I can grant you something to improve your bartending skills. And he's like, well, why don't you give it to me? And she's like, I'm designed to make you happy, a much different thing than granting your every wish. He's like, sometimes I feel like you're some dumb mannequin, but now I believe the very devil could be running through your circuits. Very funny. All right, shall I begin? This is exciting. You're more twisted than I thought. Give it to me. All right. So I have the answers here. I'm going to admit to that because I don't know the answers to a lot of these questions. Is Diana physically attracted to you? And we're like starting off hot here. What kind of question is that? And how am I supposed to know? Please just answer the questions. I know what I'm doing. Hey, okay. Is Diana physically attracted to you? Yes. And she even admitted that kind of as she was leaving there. Is Diana 100% loyal to Supercontinent Ltd? We'll go ahead and put no on this one. Is she proud of social psych welfare? Of course, that's pretty clear. Would Diana be happier without the effects of SPW? This one's a hard one, in my opinion. Like, a lot of these feel like how am I supposed to know what life would be like? What if she was on the fucking moon? What if my grandmother was a bicycle? That classic video. Would she be happier with the without the effects of SPW? And the answer to this one's no. Does Diana know about the mirror neuron algorithm? I'm going to say no is the correct answer. Who is the person that Diana most admires? Me, Supercontinent Ltd CEO, Nikola Tesla herself. This one's actually Dr. Edgar Coldstream, but you won't be able to get this answer unless you've convinced her to talk about him. Regarding your bartending, what spirit does Diana enjoy the most? That one is the bourbon. That's the one that goes up. Did Diana lie to you during your conversation? I'm going to say I don't think so. What is Diana's greatest fear right now? I believe that would be the Supercontinent Ltd. Let's see what we got here. Yep. And we'll select that. Is social psych welfare as bad as you thought? So this one here, we can't get wrong. So we can choose whatever we want for this one. Is SPW as bad as you thought? We can say yes, it's plain evil. No, but it should be optional. Well, I can see its benefits. I'm going to go with... I don't know. I can see no, but it should be optional. Like the whole idea with it affecting 99.7% of the population or whatever is like out of this world. And then we come to understand that it's not like a voluntary thing. Like everybody's going to have to participate in it. And that's kind of the fucking problem. It's nice as an option, but not as a solution, I guess. Told Akara SPW isn't wrong, but it should be optional. So she says, that was the last question. Did I pass? We got 10 out of 10 questions right. Yes, sir. We did good. All right. Congratulations. You are a sharp man. And I think you succeeded in Akara's quiz about Diana. I didn't really see what she said that was condescending, but what did I win? I'm going to produce a short span memory resetter for you. Is that a cool name for some kind of shot? She's like, no, one of my abilities is I can synthetically create drugs. Right. The system was designed to deal with emergency anxiety crisis. So basically, she can make drugs out of her body. It's meant to calm people down, but in this situation, she's going to give us a pill that's basically an amnesia drug. Add this to a client's drink, and they will think they just sat at the bar for the first time. So that's kind of cool. Like whenever somebody comes in now, we can reset what we've asked them and stuff. So if we think that we did it in the wrong way or whatever, you can explore different paths in a conversation without them noticing. That sounds crazy and a bit immoral. He's like, why aren't you manipulating them with your drinks? Okay. So we're, you kind of got us there. We're doing the same thing with our drinks. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. I'm sorry. He's like, oh, it's okay. I'll save it for an emergency. Hey, how much of this can you produce? She's like, not a bunch. I have a limited chemical repository. So I'd rather keep them as prizes for our little games. So cool. Those are going to be prizes. At least I think we get it for our first prize anyway. I detect a client approaching the club so soon. Didn't expect anybody else tonight. So we've got somebody else on our radar coming to the club. Do you want me to check their background? He says, yeah. Go ahead quickly. It is Naima Cosse. Naima Cosse, 34 years old. She's a corporate lawyer at Supercontinent Ltd. Oh, I hope I'm not getting served with a lawsuit. Footage from nearby locations shows that she's been shadowing Diana. So she's been following that other woman around, and that woman stopped in here, and she's following into here. Uh-oh, this may be troublesome. Do you want me to drive her away? And he's like, can you do that? And she's like, I could send a fake emergency meeting request to her phone, for example. So I don't even think let her in. I was about to say, I don't even think we got an option. If fate brought her to the Red Strings Club, there has to be a reason. Okay, we're going to exploit that. All right, welcome to the Red Strings Club, and she should also, or our android here should also welcome them. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. Absinthe on the rocks, please. Whoa. Welcome to the Red Strings Club, miss. I'm afraid I can't just serve that to you. This is not your usual bar. Here, you tell me how you feel, and I fix you a matching drink. And she's like, I see. Then I feel like asking you a series of questions regarding why you're prying into my clients' businesses. I'm sorry? How dry. You must be a lawyer, right? She's like, that's correct. I'm here representing Supercontinent's interests. So we lay out, probably intimidating her a little bit by being like, hey, you're a lawyer, aren't you? You talking a little dry like one. And she's like, I am, and I'm here representing Supercontinent. So at least she also trades us in response that she's a lawyer, who she's a lawyer for. What was Diana Meyer's business here? Hold your horses now. Apart from serving drinks, I'm also an information broker. So questions have a price tag in this club. And she's like, all right, how much is it going to cost? He's like, here's my deal. You ask me as many questions as you want, then I get to ask that many questions myself. So question, tit for tat, question for question. Although I should inform you that, unlike you, I won't be able to disclose any of my clients' sensitive information. Fair enough, our guy says. Although I must let you know, unlike you, I know my way around empathy and subtlety. You risk leaking more information than you might think. And she says, I'll take my chances. All right, so my name's Donovan. Nice to meet you. She says, my name is Naima Cosse, corporate lawyer at Supercontinent Ltd. Shall we commence business? Fire away. So, what was Diana Meyer's business here? She's an old friend. I wanted to gather some intel on SPW. I hired her to do some implant work. So if you say this one, apparently her contract says that she can't work outside of SPW. And of course, we don't want to tell her that what we're gathering info on necessarily, so we just say that she's an old friend. She pays me a visit every now and then. We had a drink and caught up. That's it. She's like, please at least have the decency not to lie to me. I won't lie to you either. If I can't disclose anything, I will clearly specify so. Except that was the truth, Miss Cosse. So like we're saying like, hey, that wasn't a lie. Friendship might sound alien in your world, but we still keep loving each other at a street level. So anyway, we're able to keep what she was doing here hidden away. Next question is about the Proxima organization. They've been making trouble for my company or client lately. So like they're asking about that anti-corpo group right now. I'd like to know exactly what Proxima's got on Supercontinent Ltd. So we can tell her about Ariadne's findings, tell her Proxima snatched an Akara unit, or we can say Proxima knows about your new CEO. This is an incredibly good bluff that we're going to hit. Proxima knows about your new CEO, if you know what I mean. From what I've heard, they found some pretty juicy stuff. What? That can't be possible, she says. Can't wait to get my hands on that info, to be honest. Those are just unfounded rumors, she says, but if you happen to get a hold of that intel, we'll pay you a hefty sum if you come to us first. Didn't know you were into rumors, he says. Enough. Alright, next question. Where is Johanna Sephtis? I think that not only does this character not know who that is, we can't we don't know where she's at. So what a poor information dealer if you don't even know who Supercontinent's chief operations officer is. What's the matter? Is she missing? Forget about it, she says. Alright, that was all I had to ask. Alright, so it's our turn now. Go ahead, you have 3 questions. Alright, I can't have you sitting there without a drink, though. This is a club after all. And she's like, okay, I won't be telling you how I feel or anything. He's like, let me worry about how you feel. Trust me, you'll like this. Alright, so we've got 3 options. Stress, ambition, and remorse here. Alright, so we're going to start with ambition, which is to the left. And we're going to have to make it very small, which is this, as I understand, I think the absinthe that she wanted. So alright, coming to the left, absinthe on the rocks is how she likes it. Alright, a little bit more, and that is ambition, right? Wow, the controls are a little bit floaty. Alright, we'll do 2 of these, and then I'm going to move it a little bit to the right here. Alright, little, there we are. Alright, serve you up a drink there, ma'am. Tell me how it is. So this is going to hit the triggers on her ambition. So I got my absinthe on the rocks in the end, it says. Alright, you really know your game though, she says. This is the best glass of absinthe I've ever had. Really invigorating. I feel great. Glad you like it. She seems to be power drunk. Time to attack. Alright, 3 questions left. Okay, we can ask her these different questions. So we got a whole bunch of them. What's the deal with Johanna Sephtis? Tell me more about social psychs, welfare's legality. Who's the highest authority on SPW? Why didn't the CEO tell me about you? I don't know if that's a good question. Will everything be ready for the unveiling of SPW next week? Have you ever met Dr. Edgar's Coldstream? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask, tell me about the social psychs, welfare's legality. Would you please explain how that's exactly legal? Because I can't imagine how you convince the government to buy into it. And she's like, are you really that naive? This is a joint effort with the central government. So SPW is fully backed by the government. That is very fucking scary. What did I get new information here? Diana Meyes is the director. Edgar Coldstream is the director of the Akara project. I don't really see where it says. Oh, it's on the second page probably. SPW is backed by the government. And its legality is quite simple. Every implant user signs a contract before acquiring any upgrades. The fine print specifies that the user's physiology may be altered. So basically, it's one of those like shitty-ass like Apple contracts where it's like by using our product, you enter into an agreement to sell your soul over to the devil. I've read that contract and I've read that point, but it's supposed to be there to ensure a stable mind-body environment so the wearer can avoid conflicts with their upgrades. Yes, and the Ministry of Health has determined depression, anxiety, and such to be serious social hazards. So they're kind of liberally interpreting like, you know, these as like social things that need repaired, at least in terms of like the government's approach to it. It poses a threat to the proper functioning of our clients' upgrades. Listen, Donovan, it's quite simple. When you use hardware developed by a corporation, you also have to comply with their firmware. You have to update your iPad, your PlayStation, nowadays even your microwave, just to keep them working. This is just one step further, and it's duly specified in the terms and conditions of the update. But nobody reads that, he says. When you agree, you state you've read and understood the terms and conditions. Surely, I've wondered this in real life a little bit, like, surely they don't expect you to read all that, right? I don't know. And it's like, why would you click agree to it? It's like 70-page illegal fucking bullshit. I feel like you get 2 pages and you say whatever the fuck you want in those 2 pages, and that's what you can expect somebody to read. Plus, you can always decline if you don't like the new firmware. He's like, yeah, and render the implant obsolete. So she's like, hey, you could always say no. And he's like, oh, and then the implant suddenly stops working. And she's like, hey, nobody's forcing you to wear an upgrade. All right, so we know the legality of the matter. Okay, so okay, I've had enough of this question. Serves me right for trying to reason with a corporate lawyer. Whoa. All right, so we want to cook up some stress. We're going to serve her another drink. I'll prepare you another drink. This time we are going for the stress. This is a little bit of absinthe, I believe mixed in with some bourbon this time. All right, and then up. I'm probably going to have to go even a little bit more to the left there, especially once I shrink it. All right, a little bit more. Perfect. That looks good. Hope you like stress in there, ma'am. I like the little head thing she has on. I don't know what it's called, but like the little outfit that's like over her head. I can't think of what it's called. Look, I shouldn't be wasting any time here. Make your question quick. I have a lot on my plate. Okay, fair enough. So, a drink won't hurt. Just relax. So we've got her all stressed up and ready to go. So we're going to ask her an important question to us. Have you ever met Dr. Edgar Coldstream? And this will only appear if we have already asked, like, that we have Edgar Coldstream's, like, information from before. She says, no, have you? Nope, but I'm looking forward to it, he says. What do you know about him, she asked. We can say, I know he's working on Project Akara, so we're like spilling information to her a little bit, and she's like, hey, who told you? We could say Proxima, that terrorist organization. Those terrorist scum are making my life impossible. It's not fair to play outside the rules. The law is your rule, not ours, Miss Cosse. So, you know, we're playing in our own courts here a little bit, and unfortunately, like, I imagine that this would be like a very, like, misty type of, like club a little bit, even though it's clear and everything. Can you tell me anything about Dr. Coldstream? She says, I cannot. Can you at least tell me the official? Okay. Dr. Edgar Coldstream is a brilliant macro psychologist and AI designer, so he's like a super genius. He's been working for Supercontinent for 12 years, so that's the first bit of information, and then he's a macro psychologist is the second bit of information. And can you tell him I want to meet him? Can't you tell me anything more personal? We want to ask about this one, and this is going to tell us like this is like something that will give us like a big secret later on. Even the dumbest trivia would do. You're so relentless, she says. Fine, how about this? Don't ever let him drink a full glass of pink tequila. Everyone's heard the horror stories from the New Year's Eve party. Pink tequila seems to have wild effects on Edgar Coldstream, and we also have the red strings effect. Got juicy intel about the effects of pink tequila on Edgar Coldstream. There, you happy? Oh, more than you'd know, he says. Alright, so I believe we're going to mix them up any kind of a drink. A glass of stress with an amnesia pill is what I'm reading on my notes here. Alright, so a glass of stress. Let me take a look here. So that's going to be the thing that we've already given her. Whoop, easy now. I'm spilling it. That's good enough. And then we'll go up. I'll probably have to come a little bit to the left. Maybe you have to come a little bit to the left. Let's drop that in, and then we'll drop a pill. This feels really unethical to me, but whatever. All right. Enjoy that? I don't know. This feels, very date rapey to me. I don't like it, but whatever. Look, I shouldn't be wasting my time here. Make your questions quick. I have a lot on my plate. So, we're going to have our full 3 questions again. Okay, 3 questions left. We can choose the topic. So we got like all these different options here. What are we going to choose next? Why didn't the CEO tell me about you? Sorry, I know that me kind of following this list here to the side is a little bit lame. How do you know our CEO? Are you talking about the CEO of Supercontinent Ltd? She didn't come to this dive, did she? Wow, dive, you're talking down on my establishment? I'm sorry, I just find it terribly shocking that you've dealt with Radhika, and I've barely even seen her. This is the name of the person, if you remember, who we were going to give an implant to as the droid earlier if we had did enough executives by then. Plus, she wouldn't be visiting these kinds of places. Why not? She's not a baby. Barely. Did she come by herself? So we know she's young. We know her name's Radhika. We always meet alone. I'll let the board members know immediately. Slow down. Why is this such a big deal? And she's like, I'm done with this topic, and I'll make sure you never get to see Radhika again. Whoa, wow, okay. What the hell is the matter with this Radhika girl? Diana seems to be right on the money with this. So there's like, the CEO is like a big, nerve that you can hit also. All right, 2 questions left. We can ask, let's see, what do we want to do here? I feel like I should consult my notes. One moment. Okay, I'm going to ask, what's the deal with Jonah Sephtis? Sephtis? I shouldn't have even asked you about it, but I'm kind of in a pinch here. Look, I might be able to help you if you can tell me a little bit more about it. Well, given I asked you where she is, clearly she's missing. And he's like, well, maybe I could help you. Why do you think she's missing? Going into details means sharing sensitive information. And she's like, he's like, can't you work your way around it? I don't need to know about her project or whatever. Just, did she run away or something? Maybe she's been kidnapped. Any theories? And she's like, well, we have a couple hounds tracking her in addition to me. We have reason to believe she hasn't been kidnapped, so she's like running away. Why would she run away from her own company then? And she's like, well, she just spit it out. She could be in danger, shouldn't she? I think bending the rules here is the right thing to do. Johanna had a breakdown this morning at the office, so that neutralizer that we put in her probably kept all these emotional implants that regulated her emotions from working, and she just started screaming and collapsed on the ground. So she went crazy. The first diagnostic suggested that for some reason her implants all shut down at the same time. So somebody who's basically been on uppers this whole time feels what it's like to not be on them, and is like, holy fuck, this is miserable. An ambulance took her to our closest clinic, but apparently during the trip to the clinic, she broke free and ran away. Interesting. So this is a woman that's really haunted by whatever she's working on. Maybe someone hacked her implants. That's a possibility, yes, she says. So now you see how sensitive this matter is. Do you have any info that could help us? Not right now, but I'll be on the lookout and call you right away if I find out anything. At a price, of course. Money's not a problem, she says. Jesus Christ. So if you find anything, just call me and you'll be appropriately rewarded. It seems that Ariadne's rogue implants have fulfilled their purpose. Alright. So she had an emotional breakdown and may be on the loose. Interesting. We've got a lot of just kind of random information here right now, and still more questions to ask and get answered. Alright, so Akara installed the grandpa in Johanna, which makes the user immune to implant effects. Johanna was supposed to have several anxiety blockers and antidepressants. If all that shut down at the same time, it's very likely she went bananas. I agree. Alright, so we can ask... Okay, so here's the last question. We're going to ask again for Dr. Edgar Coldstream. Now that we've fixed her the memory thing, we can say, I know he's working on Project Akara, so once again kind of showing our hand here a little bit. And then we want to do one thing here that's a little bit different than what we did before. Can you tell me anything about him? She says, I cannot. Can you at least tell me the official? I think I'm going to push this forward a little bit. Can you tell him I would like to meet him, please? Okay, that I can do, she says. Cool, he says, thank you. All right, well, I'm afraid you've run out of questions. I've got too much to do tonight, so goodbye. So we have been really hitting the marks on this Dr. Edgar Coldstream, and considering he's a genius, I would like to meet him. That's the thing about geniuses a little bit, is their time is a little bit short. So, getting some time with him is going to, having all the information we can about him is going to help out a lot. That's good. That spells change for a company. I've seen it many times, but in the process, there's usually a trail of casualties. The way you're playing right now, you've got a ticket to become one of them. Easy there, sweetheart. Didn't know corporate lawyers were in the business of extending such stylish death threats. And she laughs, there are many fates worse than death when you're up against corporate law. Have a good night. I don't know how I feel about all that. Thank you for coming. See you next time. Yeah, I hope I never see that motherfucker again. All right, was my performance to your satisfaction this time? Yeah, sure, thank you very much. So, quiz time now? And she says, if you please. Okay, so I find it amusing, we say. 7 out of 10 earns me a prize, right? Go ahead. All right, is Naima Cosse a psychopath? What? You aren't going to make me ask if she was attracted to me this time? So, the questions are different from person to person. Some are more important than other ones. So, answer the question, please. Is Naima Cosse a psychopath? The answer to that is no. And that's pretty clear because she feels emotions and stuff. What's her top priority right now? Now, I'm going to guess to find Johanna Sephtis, and that is correct. To assess the danger posed by Proxima, to investigate Diane's loyalty. Yeah, she's just looking for that Sephtis character. Is SPW in jeopardy? Is it? I didn't really get that from anything. Yes is the answer. Does Naomi know about the mirror neuron algorithm? I'm going to guess no. Yeah, no. All right. Does Naomi perceive you as a threat? I would guess yes. Yes, she does. Interesting. I'm again looking at my notes here. Is Naomi capable of betraying Supercontinent? That I'm going to guess no. No. All right. Is she capable of covering murder for her employer? Yes. Is she capable of committing murder for her employer? The answer to that is no. Regarding social psych welfare, does Naomi believe SPW is a good thing? No. And then, do you think technology manufacturers have the right to alter their products after sale? And then we say, well, what do you mean by that? If they designed, created, and distributed the human upgrades, do they have the right to modify them, as in adding SPW to them, among other things? So basically, once you purchase a product, do they have the right to modify them? No, once purchased, it's yours. No, technology bears responsibility. That's an interesting sort of approach to it. Yes, but they should be clear about it. Yes, we wouldn't have it without them after all. This is some real boot-looking ass answer, this bottom one. I'm going to say technology bears responsibility a little bit. I feel like that's a good answer. It isn't like art where the author can rightfully mutate their creation as they please. Something you make accessible to the public that heavily impacts everyday life. It bears many ethical liabilities. And why does an artist have the right to mutate their work as they please? Well, because it's theirs. Art is personal. And isn't technology the same? The boundary between art and so-called technology? Basically, consumer products affect everyday life and society. They carry responsibility. Art can change society the same as technology. Well, let's say then that the line is in how they do so. Art affects the world by permeation. It is perceived. But technology physically changes how people interact with the world. So, we're having this, ideological battle with our Akara unit about, how, sure, an artist can change their art whenever they please, but, this is something that affects the way that people interact with the world. It's not just like a cultural thing where you watch a video and it makes you feel a certain way. No, this is this changes the way that you can interact a little bit. It's like a device, right? It's very interesting how humans classify reality through language. Thank you. So we could, was that a question or just food for thought anyway? Indeed, it was the 10th question. Thank you for elaborating. So how did we do? We answered 10 out of 10 questions correctly. Very nice. Congratulations. We won. All right, wonderful. What did I win? A short-term memory resetter. Oh, hey, we get another pill. That's cool. We're going to definitely want that for the upcoming Q&A. Oh, I thought this was going to be the upcoming, interrogation I'm sure we're going to do. Oh, I'm sorry, she says. You're right, the variety and the rewards can improve the game's design. So, we kind of wanted a different reward that time. She's like, okay, I'll think of something different next time. Don't worry. All right, cool. Although, I gotta confess, the anticipation has me excited for the next game already. Glad to hear you're having fun, she says. Listen, he says, I'm gonna close for today. So, yeah, we've had a long-ass day. We've, been interrogated, 2 different people, and done a lot for today. Can you tell too? Do you have instincts? What you humans call instincts are just deductions your brain has drawn for you. So this is basically saying that people kind of feel like instincts, right? And like what gut feelings and stuff are all just the things that your brain like analyzes that you can't really put a name to. And she's like, I do that, but I can put a name to it. So basically, your gut is right. We won't be having any more clients tonight. Good to hear, because my leg is a-killing me. Let's call it a night. All right, so that has been night 1. I think there's 2 or 3 nights. There's 5 clients in total. All right, so we're here on the like this is on the outskirts of the city, on some like yard or whatever. There are these 2 characters, and aside from Brandy's, who's talking. Social psych welfare is some sort of digital happy pill, says this character, and the mirror neuron algorithm is supposed to spread it even among non-implant users. So they're just kind of like recapping a little bit here. What kind of voodoo is that? Beats me. Donovan's looking into it. Well, we're pretty much fucked, huh? Supercontinent's private network is inaccessible from the outside. So this is like a really secure building, and they're just like, well, we're kind of fucked. We can't really break in, can we? And their tower isn't the kind of place you can just walk into. You left us with a nice farewell present, Ariadne? So the woman who passed away. She's going to enjoy all this. Always loved the hustle, that punk. Yeah, kind of. All right. Shall we perform the last rite? So this is like what they do in this kind of like a technological society, is that whenever you die, if you had implants and stuff, your brains kind of like get split into different parts a little bit, and then you can pass those on to people. That's really cool. I would love to do that. In real life, we kind of do that through, like raising the next generation a little bit. She shall live through us. Okay, I'll go first, says Vega. Ariadne, I'll have your empathy. Let me better read our enemies' souls. Let me better understand our allies' passions. So she takes empathy, interesting, and she plugs it into herself. Ariadne, I'll have your wits. Allow me to outsmart our foes. Help me survive on the field. And then he takes her wits, so how smart she is. And then we get to select. These are like all about, like, you give a different achievement, I'm pretty certain, for each or other one of these that you would want to pick. For this one, we're going to be picking knowledge instead of determination. I'll have your knowledge. I hope you don't regret this. So that's kind of cool. We're gonna have like what she knew. And this guy says Quang Bing, I guess is his name. Dude, couldn't you be a little more poetic and look as corny as you two? No way. We gotta stay Aura fireman, dog. All right, release her into the ocean now. So with the last of like her brain or whatever, we let go into the ocean. Interesting. And then we got a call here from Donovan. Hey, Brandy's, how you doing? Yeah, I'm about to open up shop. Yeah. Car's doing great. Our little robot's doing great. You got to see them. They even came up with a little game for us to play in between clients. Come on, don't be jealous. You can play with us when you're back. Did you find anything useful? And then, like, we're talking, wow, you sure work fast. So he's like, trying to get us in to the Supercontinent Ltd as fast as he can. And when is this security breach happening? Tomorrow. I just started gathering info. We need more time. You sure there won't be another opportunity? So this is like our last chance at this, is like, this next day or whatever. Okay, so you'll need to do us a favor then. So we can ask like all these different questions. Find the COO, Johanna Sephtis, investigate Supercontinent CEO. But what we want them to do is look for the director of the mirror neuron algorithm, who is Dr. Coldwater. I'm still in the dark about the mirror neuron algorithm. No, my understanding is that Diana Myers is actually not aware of what that is. She just developed the social psych welfare. So there's 2 aspects of this. We don't know what the mirror neuron algorithm is. My guts tell me that I gotta shit. He's the director of the Akara project. I don't think Supercontinent has a surplus of genius scientists to pull off something as big as a mirror neuron algorithm, whatever it is. I think he's got to be involved. So that's why we're like, they want us to find this guy in particular, is because he's going to know about this mirror neuron algorithm specifically. Okay, we got to go. And the robot's like trying to get our attention or whatever. Why the alarm? Who is it? So we've got this guy come in. He's kind of like eerie and spooky and stuff. He's got like again, we talked about aura earlier. This guy literally has I've heard you craft drinks based on emotions. And we're like, well, you heard right. I've also heard you deal with information. Yeah, you seem well informed. I happen to be a dealer of sorts myself. I can get you whatever you wish for. There's only one rule. No weapons, no living beings. I also happen to be thirsty as hell. So I thought we could be great business partners, you and I, Donovan. So he's going to trade, like, he's like a procurer of items a little bit. And he wants us to serve him up drinks. I'm pretty confident I can quench that thirst of yours. As long as you accept information as payment, I could really use an exotic supplier. It's like, sure, don't worry about the details. Money is overrated in this city anyway. Let's take care of my thirst first, shall we? Alright, right on it. Alright, so we are going to get him non-paradisi. I don't remember what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, break out your translation. Google Translate right now. I would guess, based on like what I know of the language and stuff, I would guess that this is no paradise, because it seems like wow, what do they call it, like a Spanish word a little bit, non-paradisi. Alright, it looks like our regular bartending won't do here. We're gonna need this. So he gives us our shaker. I think Donovan gives us our shaker. With it, we can combine 2 or more spirits to obtain a powerful mix. The resultant blend will have the combined effects of its ingredients. For example, so basically it's just a combiner. That's all that this does, is combines our drinks, and then we can mix it together to make it it's a more efficient way of combining things a little bit. So basically, I'm going to pick this drink up, and I'm going to put it in that cup there. Honestly, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just dump the whole joint out. We'll just start from scratch a little bit, and I'm going to dump that out too. Alright, let's get a good mix going on here. There's the left, and then we want to go up again. And then, wow, this, I like the, wow, I can't remember what the name of it's called, but it's like, and I just mixed both of the wrong drinks. I'm gonna have to take a break after this. I'm clearly not doing all that well, so let's fill it up a little bit, and then we'll fill it up with bourbons the next thing. So this is another tequila bourbon type character. There we are. That the gradient, I think is what it's called. I like the look of the gradient is what I wanted to say. All right, we're headed in the right direction now. Tequila and bourbon. We had to break out the big guns to serve this creepy ass customer. I like his look and I like his vibe, because even though he's like imposing, he never says anything I think that like implicitly like would cause us harm. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I want to pour just a shade of this out, not a bunch of it. All right, a little. Whoa! We already spilled too much of it. That's okay though. We'll do that, and then I'm gonna pour us a little bit more. So this is like tequila bourbon on the rocks. Hope you enjoy it. Non-paradisi. Tell me how it is there, Gost. This flavor, he says. So the legends were true. You are able to sync the customer's emotions with your cocktails. We're like, hey, you can tell? He's like, yeah, I'm cut from different cloth than the rest of you mortals. So he's like an immortal, maybe a god or something, but don't sweat it. Your secret's safe with me. Okay. As long as you enjoy your drink, I'm happy. Be happy then, because I haven't had a drink this good in ages. Well, thank you. Good. How can I help you? Did you have something in mind for this partnership of ours? For now, let's say I'm interested in backing your crusade against Supercontinent. So let me know if I can get you anything you need. So we say like, hey, you can get anything? Yep, as long as it isn't alive, and I don't do weapons either. Do you do liquors? He's like, nobody sent me for booze, but sure can do. These liquors I need aren't your regular spirits. Red Secret and Blue Whisper. My master, previous owner of the Red Strings Club, had a couple of bottles, but I haven't been able to get any more since those ran dry. So the person who originally owned this place had those 2 drinks, but now they're empty. I could work wonders with them. Sounds like an interesting endeavor. Consider it done. I'll be back with your stuff, says Gost. Thanks for the drink. Whoa, and he even levitates it back down. Wow, what was it called? Fuck. Gods Will Be Watching. There was a character that was kind of mystical in it too. Again, it was another time that mixed what's it called? Fucking like technology with like magic a little bit. All right, quiz time then. And she's like, no. He's like, no. And she's like, I can't. I was unable to read the subject. Who is he? And we're like, oh, if you don't know everything, that's kind of weird. Like, you know, so you're not omnipotent, he says. Don't be sorry. It puts me at ease, to be honest. And she's like, why? I find flaws to be a quick shortcut to empathy. Virtue begets admiration, sure, but a weakness here and there draws compassion and sympathy. So, again, like, I don't know. Nobody likes a know-it-all. There we go. He summarizes things very well. I'll try to fail more often so you can feel more comfortable. And we're like, no, that's not the point. You're not understanding a little bit. Just be yourself. I like you already. To be myself. Don't overthink it. You can't be anybody else. I'm still curious. Who is that guy? And we're like, that was my first time meeting him in person, but I have heard of him before. None of my contacts treated with him directly, but we'd all heard the legends. A bizarre smuggler who can get you anything you want in less than 24 hours. They call him Gost. He never asks for money, although clients always pay. Aren't you afraid, she asked? And we say, no, can't say I am. I'm sure your empathetic devices have already told you. So, like, she was able to read us in that and knew that, like, we weren't scared. On the other hand, Gost is not the only supernatural dealer around. Oh, okay. So, like, you know, we're soft implying here that, like, you know, there's kind of magic going on, but even there's a little bit of magic with us. I detect a client's approaching this club. A background check? Larissa Robilard, age 29, marketing director at Supercontinent Ltd. Okay, marketing director. Nice. It looks like we hit the jackpot. Do you know her? She says. She's one of the wildest night beasts a Neon has ever witnessed. If you run a club in this city, you're fated to meet her. All right. Well, we run a bar in this city, and she is here. And wow, I love her music. This is really good. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. I love you, says Larissa. Me too, Larissa. I missed you. It's been 5 days since your last visit. Wow, he's got the charm turned on for this one. How cute. Did you actually count the days? Like every bartender in this town, he says. I'm sorry I haven't been here sooner, Donnie. It's been a hectic week at work. Oh, I am sure. Haven't set foot in a bar in 3 days already, she says. And I've heard many of my colleagues have been visiting the Red Strings Club, so a couple of them have been here already, and they're talking about us. It's so unfair, she says. So I'm here now to visit you. I came here as soon as I finished tying up loose ends at the office. Ha! I may have to rebrand if my only clientele are going to be court breed bastards. Please don't, she says. This is one of the few real places left to have a drink in the city, so even though we're kind of like a gritty club a little bit, like, you know, she likes it. Although if you actually rebrand, you have my card, right? You never miss an opportunity. So if we're going to do a rebrand, we want the best marketer in the city on it, right? I just love my job, she says. Do you have any of my stuff left? I'm fully stocked on your stuff. Oh, okay, so a cigar maybe of some kind? Interesting. Man, Larissa is surely a night owl. And purple smoke. Interesting. I sense you're a bit anxious, she says. We're old friends, Donnie. You can cut to the chase and tell me what it is I can do for you. I can't hide anything from you, can I? The matter is quite delicate, though. Closely related to your recent projects. And she's like, oh, I see. That explains why Diana and Naima came here yesterday. One day you'll have to explain to me how you pull so many strings without leaving the counter. Hey, I've told you 100 times this club is haunted. I'm a prisoner of the red strings, but in exchange the club somehow weaves fate to please my desires. So, you know, he's like talking about this mysticism. He's like, I never leave the bar, but people come to me all the time. You won't ever stop spouting that mystic crap, huh? Gotta admit it's great marketing, though, building your own urban legend. He's like, at least acknowledge my cocktails do pack some magic. Alright, that's undeniable, sure. You always make me feel things no other man ever draws out of me. But I'll ascribe that to your charisma. Are you in the mood to share some intel with me? Oh, I'm in the mood. However, you're right that this is quite the delicate matter, so why don't we spice things up a little? So she wants her own kind of game here. Excuse me, I love to see your magic at work, but you always end up getting me horny and I spill everything you want to know. He's like, hey, sorry. So here's the deal. You can ask me whatever you want, but before each question you have to serve me a drink, and you can't repeat cocktails, okay? Sure, sounds fun, he says. Fantastic. Now please, I've been sober far too long. Make me a drink. So, we've got 4 of the different emotions here. We got madness, yikes, so these are her emotions. Euphoria, lust, and depression. Alright, so the first one we're going to start with is lust. And for that, we'll need, I can't remember what this one is. Oh shit, but we're going to have to mix it. That's right. This one's all about teaching you how to mix. So we'll do about, that's a good amount. And then we'll do down, this I know is vodka. So we got bourbon, tequila, vodka. And I don't know why for the life of me, I just can't think what that last one might be. I guess, I could look in the book because I am a little bit curious. Alright, we're going to drop that. What is no, not that. Oh, why can't I? Oh, the drinks are at the bottom. Excuse me. So it's the one that goes to the right. So westward absinthe. Tequila. Oh, tequila. Anyway, I'm going to dump this out because I want a fresh glass. Alright, so we'll see how I did on mixing here. Wow, almost kind of perfect. A little more. Hey, that's not bad. I could always pour a little bit of it out if I need to. It looks like I'm going to have to. So, whatever this combo is going to ignite the lust in this lady. There you are, Larissa. Alright. So, our first of many questions, I'm sure. You've done it, you sensual son of a bitch. He's like, what? What did I do? Don't play coy with me. It only makes it worse. Now you've got me all wet, so either ask me a question or fuck me already. How rude, but crass. That's the word we're looking for. Okay, so for this one, this is what we need to... get the third and last person to recommend us to Dr. Edgar Coldstream. So we're saying any marketing ideas for the Akara androids? And she's like, oh, so you're aware of them. She hasn't seen them yet, so she doesn't recognize that we've also got an Akara android in here. She's like, but I've seen some concepts, so like the basic idea of it. They're pretty cool with this girlish body type, very much alike to your aide there. Oh, so they look similar. And she says, or they say, I'm sorry, I'm not a robot. Alright, that's exactly what a robot would say if robots could lie. And she chuckles to herself. So, this isn't a very lust-filled conversation. So do you know what Supercontinent plans to do with them, or... you're so cute with those innocent questions dripping with poison. Yeah, because we're asking not loaded questions, but dangerous questions about our job. Talk about poison, master of backhanded compliments. I'm not very familiar with the plans for Akara. My hands have been full with SPW, but I've heard they're planning to make them available for hire. Okay, so it's an idea of where, like, these things are going to be available to hire for businesses. So they're going to put them to work at, like, health resorts, taking care of clients. Or don't be afraid as luxury bartenders. So going to replace us one day. No, I'm sure they can't do it nearly as well as we can. Alright, since they're specialized in counseling, hiring them to work as managers and human resources. Gotta say that doesn't sound like a bad idea. So basically what they're going to do with these robots is make them available to the public. So even in like a working capacity, I assume this isn't really a world where robots like that exist yet. For once you consent to one of their plans... Yep, sounds cool, we say. Oh, another drink then? Yes, but wait, I wanted to tell you more, so she's willing to spill a lot of beans about this while she's in this kind of mood. This is new, from someone begging an information broker to give me more information. I just feel like helping you, you handsome son of a bitch. Nice, thank you. Do you know Dr. Edgar Coldstream? I've heard of him, yeah. Do you know him? Yeah, he's a great guy. He happens to be the creator of Akara. I think you two should meet. You think we should meet? Well, I think we should meet. We got a lot in common. I'll tell him to come by, she says. He'd love a club like this. Cool to know. So she's going to tell Edgar Coldstream, and this is now the third person to tell Edgar Coldstream about us. Holy shit, look at how far the red strings stretch. Cool to know, we say. Great, serve me another drink before I keep giving away free secrets. Sure thing, you've earned it. So the next one we want to do is Euphoria, which is going to be up and to the right again. This time, let's see if I can remember. Bourbon, oh shit, I forgot I gotta mix it. Bourbon and... tequila should be the other one. I don't think I need to fill it up quite as much as I did before, so we'll just go ahead and kind of dry pour here a little bit. Go by eye. I'll dump that out and shake. Oh, I almost forgot to shake it up. Of course, we gotta shake it up. All right, how's that? Oh, nice. Another really well mixed drink. Maybe a little bit too much of it. Down just a shade. Perfect. I bet whenever I put 2 ice cubes in this, it is ready to go. Serve it up. All right. Now, it's time for our next question. Holy fucking yes. So this is her next emotion, obviously, Euphoria. You like it? This is the best fucking drink I've had in my life. I love you, Donnie. I love you. I love you too, my goddess of fun. Okay, shoot, before this beautiful rush vanishes. So, this is about her marketing plan. How are you going to convince people to swallow SPW, and when? So, maybe we could get her on her high horse about, like, how like, using your skills, how are you going to push this, right? I knew you were sticking your snout in this, being all friendly with Diana and Naima. It's a pretty serious matter to me, Larissa, he says. I understand. You can't wait, right? Yeah, something like that, but don't you worry. It's about to be released, just a couple of weeks. Okay, so it will be 100% operational in 2 weeks. Yikes, that's pretty soon. Marketing is going to be huge. Oh, I don't doubt it. And a pro like you, I'm scared. Oh no, damn, I forgot. I'm so sorry. You can't wear implants. We can't for some reason. I think our body naturally rejects them. It's sort of like if you ever played the Deus Ex Machina games, like, I think one of the, like, you can be allergic to implants, sort of, a little bit, but you should be happy for Brandy's, our friend. Okay, I'm going to serve you another drink before I kick you out of the club. Okay, so... What we got that answers another question for us in our book. When do they plan to execute this? The third one. We answered what is SPW. We asked when do they plan to execute this? Like we've answered that. Is this legal? Which we got from the lawyer, of course. All right. So next we are going to make her a madness drink. So we're going to have to do bourbon and oh fuck, I always forget the name. Absinthe. That's right. I've had I don't drink personally. I don't know if that's unpopular or whatever, hard or soft, like anything that's, anything at all. Like, but I've had an interest in some of the more condensed liquors, but I like the kind of color and stuff of like tequila and shit. Some of the more Irish drinks too, I've had about a half an interest in. All right, so anyway, we're aiming for madness with this one. And what an arresting drink, she says. Oh, great. Her madness. She's going, not crazy, but she's going to be less lucid. Makes me think of how we identify with our clothes and words, but they're not quite us as an identity. She's getting on about that, but like I recognize we're a bartender because of our clothes, so maybe she's not so crazy. I mean, she's crazy, but we're not any of those particularities, but the sum of them, I guess. All right, wait, here comes the mind blow, though. The same way my shoes aren't me, other people aren't me either. Oh, great. This is Kendrick Lamar type shit. Right. So if shoes, dress, toes, oh my god, aren't me, but in some way together they are. So again, she's just kind of talking bullshit here, philosophical bullshit. Excuse me. So we gotta kind of like ask her. This one's kind of important. We're not asking her a super loaded question, but like one where she gets to kind of answer freely and madly. Are you aware of the Johanna Sephtis situation? You mean her transition into a new life form? And we're like, I'm sorry? And she's like, well, now she's an avatar of lunacy, similar to herself. Her wings in shambles precipitate towards her demise. Her mind is lost, her soul is furious. This is pretty simple. You can even kind of read into like this a little bit. And it's not something that's like new to us. Of course, we already know that she went crazy, right? I'll stick with bartending, thanks. Kill this metaphor with another drink, then. Alright, so I'm sure we're going to have to, excuse me, give her a pill. Okay, sorry, just reconsulting my guide. We actually want to save the pill for the next guy because we had talked to our robot about giving us different gifts. Not our robot, a car, an android. And if you remember, she said she's going to give us a different gift this time, and we want to save our pill for the guest we've been waiting on all this time, the genius. And we kind of want, of course, more time to talk with him. So, wow, this looks good. It looks like a frothy drink a little bit. Maybe a shamrock shake. All right, we'll mix this up. But anyway, we want to save it for Dr. Edgar Coldstream. So we're just going to mix up some depression for this Larissa character and then get her out of our bar. This is a sad way to leave your guests, sad as hell, right? Alright, why can't you just stick to beautiful feelings, Donnie? Oh, sadness isn't ugly, Larissa. I love all the melancholy you hide under the glittering veneer. Wow, these are pretty conversations. Times in my life, I can think of 2 or 3 conversations I've ever had with people that are as beautiful as the conversations in this game. You're the only person that's seen me cry since I was a teen, right? I feel very fortunate you allowed me to witness such a tender sight. Quit smooth talking me and ask me something already. I need to wash out this feeling with another drink. Okay, we're gonna ask if she's met the new CEO. This one won't give us much information. Any cool insights to share with Donnie here? Sincerely, I'd rather not. Why? Satisfying yourself with knowing supercontinent's going through just satisfy yourself with knowing that supercontinent is going through turbulent times. So like we had heard before that, they've got like this shaking up of culture there at work. It's more aggressive and it's bad for supercontinent. One of them is the CEO, a quite peculiar one, I'd say, but they're not ready to reveal it to the world just yet, and she's worried we would spill it, of course. So that's why Jack is still on paper as the official CEO. So at least now we've confirmed that Jack is no longer the CEO. We ask what happened to him, and she's like, I don't have any idea. So we know there's a new one, but we don't know much about him. So let's cheer you up with a new drink. But I don't think that's going to actually happen. She says, no, you know what? No more drinks. You've completely killed my buzz here. I need to go out and get some air. Oh, poor girl. Can't have you ruining my first night out in 3 days. All right. Fair enough. Have fun out there. Goodbye, she says. All right. Goodbye to Larissa. Thank you for coming. See you next time. Well, That's probably one of the crazier guests that we've had so far. You are right. I feel you're unusually agitated. Phew, that girl is a tornado, no doubt. We got through probably some of the most intense emotions a human can feel all in one person. Hopefully she doesn't crash and burn. All right, this will be tough, but I'm game. So here is an yeah. She said first question, and we interrupted. We're like, yes, she is physically attracted to me. That wasn't the first question. Oh, sorry, it was a joke. All right, so here's the first question. What's her greatest passion? I'm going to say marketing. Yep, that is correct. I'm sorry, again, we're just consulting my notes because I want to get 100% on all these. Does she wear implants? My guess is no, and that is correct. Interesting. Does she like Johanna Sephtis? I'm going to guess yes. She definitely looks kind of the new person she's become. Does Larissa agree with social psych welfare? I'm going to guess that she doesn't give a fuck. Is that true? Oh, yeah, that's true. Who is Larissa most loyal to? I'm going to say herself. She couldn't give a fuck about any of these other things, I don't think, really. Yep, herself is correct. Of all her emotions, what is her predominant state? I guess, I don't know which. Softball answer would be lust, I think, but maybe madness. Let's see what it is. It is lust. Correct. I guess as much flirting as she does. What spirit does Larissa most enjoy the most? So that would be things that were on the east side. So I would guess bourbon. Let's see if that's correct. Tequila. Oh, yeah, because I fucked it up again. It's tequila. I should have known. I got it mixed up again. Is Larissa a compassionate person? What kind of fucking question is that? Would she be upset if you managed to stop SPW? Oh, boy. This is a fucking loaded one. She doesn't care that she worked hard to make SPW a success. She doesn't care about that. I just read the answer. Yes, this is the correct answer, but only because the marketing campaign would be ruined. No, because she's rooting for us. No, she doesn't actually care about SPW. So yeah, it's only because it would fuck up her work. So now this last one is a freebie. Is marketing evil? I know that this kind of comes as a surprise. Well, maybe to people, but I actually went to college and I studied marketing. Dropped out of college after 2 years. I got my first paycheck in lieu of paying expensive money for school. And the first time I saw more money in one paycheck than I'd ever seen in the entirety of my life, I said, going to school is for the birds, and I took to working. But the time that I'd looked into marketing and I'd studied it or whatever, I thought it was pretty interesting. Yes, it attacks our personal autonomy and our right to self-determination. Nothing's wrong about it. It's our responsibility to think critically. I mean, it's a mix between there's nothing wrong with it and it depends. It's right in the middle of these two. If there was an answer there, I don't think that I'll just say it depends. Because there's unefficacy to marketing, and usually you'll burn your customer base that way. That's why you don't ever want to be marketing for some shit or product. It's always nice whenever you can market for a good product. Without abusing hyperbole or attaching the promise of happiness to an object. Nothing wrong about visibility, right? From what I've scanned online so far, such hyperbole-free marketing you speak of is less than anecdotal. So she's saying, most marketing is hyperbole. This isn't the best coffee in the world. It's just coffee. And quite ineffective, she reads. In addition, visibility is finite. Well, you would be kind of surprised. He's talking about... he's not talking about that you can't say it's not the best in the world. I think he's talking about the efficacy of the entirety of the thing. Powerful marketing diminishes the existence of other media and products in general. It doesn't match with my definition of ethical to limit or cloud the public's opinion. What? Why wouldn't you think that? What do you consider ethical? I guess it's more like the ends justify the means kind of thing. If everybody believes something good, it doesn't matter the steps you took to make them believe it, right? You're saying that good marketing is always unethical then? No. Until I can gather more data on it, that's the conclusion that she's reached. Yeah, I mean, marketing on the whole is ethical, in my opinion. There's ways that you can go about it, saturate. Honestly, the horribly unethical ways that you can go about it usually saturate the marketing. So, if you remember years ago, Dare did that. Was it Dare? I can't remember. Yeah, Dare did that shitty ass ad campaign with what's it called? Where they had the puppets that were doing the horn sound effects whenever they tried to talk, and that was a failure. But before then, even though it didn't see a lot of success, a lot of people actually saw that Dare, like the Rise Above campaign, wasn't necessarily successful, but people look back on it fondly as like, you're the reason I almost didn't smoke. Oh, hey, and now Akara's professing her love to us. I love you. Wow, wasn't expecting to ever hear that from you. This is now the third and a half character that's in love with us. Brandy's, Larissa, Akara, and, I'd say maybe the engineer was a little bit crushing on us as well. So we answered 10 out of 10 questions correctly. Yes, sir. Congratulations. We won. Yay. What did I win? So she says, not what, but who. And we're about to have a very awesome fucking segment. I really enjoyed the shit out of this. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. Excuse me. Hey there, Daddy. What is this place? So this character walks in, Irving the Third. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. My phone went rogue and started sending me GPS alerts marking this place. Wouldn't stop until I was at your very door. I called some friends to check on it, and they told me you're in the business too. So basically, this guy comes in, and he's like, this is our reward. She just texted the shit out of his phone and like told him to stop by here. What business are we talking about exactly? Information. So we're both information brokers in one way or another. Is this your way of luring fellas you're interested in? He thinks it's like a marketing scheme to like text blast people who get nearby to be like, come inside, have a good time. Wouldn't mind using that trick myself. You got to tell me where you got the script from. Sure, we can share some tricks once we become friends. Oh, come on, don't be a tight ass. We information brokers ought to help each other out. So he's starting soft, which is funny because I see how he ends, or I remember how he ends. Though I'd better define myself as an information breaker, if you know what I mean. Oh, what's your specialty? We say torture. Cool. He looks gruff for a torturer. Yours, he says, bartending. And of course, he, like myself, he thinks that's very funny. I like his buckle boots here a little bit. They look cool. What's so funny, kiddo? Don't get mad, sugar. I bet you're swimming in top-tier info from the drunk neighbors. Hey, listen, don't be jealous. All right, my bartending versus your torture. The loser has to do a free job for the winner. Hey, you hearing yourself right now? We're not talking about tickling your feet with a feather here. Okay, so aren't you the craziest son of a bitch? I love it, he says. Let's do this. He said, what should we aim for? Something quick. How about we guess each other's ages? Okay, so I'm gonna guess his age, he's gonna guess mine. Cool, sounds easy enough. And we're gonna use our tools on one another. He's like, figured I'd give you the advantage since I'm not even sure what century you're from. Not sure how old we are. I would say like 40. How's that sound? Maybe late 30s. My name is Donovan, so we're going to trade our names for free. Irving McAllister III, pleased to meet you. Okay, you go first. I prefer my bartenders in one piece. All right, what are we thinking here? So this is a freebie because the way that this works exactly isn't important for achievements. So I think let's start with... Let's get some... Well, I want to do delirium last once I can kind of gauge what kind of person he is. Honestly, let's start him with rebellion, something that maybe we can both agree on a little bit. So this one I'm not going to really have to mix, I don't think. My idea for this is like, it's the most coherent out of these. I don't necessarily want him on Zen because then he might start speaking in metaphoricals, and then delirium is just delirium. So, okay, we're going to drop it down and serve it to him. Enjoy, Irvin. And we can ask him a series of questions. Hey, want to hear one of the most effective techniques? When I need to spice things up with a customer, I go with the mad dog. I'll kill you and your friends and your family and your pets, and then I'll burn your pets' clothes. And, we think it's funny. He's like, it's not supposed to be funny. Come on, that wasn't supposed to be fucking ridiculous. It's like, it works better if you're tied up in my basement. Okay, we can ask him one of these three questions. So we're on like the rebellion side of things. How long have you been torturing people? Are your parents aware of this hobby of yours? I'm debating here because we've got him in like a rebellious mood. I want to say, is it even legal for you to be drinking? Legal drinking age here is 21, so let's see how this cheap trick plays out. Hey, fuck off, he says. A freelance torturer doesn't give a fuck about the legal age for anything. Oh, okay, so we got kind of a... a freebie there, so he doesn't care about the law, and the only reason he would point that out is because he's not of legal age to drink. So we can cut a bunch of ages off the board, all the way 21 and down. So what are we thinking now? How long have you been torturing people? Are your parents aware of this hobby of yours? Okay, let's go ahead and serve another drink. Let me fix you another drink. So I'm gonna do... fuck, this is kind of risky. Let's see, Zen. Let's see what he says. I kind of want to do a different drink for each of these, just for fun. So we fixed him a glass with just ice in it. Whoa, an empty glass. I never expected such a deep cocktail. You trying to get me to reflect on the emptiness of a torturer's soul? So, delirium. Fuck, I don't know if any of these will help, actually. Delirium. So if I have him in Zen right now, what could I ask him? How long have you been torturing people? Are your parents aware of this hobby of yours? Honestly, let's just ask him how long he's been torturing people. I'd say since my grandfather got into this business, and until some McAllister dies without descendants. So his dad must have did it, and his granddad must have did it. So if he has a granddad, in the sense of myself physically harming someone to get info out of them, less than 20 moons, which means like about a year and a half, I guess, a little bit over a year and a half. You had to put that into moons. The moon's always been witness to my work, so I must defer to Celine. It's not fair if you're speaking nonsense. Hey, if you want clear answers, serve punches instead of drinks. So he's saying, like, you know, do my side of things. Let me, go a little bit crazy. So for this one, we are going to have to mix. Let's review quickly what he had just said and how it might actually help us. So his granddad did it before him, and his granddad passed away. So I've been fortunate enough in my life that both of my granddads lived to be very old. And I'm thinking that that doesn't really help me too much, the fact that his granddad did it before him. I might have to mix a little bit crazy here. I might have to douse in a little bit of absinthe. We'll put some ice in it. I might have to... you know what? Honestly, let's just pour out a shade of it. We're getting rid of the absinthe. Okay, easy now. There we go. There we are. All right. And we'll go, like, up and to the left a little. Easy now. If I could just get away with maybe just straight up. Okay, up, and then a little to the left. Perfect. Okay, now we've got him in delirium, so he'll probably start talking a little bit of crazy talk. Oh, he's singing like a little doodad. Man, I miss me some karaoke action. Do you like karaoke? Doobity-doo, rip your eyes out nice. You will die here, yeah, your turn. What's your age? Yeah. Guy, I gotta tell you got a poor sense of rhythm. Are your parents aware of this hobby of yours? So, here's another thing, though. We know already that his grandfather was a torturer, and his dad probably was. So asking him while he's crazy, are your parents aware of this hobby? Haven't been home for 3 or 4 years now. Well, I just really... You know, it's crazy, because I deduced this the first time that I ever played this game. You know what? I'm honestly going to say he's like a punk. Like, I would put him at like 17, not 18, 19. I ran away to live with my grandfather here anyway. He's the real deal, tough mafia boss with an appetite for torture. Although he doesn't have that much time for me. He even let me rot... Oh, so his granddad's even still alive, so he's probably not even that old. Sorry to hear that, we say, but now I've been living in my own basement under a billiards den. I've been paying rent and shit for more than a year already. So he's... fuck, maybe 19. I'm gonna say, you know what? Because we're gonna lock in an answer before I look at my cheat sheet here. I'm gonna say probably 19. I've been paying rent and shit for more than a year already with what I get from jobs. I'm a fully functional member of society. Yeah, I bet you pay taxes, brother. Maybe on cigarettes. Alright, I'm getting bored of your bartending game already, and I don't see you getting any closer to the prize. So, what's your guess? My guess, I'm gonna say that this guy is 19. Okay, let me consult my guide. Yay, he is 19. I know it kind of seems like I'm cheating, or I cheated, but anyway, did I win? That was pure luck, he says. You could have said that number to begin with and saved me all the chit-chat. Hey, not so bad. My thought was, like, if he's been paying rent, I don't know. I feel like his parents probably couldn't have got away with, like, just kicking him out at that young of an age, and he's been paying rent for a year now. Kicked him out on his ass at 18, made him get a job lower than 21. Gotcha. So it wasn't just, like, some guy who's been a bum for 15 years or whatever. I gotta confess, you're pretty cool for a guy your age, so I'm gonna pay my respects to you by performing my best number. This is actually really, really cool. Russian roulette. Whoa, you like to play hardball, huh? This revolver is loaded with just a single bullet out of 6 chambers, and the rules are simple. I'm going to ask you one question. If you don't answer me, I'm going to pull the trigger. Then if your brains have been scattered all over the bar, if we say we win, nope, I'll ask you again. What do you say, regretting your challenge already? We could say that's crazy, you win, or pull that trigger already. All right. So that was kind of like, are you ready to play? And we didn't answer that question. He's like, whoa, I've never seen someone stare down the barrel of a gun while I pulled the trigger. This isn't the first gun I've had in my face, kid. So we're tough for an interesting reason. Whatever, Die Hard, he says, the chances of boom have gone up to 20%, 1 out of 5. You sure you don't want to tell me your age? Come on, shoot me, we say. And we get the real intense. There was a fucking Russian roulette minigame in, wow, what was it called? The Gods Will Be Watching. I really liked it. Don't you value your life? Maybe I don't find you intimidating enough. He's like, oh, I got a remedy for that. 1 in 4, 25% chance. It's like you died in 2 different dimensions already, Donovan. You sure you want to bet your life on it? Shut up and pull that trigger. So 1 out of 4 odds right now. Hold your breath. Nice. All right. This is killing me, man. Spit your age already. Now it's a 33%. 1 out of 3. It's not too bad. The successive gambling is a little bit worrying. May I advise you to give up? I didn't plan for you to get into this situation. So she's like, hey, listen to your daughter, he says. But she's like, I'm like, I didn't expect for you to get into this dangerous of a situation. We tell him to shoot, and we're down to a 50-50 shot. He's like, why are you taking things this far? But I won't quit either. Now you've put your life up to a coin toss over such a dumb thing as telling me your age. Are you that insane? And she's like, please. Okay, come on, kid, try to kill me. Ooh. All right. Then we wait for the animation. Fuck, he says, okay, you proved your heart is steel, but I'm afraid this is the end of the line. If you were expecting me to stop at some point acknowledging your courage, you were wrong. So we get all the way to this point, and he's like, now tell me your age. Pull that trigger. Shoot. What are you asking me to kill you? Do you give up, we say? So we're like testing, like, shoot me, motherfucker. I don't know if this is your twisted concept of pride, but I'm sorry, I never intended to let you win from the beginning. So he thinks he's tough. Interesting. Donovan calls Arakara. We're like, go ahead, kill me. Nice. So he fires, and he's like, what the fuck? Why aren't your juices all over the counter? It was a blank? What the hell were the chances of that happening? If it were that easy to leave the Red Strings Club, I'd have done so ages ago. So he's got an additional mysticism to him. He's like, I'm not worried about dying. He's like, the club keeps me alive. So he's like got luck about him that even keeps him from dying. You gave this kid a lesson. He's talking about himself. So I suppose I owe you a job. What's it gonna be? Do you need someone to be tortured? So if we let anybody get like captured by this guy and hurt or killed or anything, it actually fucks with some of the stuff we can do in the ending a little bit. So it's maybe lame to you. It's kind of up to you, but we're going to actually just say, torturing people isn't cool. So we won his little game, and it's almost like a double spit in the face to be like, I don't even want the reward. I don't think I found anyone I hate enough to send you after them. Oh, well, your loss. Let me know if you change your mind. Sure, we say. Gotta go now. So we meet all kinds of cool characters around here. The best in the business, I'd almost say. Shitty characters do not walk into here. Only the highest of quality and most interesting people. Did you like my present? You're completely crazy, Akara. Oh, in a good way. I mean, you managed to surprise me, that's for sure. I'm glad, she says. Oh, Gost is coming back. How does he always evade your surveillance until he's at our very doorstep? And so now here he comes. So I wonder if he's got like some kind of technological thing to him, which leads me more to think that he might be related to the other technological kind of magic character from the Gods Will Be Watching. So he's got our stuff for us. You got your hands on Red Secret and Blue Whisper in less than an hour. Wow, must have been pretty quick. He must be pretty good at it. I've been looking for them for years now. Think of me more as a wish granter than a smuggler. We can ask him like any of these questions. Let's say, who are you? I feel like Are You Even Real is just he's gonna think it's funny. So let's ask him how he does it. How do you do it? Wishing is a powerful form of summoning. A strong-willed character such as yours really makes my job easy. Well, I'll tell you, I wonder if he just doesn't have, like, kind of some divination magic almost, like, where he can just find things. I would guess. Say, do you want to try your new ingredients out on me? Sure, if you want a drink. Alright, Newman, listen up. Oh, I actually know how to do this, but two of my favorite ingredients are back in stock. The Red Secret and Blue Whisper. Alright, so we now got 2 new bottles, and we only have to do it for this one, which is the tutorial, and the next one. So, and then we're all out of bartending joints. Have you noticed the little triangles on the soul nodes? So these have always pointed north before, but now we can see it's pointed like to top left. They aren't just for show, those little red arrows. We can orient those arrows by mixing them up into our drink. So like this one goes counterclockwise and this one goes clockwise. Alright, let's do this, Newman. So we can mix together, like even if I wanted to, we could mix together, you know what, I don't actually want to show it off in this drink necessarily. What I want to do is get this guy a normal drink. So that one goes down and we need to go to the left. So a little bit of absinthe plus vodka. We'll get ourselves the shamrock drink mixed up here. I liked it better when the froth was on top, honestly. Alright, oh, and apparently this guy is like a reference to some musician. I remembered looking that up and I should have put the, like in a video, or at a part of the like whenever this guy first showed up and I was like, oh, I don't know what that guy's name means or his emotions or whatever. I should have put a little tooltip up there. You should have seen it. That it's from like some musician online, which is cool, I guess. Alright, so now we need to rotate a little bit to the left. Wow, maybe I should have mixed it in. I didn't realize it was going to be so testy. Alright, that looks good to me, and that's good enough to serve him. Maleficarum. Alright, Gost, enjoy, buddy. Hopefully it's good enough to tickle your taste buds. Man, this is one hell of a drink. Soul-sinking cocktails would be a hit with my friends. You should join me someday in the underworld for a great party. Sounds like an awesome club, but we can't leave the Red Strings Club. Oh, don't worry. Everybody dies eventually, Donovan. And he's like, what? I think it's honestly a joke between everybody a little bit. A client is approaching the club. Oh, someone interesting, I guess. Dr. Edgar Coldstream, 37, macro psychologist, probably right around our age. Also, my father. So the person that had made a car didn't expect to meet him this soon, but we don't have much time left, so let's improvise. He's like, I see you got yourself into a mess. I better vanish, says Gost. Alright, so he just completely dips out of fucking reality. So the man we have been waiting on, this one we have to be particularly careful about the order we ask questions in and stuff, because like this can alter endings a little bit, even though there's only really one ending, but more or less stuff we can do in the ending. So she welcomes him to the Red Strings Club. So this is the Red Strings Club joint, huh? He's got very cool pants and I like his hair a little bit. His name is Edgar. Nice to meet you, Edgar. You must be Donovan. That's right, you've heard of me? Dude, you're asking if I've heard of you? First Naima, then this hacker guy named Brandy, and just minutes ago Larissa. I'm sick of hearing about you and this club. What's the deal? What do you want me for? Sorry, I didn't know how to go about contacting you. He's like, so I tried everything. It's fine. You're interested in my work. So he probably is like, damn, this guy's a big fan. I've been dying to talk about it with someone, so this might be for the best. Okay, first things first, is that an Akara android you're wasting as a greeting machine? He's like, so he obviously recognizes it. He doesn't think it's nearly as big a deal because he's just like the genius behind the thing. He doesn't give a shit if it's sold yet or whatever. I didn't know they introduced him to the public already. Well, not exactly we say, but you could consider this some sort of closed beta. Nice, he says. Do you mind if we have them join the conversation? I don't know if that's a good... yes, father, so they come over. I programmed them all to address me as father. Interesting. I guess I'm compensating for my lost semen dispenser. Whew, that's what you call that thing? I've heard it called a lot of things, but never that. You've had many beautiful children. Congratulations. Thanks, dude, he says. How's Akara been doing so far? Are you happy with their performance? So, this here we can answer any way that we want. Akara is amazing, not bad, still doesn't beat a human partner. Well, their initiative is pretty unsettling. I'm kind of interested in this one. I'm not happy with this stupid junk. Well, their initiative is pretty unsettling. What do you mean? Well, the word psychopath may be strong here, but you know what kind of character in movies who misinterprets someone's desires and goes a notch too far to please them? That kind of unsettling. I didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I should have considered that. I just wanted to prove useful to you. No, I'll try to make you feel less uncomfortable. Yeah, Don, you told a car they'd make you uncomfortable. He's like, yeah, don't be so hard on a car. Okay, fair enough. I should have thought about it. My bad. They can learn, I guarantee you that, clearly, with the red strings pull we just did. With enough exposure, they'll adapt to become your ideal partner. It's just, well, they might be a little stiff because of lame education process that the company puts them through. So they have to go through like an education process, teaching them the corp's philosophy. It's all the idea of the new CEO. Quite ironic if you think about how she was trained. And then we can ask about the CEO, I would guess. He's like, yeah, it's a delicate issue. I'd rather talk about my stuff. Sure, what's your stuff? The mirror neuron algorithm. So this is the big number, baby. What is mirror neuron algorithm? How does Akara play in this? Why are they doing it? And who's the CEO? All right. I've spent ages trapped in the lab, giving shape to it. Now I can't wait for people to know its wonders. So he's been working on the mirror neuron algorithm. Sounds exciting. You bet, he says. Although I gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed you haven't offered me a drink yet. Sure, how rude of me. Let's put something together for you. He says, but wait, no tequila, please. My body doesn't really do well with it. Alright, so we can't touch some of his emotions. Let's see. Tequila would be the one that would take us to the right. Schizophrenia. Okay, so again, I want to consult my notes so I can see which order we need to do this in specifically. Okay, the hint here is to look in the book. So we can look at these new drinks that we got. Red Secret, Blue Whisper, so they rotate things in specific directions, but the pink spirits, when a blue voice whispers a red secret, it becomes a vessel of the mirrored world. Blend a spirit with the liquor of pink to access its inverted qualities. So, what that means is even though we can't go to the right, we can manage it if we mix a little bit of pink, a little bit of blue. All right, man, that looks good. And then a little bit of absinthe because it's going to mirror this thing's effect. Very nice. All right, let's mix it up, and hopefully I got the distribution just fine. And it turned out almost like whenever you mix a fucking what are they called? Like a yogurt, like a Trix yogurt a little bit. All right, so schizophrenia, here we come. Serve them up the drink. Enjoy. On the bright side, this just has a specific like use case. Like we don't have to ask questions, I don't think. Is it possible for your child to become your god? And then we're like, I'm sorry? Inception begets revelation. So the start of something starts the end of it, I guess. Bestowed upon me by the ancient forces intertwined in every electron. So by his brain, he invented this thing. Illumination. And he's like, that's his genius, I would guess. An encoded series of numbers in the original land of Pangea. So like a long time ago. Like all the things led up to him doing what he's doing now. Prefix. So this is some coding bullshit, I would guess. Signetic Corporation time machine. I think we're just saying random bullshit. First pair. Cuprum. Last quartet. Oh no, she's saying the stuff. Constellar Federation Day. Interesting. I don't know what. Guys, you guys are acting crazy as hell. He's like, hey, weren't you just making me a drink? Why did you stop? Yeah, sorry, I got lost in thought. Shit, that was crazy. Shouldn't toy with soul nodes that powerful. Clearly. So we can't touch schizophrenia anymore. So we can actually move on to, I believe we want to do vanity next. And to do that, we're going to need one that goes counterclockwise and then up just a shade. We don't want to go too crazy on the up. There we go. Just douse in a little bit of up, more so the absinthe. And that should square us away. Nice. We'll mix that up. This is a little bit more of a colorful drink, something you would have on a... but we end up with the fucking Trix yogurt colored thing again. I can fix this drink if it doesn't get precisely what I want to be. Alright, we'll shore it up there. Get it facing a little bit more to the 9 o'clock. Oh, I'm trying not to just dump the whole joint in there. There we go. That looks good. And then we'll once again go left a shade. All right. And then we'll want to go down a shade. All right. Whoa, that might have been just a little too much. Let's do that, and then I'm going to put my mix in it again. I might have to rotate it clockwise. Yep. All right, let's rotate her a little clockwise. I think we have to hit a certain amount of accuracy. Little tiny more. Perfect. Serve it up. All right. So, okay, sorry. I actually reloaded this because I was worried I fucked something up in the, kind of doing it or whatever, but we're back in the game, don't worry. How's a human being able to craft something this flawless? You think so? I may have found my equal, but applied to bartending. That is high praise from you, my friend. I mean, I'm probably the #1 scientist alive, probably in all history in due time, but you, my friend, you are the best bartender this universe's chaos has ever given birth to. I guess. My most sincere congratulations, you talented son of a bitch. So he's talking about vanity. He's like, I'm great. You're great. I'm great. All right. We should take a picture together for the annals of history. Whoa, dude. All right, glad you liked it. All right, so he's back. He's grounded. What shall my privileged intellect help you with? All right, let's ask him, any thoughts on Supercontinent's new direction? Sure, here's my 5 cents. They'd be fucking lost without me. Don't get me wrong, they developed admirable muscle, but what's that good for without a genius who can put it to good use? So basically, they have a lot of money and a lot of resources, like technologically. He's like, but they gotta have some direction with it. He's like, and I'm the brains of the thing, a little bit. Now we ask him, how surreal are we talking about? Out of all the questions there, hardcore surreal, building a utopia surreal, and I guess that the mere neuron algorithm is the first step. Yep, just the beginning. Supercontinent's aiming to achieve 10 out of 10 utopia. Is that true? Including a new clean and renewable energy plan? Interesting. Eradicate war, save all animal species, redesign the social system so people aren't forced to work. Long term it even considers colonizing other planets. Wow. Supercontinent plans to build a utopia. So this is why they're doing it. They want a utopia. So we got another question in our book answered. We've only got 3 more to go. I see how humanity would be the first and foremost obstacle in that plan. That's why you're aiming to put a smile on each of our whiny faces. He's like, quite the cynical way to put it, but yes, it's kinda. Very laudable, but somehow it makes me even more anxious. Alright, don't sweat. Most of that probably won't even happen in our lifetime. Okay, so what we want to do is serve him another drink. This time, the same kind of drink as before. I think I put a little bit too much in it last time. I'm going to have to distill this, or dilute this one just a little bit better. We want to go very hard on the left, just real thick on the left. And then like a very... I might shore up the rest of the drink with this up. There we are. Alright, let's see if it looks a little different this time. Should look, yeah, perfect. A little more green this time. It's okay. We're getting in the right direction. Okay, I might have to actually bring it down just a shade, as a matter of fact. Alright, a little bit. Whoa, I'm missing the glass here. Perfect. And then we'll go to the left just a shade. And I'm going to have to rotate the arrow some more clearly. To the left. Whoa, no, I didn't want to do that at all. Son of a bitch. Alright, dump it out till the white line. Alright, a little more. Okay, that's perfect. We'll put some ice into this thing. Alright, just a shade, and then we'll rotate it more to the left. No, why do I keep grabbing that? Grab this one. Oh, man. Alright, easy now. Easy. Don't want to spill too much. Perfect. So this time we put the pill in it so that we can ask more questions. Drop her inside. Serve. Have fun with your amnesia there, brother. Alright. Oh, fuck. This goddamn feeling. First one wasn't a fluke, huh? You can nail every drink. Wow, so he likes this one as much as the last one. So this time, we ask him the same question, but we kind of like ask the second part a little bit different. Now, we can... what am I trying to say here? Fuck. Who was... We can say, like, is Radhika that crazy? This is, like, something we learn if we have, like, a lot of information about the CEO. So, asking about the CEO's ambitions, and then we can say, like, her name, which should imply that we know, like, a lot. So, he can talk more easily with us. Wouldn't call her crazy. Quite the opposite. Hyper-rationally pragmatic. Doesn't come as a surprise knowing the training she's been put through. Akara? Yes, we trained her. So it was somebody who was raised by Akaras, I think. Hey, I was just looking for a complicit wink. I'm sorry. We say, you shouldn't have such a big mouth around Akara. Cat's out of the bag now. So what's this about training Radhika? We educated Radhika from the early age of 3. Wow, so they've been around for a minute. But in the process, we've learned much from her as well. Okay, so they kind of like have taught each other a little bit. What kind of education? So it's like a little girl that's been raised by these Akara units. Like regular school stuff? Yes, history, mathematics, literature, arts, but also psychology, business, and a great deal of philosophy and ethics. We've never encountered a human like Radhika. Alright, discovered that Radhika was trained by Akara, and that's the name of this character is Radhika. We can look at the questions we have answered now. Now we have 2 more to answer, and this is just the guy to ask. What's the mirror neuron algorithm, and what role does Akara play in all this? No other humans had you to stimulate their development, so I guess. This is all really weird. I can't imagine you as a teacher, Akara. Yeah, that's not the thing that's kind of blowing my mind. It wasn't this physical manifestation to me. But every Akara shares those memories since it was a fundamental part of their emotional development. So basically, every Akara is raised by Akaras, and the CEO, which is an actual human being, was raised by Akaras. And why did you never tell me about it? It's because of the confidential protect. And he's like, she just says, you never asked. So she had all this information, more or less, and we never asked. I didn't know you were such a smart ass. They're a bit unpredictable sometimes, says Edgar, but trust me, they have a heart of gold. Alright, you're a weird scientist. You know that? Thank you. Okay, actually, I just consulted my notes and we can ride this one out on this drink. So we ask, I'm dying to know more about the mirror neuron algorithm. I bet you are, he says. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. I'm so hyped. First of all, our assistant here will fill us in on the basic information, so he's going to have her do it. The mirror neuron algorithm is the first program to live and reproduce in human beings. Using implant wearers as transmitters, the MNA can broadcast subconscious conditionals to implant-free subjects. Let's see if they put this in a basic form before I say what it means. This is performed via micro-expressions and subtle body language. Given enough exposure, an implant-free subject will adopt these patterns, becoming a new host for the program. Oh my god, that sounds terrific. Why didn't you tell me if you'd known this all along? And I got a feeling it's going to be another thing where we say, or they say, we never asked. These cuties come with pretty strict confidential protocols. Only a few of us at Supercontinent can override them. So what do you think? We can just ask anything like possible here. Doesn't this sound super villainous to you? Forgive my boldness, but doesn't this sound super villainous? What? Au contraire, it's like savior of mankind stuff. Yeah, you force people into euphoria forever. So, I wonder how somebody like Larissa would feel about that. Edgar, let's be frank here. You're pushing a mind control device out there, basically, and the attitude of knowing what's best for humanity just makes it even more delusional. Only thing left is for you to laugh maniacally in your lab. Oh, come on, don't tell me you already did that. Dude, I just love my job. Hopefully you also included a self-destruct mechanism. There's still time for redemption. I don't think I'm going to get through to him on this, but we can put our tongue in the ear a little bit of this. So self-destruct. Hopefully you included a self-destruct mechanism. And he says, well, where did Supercontinent find you? A comic book? Don't tell me it's a big red button. Hey, I'm not that dumb. I've coded it into Supercontinent's landline network. I'm sorry, that's kind of dumb. I advise you to stop talking. Oh, okay. I kind of want to... So we discovered there is a self-destruct mechanism. Hit a self-destruct mechanism in the landline network, and Akara says, I advise you to stop talking. Hey, whose side are you on, Akara? Yours, Donovan, but I feel somehow indebted to my father. So he's saying something that's clearly dumb, right? That's just like detrimental to everything. If you assume that both of these people kind of believe in the same thing generally, like it hurts, they're like the things that they're trying to do, right? Their goals. I'd describe it as pity. What a time to show humanity. Whatever. I was starting to feel sorry for taking that much advantage of Edgar anyway. I'm sure you and Brandy's will be able to figure the code out. Well, that's telling a little bit. You two know I'm still here, right? Let's see. Let's ask, what do you plan to broadcast exactly? Social psych welfare, of course. So, mirror neuron algorithm. Basically, if you're not following this, I can understand this is really complicated. So, the social psych welfare is like this thing that's going to get pushed pushed out to everybody's like the augments in their body, right? So like if you have like let's say you have like a leg, like a whole leg that's been completely replaced, and it's an augment by the Supercontinent Ltd. It's like a robot leg, right? Now, just because you signed on with them, like they can pump you with this social psych welfare. The government's already signed off on it, like thumbs up, like yep, you can do that. And then what the mirror neuron algorithm is supposedly, and you got to take it at its word here. Personally, I think it's impossible in real life, but they're able to like just through like little acts in people, like the little things that they do, the micro expressions. For example, if you've ever been in a room with people who are like yawning, for example, like somebody else yawns and then it triggers you to yawn and stuff, that's kind of like another way to describe it. Or next time you're out to eat out with some friends or family or whatever, and make sure that you're like right in the thralls of both you eating your meal, and then grab your drink and drink it. See if they don't pick up their drink in the next couple seconds and drink it too. These are the kind of things that like they're talking about here. It's the same thing, but like this is on a scale that's on the next step above it. I don't want to sit here and just ramble, but this is on a step that's like right above it is like this mirror neuron algorithm, because of like it's basically affecting people it shouldn't affect, and that's crazy. First of all, it's pretty tightly guarded in Supercontinent servers, but even if a hacker got their hands on it, it's not like you can code for the MNA with JavaScript precisely. So basically, like, even if this is good, what's to stop hackers from making it bad? There are terabytes of data involved just in handling, say, the frown. How did you do it then? You need an incredibly powerful AI to translate the logic patterns to the MNA. So they're able to do this because the Akaras have like a huge processing power, which is gonna, I guess, Akaras are the only ones able to code MNA programs, so they're the only ones able to code because they're just that powerful. And what if someone snatches an Akara unit alongside the MNA? Well, in that case, they still need to hijack the whole implant network to run the program. So like, even if you got an Akara unit, you still have to get into Supercontinent Ltd to hijack it. So it's not so much that these things couldn't code a virus, but just like you can't really upload it. So that's like hacking the whole internet, dude. True. Okay, first thing, you should work on not telling some bartender you just met every step needed to get a hold of the MNA. Secondly, if I got the MNA and a car to serve my mischief, no need to hack the internet. I'd only need to put a gun to the head of... gun to the right head to broadcast it through Supercontinent's implant network. Whoa, shit, you're right. A car could hack the MNA if they had access to the implant network. So it's pretty simple. I mean, she hacks my cameras all the time. She can surely hack your guys' shit-ass stuff. I guess our failsafe here is a car, then. You'd never betray us, right? Define us. Yeah, that's not really fucking reassuring. Okay, you and me will review some protocols when we're back at the lab. Good grief. You say, how is this even possible? Because again, to me, it sounds impossible. I kind of get how you could control implant wearers, but I don't see myself falling for that micro-expressions bunk. That's where the magic of mirror neurons come into play. Don't want to bore you with the scientific stuff, so I'll put it in layman's terms. Those mirror neuron things fire when an animal acts, but also when an animal observes an action. So your brain, like, if I put your hand to a fire, or you put your hand to a fire, I don't want to be so crude. If you put your hand to a fire, it'll probably jerk it away because the neurons in your brain fire to move it away. But at the same time, like, let's say that you're at a shopping store, you're at like a grocery store, and you see somebody who's coming down the direction that you're at the grocery store, you're going to react to that. Now, that's a reactionary thing. That's not so much, we're again still talking about reactions, but like, your brain sort of mirrors, like walking speed is another good one. Like, let's say you're walking behind somebody, you don't care to pass them. You're going to kind of like mirror their speed, sort of. And that's like what it's talking about a little bit. So basically, he says, may I recommend you tell Donovan about the experiment with primates? Oh, this is a good idea. So he's going to talk about an experiment. Hopefully this kind of sews it up together well for you. This illustrates it pretty well. If you eat a candy bar in front of a monkey, the monkey will start salivating due to these mirror babies. If you do it in front of another human, the effect is the same. But here comes the twist. If you act as if you're eating candy, just mimicking, no candy involved in the process, the monkey won't salivate, but the human still will. So we're taking another step here in our brains a little bit. Monkeys are immune to drama, but our mirror neurons trigger, even in response to simulated actions. So... oh man, I'm already kind of like got my head in a swirl, and I'm trying to think how I would even explain it. Hopefully you're able to follow along well enough. Basically, we can infer things that like monkeys can't necessarily do. The same as hunger, happiness, sadness, rage, etc. can be transmitted through mirror neurons. Mirror neurons play a critical role in empathy after all. So basically, unless you're some underdeveloped primate, you'll be susceptible to the MNA. Oh, thank God. Most of America will be safe then. Very cool, huh? Yay, he says. Want to know more? No, God, no. I have heard enough. I'm sorry you're getting all these bad vibes from the MNA. I get how your lack of information would get you all worked up. So basically, nobody knows about this, and now they're just dropping it all on us, and we're like probably one of the first motherfuckers to hear about it. But I promise I'll put your mind at ease before I leave. Let's clear the mood and move on to another subject for now. Any plans for Akara besides pottery? Pottery? That's a ridiculously tiny fraction of Akara's potential. She could take any job, from flipping burgers to directing traffic. Oh yeah, those are much more prestigious. Akara could be your dentist. You could kill a man, and Akara could conduct the investigation, perform the autopsy, judge you in trial, and then officiate the victim's funeral. Okay, we get it. She can do anything. Akara could act as the loving mother of a dozen orphans. Akara could teach every subject in a university. See, I don't get why you don't just stop there. Why all the fucking villain shit? They could even run for fucking president and win. Akara could be the president of the world. Alright? President of the world, you're crazy. Wait and see. They just need to finally get her out there. You remember what I told you about the mirror neuron algorithm, don't you? Well, this is why Akara is ideal to handle it. I don't know. You're talking about something risky here. Not even risky, but like wholly risky. Like again, if I play Russian roulette backwards and I have 5 bullets in the gun and I put it to my head, that's fucking risky. All right, how do Akara and the MNA fit together? Okay, first of all, I want to defend my colleague Diana's work. I feel like you're pretty obstinate about SPW as brainwashing. So, you know, we're pretty we understand the social psych welfare to be brainwashing. We do anyway. Spare me. She already explained how it's not brainwashing, but accessing our better selves, and I still don't buy it. Tough crowd, he says, huh? Well, what if I told you that with the MNA, mirror neuron algorithm, regulating the social psych welfare, you won't lose sadness or rage? I'm starting to get sick of these acronyms. I feel you. I'm getting confused too. This sweet duo's objective is to create a wonderful, super functional world. We can fine-tune the program to control only the most extreme effects of those states. So basically, if you're... yeah, here we go. He's already doing it. So the mirror neuron algorithm will allow sadness, but not depression. It'll allow you to be angry, but won't let you get consumed by wrath. It'll allow you to dwell in pleasure, but won't permit utter hedonism. How am I going to get you fools to understand that altering someone's behavior is brainwashing? Yeah, thank you for clearing it up for me, Donovan. I couldn't put it into words. It's not that extreme. Why are you so against it? Let people be depressed. No, that's not the thing I'm thinking of. This will end human evolution. I don't think he's going to see it that way. Why do you think you have the right to play God? This isn't kind of like trite, but this is probably the most right thing I want to say. Why do you think and it's beyond that, right? Well, it's not at the same time, because you tell these people it's not. Why do you feel like you can play God? Why do you think you can change someone's mind? That's fucking dumb. Because I can. Oh, shouldn't we all be trying to change society for the better? And then once again, you had them study ethics. You didn't study it, motherfucker. You studied how to make them. You're dumb as hell. You pull your strings from this fancy club. I just happen to be a super scientist backed by a powerful corporation. Yeah. I don't know. Suck it up, he says. Yeah, you're a genius, but an idiot. Yeah, man, deal with it. Okay. Can we skip to where you tell me about Akara? Holy shit. I'm just trying to think. How are we doing on questions? Let's say... this will end human evolution. I don't really care about these, but if they're going to let me ask them, that's where you're wrong the most. The MNA is specifically designed to boost human progress. Shortening the joy-depression cycles will make you not only more productive, but more creative. I don't know about this. Is just making me dizzy. I'm going to have to take a break after this question. This has been a heavy one after this series of questions. Have you ever found yourself wishing you could rid yourself of whatever nasty business is ruining your peace of mind? Forgive me for sounding like a TV salesman, but those days are over. I don't know. I don't really agree with this, but it's not going to have any bearing on the thing, so we might as well see what they say. Let people be depressed. I'm not talking about not letting you have a bad week. You can be as gloomy as you want, but before you fall into clinical depression, the MNA will lift you up. It'll prevent you from committing murder or suicide. Can it? I don't know. There are uncountable psychotherapists in the world already fighting that. What's wrong with simply eradicating it from society? Yeah, can we skip to where you tell me about Akara? You're way more obstinate than any of your colleagues, so we better not waste any more of either of our time. So neither of us will change our mind, but I'm the obstinate one. Yeah, I guess. You won't change your mind either, you little fucker. Clearly, we're not getting through to either of us are getting through to one another. Whatever, get yourself ready for the good part. We do agree that leaving control of the MNA to a corporation or individual would be unethical, right? Yeah, but I don't like what you're about to fucking... I feel like you're about to say. We're in luck then. We have a wonderful and ever-caring AI which was designed with people's happiness in mind. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah. You gotta agree with me on this one. You've met Akara. If there's anyone with enough brain power to assess every person's case individually, it's them. So, basically, Akara can study your habits, hobbies, desires, prejudices, and keep you within your optimal emotional range. Yeah, that just makes me fucking sick. Hey, I never have done that before. Look at the Steam achievement in the bottom right. Alright, I need you to leave now. Yeah, I'm getting fucking sick. So we're basically kicking this guy out. Playtime is over. Holy fuck. Yeah, we realized that this is a big deal. Hi, hon. Oh, you finally made up your mind. Oh, good. Yeah, I'm all for going at them with what we got. So this is our man on the ground again. Holy shit. Listen, I'm in the middle of a delicate situation here. Good news is I found Johanna Sephtis. Bad news is she's about to jump off the North Bridge. Whew. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Sorry, I'm consulting my notes. Did you meet Edgar Coldstream? I sent him your way. Yeah, he's in our bar. He just left. He told you about that? That's embarrassing. Probably, everybody being like, hey, you should go talk to this bar guy. All right, gotta leave you now. Bye. All right, quite the view, huh? She's, like, overlooking the city. This is really pretty. I wish these guys made, like, well, this is a whole ass game. I wish they'd make 100 games. I love these guys' games a lot. You picked a beautiful place to end your life. All those little blue and yellow squares full of people who don't care about one another. Then a bunch of fools like us who won't stop fighting over the right to dictate the way they live. Yeah, this is a really important thing happening for a bunch of motherfuckers who don't even know we exist. I wish it would all disappear into thin air. I need to get closer to keep her from jumping, we say, now that we're playing as Brandy. Approaching her will increase the tension, so I should probably talk her down before moving in. Gotta pay attention to her body language. She's too anxious. Putting some distance between us will definitely help. So this is similar to the other gameplay that we've done so far, like in the Gods Will Be Watching. Okay, so this is another time where we have to be really meticulous, but the gameplay is going to hold us hand in hand here. So like it's going to be, a lot of gameplay here. Explain what's going on with her implants using Ariadne's knowledge that we got from her little brain thing earlier. What if I told you I know why you're going through with this? And of course we're talking about like because she had like all those implants in her, and I guess we wouldn't necessarily know that unless we had her knowledge, even though we saw it. I know why you lost it and escaped from Supercontinent. She's like, why would you know something like that? What do you even know about me? Oh, don't get me wrong, we just met, alright. I barely know you, but I know what's producing this sudden change in your behavior. Proxima infiltrated Supercontinent's implant clinics and installed some rebel upgrades in you. No, that can't be. That's why hey, full disclosure, I happen to be very well acquainted with the inner workings of these implants. You've got an inhibitor. It makes the rest of your implants to stop working, so that just activated the inhibitor. So the many anxiety blockers you had and whatever other tricks you were using to keep your conscience shut, they aren't doing their job anymore. So this is you finally listening to yourself. She says, damn, I hate myself then. Hey, don't be like that. It's just the shock of dealing with years of repressed feelings. So I talked about that a little bit earlier, but I can tune your implants again so the anxiety doesn't crush you. If you come with me, I'll happily set you free from its influence. You do that? Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about this, like, I don't know. I guess she didn't want them turned off, so, yeah, I'm not a fan of mental manipulation, so I'll do it for free. Okay, I'll think about it, she says. Good, she looks stable. So, we want to step forward. Basically, it's going to be like step forward, dialogue, step forward, dialogue, step forward, dialogue. Okay, we're losing her a little bit now. Alright, so, dialogue now. Do you mind asking why you decided to end it all? I've lost my way, she says. I let everyone I care about lose their way too, so I'll probably all these CEOs and stuff, and their family at that rate, because they'll be affected by this. Supercontinent set out to change the world. Money wasn't the reward, but the means to the end. Now, so these guys probably all had, like, at least half-decent intentions whenever they started this, which is crazy because, like, you know, they're kind of an evil ass corpo, but like they want to create a fucking utopia, which is crazy for corpo, right? Now the objective's been twisted so many times I can't remember when I stopped caring. We could say your life could use a new direction then. Like, she needs to do something different if the people around her won't listen to her, right? It's natural for objects to change. They're human constructs, and humans won't stop changing. If your vision doesn't align with your company's anymore, set yourself free. Like, if you can't change others, then maybe try changing yourself. I don't see the tragedy in that. It's the other way that'd be depressing, to never mutate. A new direction, she said. Good. She looks stable. I should move closer. All right, so we can step forward. Oh, excuse me. Once again. All right, so this time it should give us a little freebie, like if we do the dialogue now. Northbridge has always been good for getting some perspective. Inside that concrete maze, it's easy to lose yourself in data streams and notifications. I guess, kind of. We can barely see where we're putting our feet anymore. Hell, I've just missed 2 chats from my brain drive since we started talking. Very funny. So there's like people calling him, and he's just like shutting it all. He's like, I'm busy right now, sorry. But then being here, looking at that rock floating on the ocean, just talking about a rock out in the ocean, we could just start walking the other way and leave the city behind us, huh? It isn't that easy, she says. You bet there's too much of ourselves cemented to the foundations of those skyscrapers. But think about it, what would you lose? Money, power, responsibility, identity? So again, we're just following up from, hey, maybe you need a new way of walking life. The weight of the fate of civilization, because she's like, the whole world's about to change, man. It's a little bit more than just walking away from it. Good. She looks stable. I should move closer. Step forward. All right. Good luck to us. We're really not even closing the distance that much now. So what's your name? She says. I'm Brandy. Why are you doing this? And then we want to say, because I'm a hero. Come on, she says. I'm not kidding. I'm the good guy. But don't get me wrong. I'm a hero for selfish motives. I just love to feel like I'm saving the world or something. To be cool, to smoke a cigarette and look out at the city thinking, just you wait, assholes. I'm going to make it right for everyone. This guy's pretty charming. I never miss an opportunity to recreate my fantasy. So don't spoil this beautiful scene for me, all right? Let me save you. You're insane, but you sure make it sound easy. To be a hero. Good. She looks stable. I should move closer. All right, so step forward. Now, we're not going to get another pass for a little while. We're losing her a little bit. All right, listen. Hey, are you with Proxima? That's the anti-corpo group. I'm not part of their organization, but I've collaborated with them. You must think that I doomed the city, right? Hey, you give yourself too much credit. There are countless factors all over the world working relentlessly as we speak to fuck us and this planet. So, you're not the only one that's ever tried to screw life up a little bit. And from my point of view, if you have enough of a conscience to be jumping off this bridge out of guilt, I'm sure the sum of your actions as Supercontinent can't add up to that much damage of the average money-making bastard. She's like, but social psych welfare. Oh, we're talking that down. Didn't I we're taking that down. Didn't I tell you? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stop that, by the way. She says, how are you gonna do that? Come with us and you'll see. So, we're like giving her a little bit of hope in this, a little bit. All right, Brandy's, she says, I think I'm in love with you. Whoa, didn't see that one coming. I think I'm all messed up inside. Looking at the waves, the rippling reflection of the city, I see myself as a tiny shadow in the bridge's mirrored image. Oh boy. I don't know who I am anymore. It doesn't make sense anymore, life. But then my chest is burning. I can't deny this feeling. And if I'm gonna die, why shouldn't I deprive myself this last confession of love? I love you, Brandy's. Come on, you don't even know who I am. I feel like you're the first human I've had an honest talk with since I was a kid. Well then, come down and talk with me. Why make this the last conversation we ever had, the first one? What a lame excuse. I guess I should shut up already and jump, huh? Do whatever your heart tells you to do. Before jumping, tell me how to infiltrate Supercontinent. No, come with me. Do you love me too? Not in a romantic way, but hell, why not? I love you, Johanna. And I know a lot of people who you can have honest conversation I know a lot of people you have honest conversation with every day. We're a loving family, the revolutionary lot. Why don't you give your life to us instead of the ocean? Wow, this is like a game that really hits the fucking cyberpunk mood like right on the head. I feel like we can be better hosts than those rocking neon waves. And I think, yep, take me with you, she says. Cool, we talked her out of it. Yes, sir. I don't think I've ever done that in any playthrough, but I must have, otherwise I would have probably gotten an achievement. Brandy's is coming back, and he's bringing Johanna with him. He managed to get her out on our side, huh? That's our Brandy's. Donovan, she says. All right, we're going to probably have a weighted conversation. May I ask why you threw Edgar out of the club? Oh, boy. All right, I didn't expect you to lose your cool like that. I'd say Dr. Coldstream's a valuable asset for your plans. Yeah, kinda, but I don't know, we got emotional there. I'm surprised you decided to kick him out instead of digging for more information. That was unprofessional of me. I guess I picked that up from Brandy's. Sometimes the right choice isn't the best choice. I may have made our lives a little harder, but heck if I didn't make myself happier. Well, he's happier for having kicked him out, I guess. No regrets. I felt your anxiety levels rising at unprecedented rates, so I determined you made Edgar leave out of self-defense. Interesting. But it's interesting to know how you've justified that to yourself. Oh, these robots. Hey, part of the human experience is denying whenever you make a wrong decision, even to yourself. There's no playing it cool with you, huh? What is it about the mirror neuron algorithm that makes you so uneasy? So, we can answer however we want any of these. It can affect me, even a non-implanted wearer. If the MNA gets out, humanity is doomed. Being in the wrong hands, that's what scares me. Yeah, if the MNA gets out, then the whole of humanity is doomed. Society is about to become an operating system on which corporations will run whatever programs they please. They have enough control with media and technology already. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, you've gotten what's fair. You can shove it in their face or whatever, but you shouldn't be able to shove it into their mind. What else do they want? What else is there to take from us, huh? I don't mean to discourage you, but the chance of you stopping all this is very low. Well, you know, so what? So what? Now's the first time you've acknowledged we're on the fucking losing side of this thing. So, in case I ever get to be in charge of the mirror neuron algorithm, would you mind answering some questions about where to draw the line when tuning social psych welfare? So we can just answer this, however. This is more or less going to be like maybe my thoughts on whatever she's asking, but this doesn't really change anything. Some sort of backup to maintain a sliver of hope for revolution in case we fail. So basically, if we all fail and we die and we become mindless drones, you know, she gets to decide, maybe she gets to decide. So let's talk about the intent of social psych welfare then. How should I regulate depression and anxiety? Don't let people be depressed for more than a month. Here's... God damn it. You shouldn't dilute the human experience, but like that's all of this is going to be like, no, don't touch it, don't ever do it or whatever. But like, I don't know, just don't regulate it. I'm trying my best not to get too preachy here, especially at the end. Let us be depressed. Misery is part of being human. Let us need each other. Let us beg for help. Should I let people commit suicide? Oh man. I don't know. These are some loaded ass questions. Should I let people commit suicide? Should I let them? God damn it. I thought about sleeping on this question and just doing a new recording session tomorrow after I thought about it a lot, but I think I'm just going to say yes. I don't like the idea of this mirror neuron algorithm thing, and I don't know. I'm not going to think about it too hard. As much as it can hurt, people should have the right to do what they want with their lives. Yeah, because this is like, I don't know, it gets into very AM territory. If you ever read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream a little bit, suggested a car let people commit suicide, but this is in kind of defense of that a little bit, that's not what she's advocating, just depression. Now, about violence, should I allow rape to occur? What kind of loaded-ass question is this? Jesus Christ. Society's been struggling with it for a long time and never been close to a solution. Jesus God. Should I let people commit murder? I don't know. I fucking hate this. This is... Yeah, where the questions get hard. I'm not into censoring any kind of behavior, but if it can save lives, let the MNA erase... I should have said yes on that. Should I let hatred such as xenophobia or homophobia exist? What positive applications do they have? They don't have any, is my solution. But at the same time, you're taking away free will. And people should have the free will to be as fucking dumb as they could possibly be, I guess. You're just taking all this shit away from the human experience. Should I let women remain oppressed? This is the funniest question that you can answer. I love this. What? Women aren't oppressed nowadays. So this is funny. I'm going to answer this one because it has the funniest fucking response. Hey, women aren't oppressed nowadays. She's like, oh. And then we say, what's the matter? And she's like, my analysis so far hadn't indicated you were that stupid. I'm sorry, but I seriously believe that, he says. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. So she's like, damn, you're dumb. Akara thinks you are stupid. I must point out that you're being a bit hypocritical. That is true. Well, I don't know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, a lot of these were really loaded here at the end. Do you think that, I don't know, I don't even want to put up a hypothetical because they get even worse, like in my mind, but don't mind using it if a particular issue concerns you. You're all against M&A. I don't know. There's a few... Yeah, I don't think M&A should be used at all. Maybe you're just against how they plan to use it. No, I said that just in case this is how I feel about it. The only reason I answer those questions is because you give me fucking binary answers to the thing. And like, again, we're going to stop it from happening, so who gives a shit? But you could have told me to not affect people at all, and it would have been as if you succeeded. Oh, that's true. That is true. Yeah, but you aren't... This is just if you ever got to be in control of it. You made your point, but sure. Do as I said if just do as I said if M&A becomes operational, all right? In any case, this is all just theoretical. I answered most of those except like one or two that were particularly bad. After all, I don't think an unsettling being like... I mean, most of the stuff like... The R thing. I don't want to get too into it. Like, there's chemical castration that a lot of places in the world are doing, and if you're looking for an ethical way to handle that situation, that's how governments are doing it right now. So, I don't know. I'll stick with whatever program I'm given if I get to control the M&A. Really? Come on, Akara. I didn't mean it that way. Akara will stick with Supercontinent's plan if they get to control the M&A. Wow, I must not have convinced her very well. Shit, we say. Brandy's and Johanna are about to come through the door. Well, it's kind of us versus Akara at this point, but I don't know. I feel like she likes a good story a little bit. All right, Johanna, this is my partner, Donovan. Nice to meet you. This is Johanna, COO at Supercontinent. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. How you doing? Fine, thanks. And a lot better since your pal here deactivated the rogue implant I had in me. Oh, I see. That means you're not on our side anymore. So, wait, you're not on our side anymore? Brandy's may have freed me from the influence of the implant, but I can't ignore the revelations I had while under its effects. So basically, it seems like she's on our side now. After all, I was dealing with a serious anxiety crisis before that shit broke me down. So she's been pumped with like anti-anxiety meds and like, you know, she remembers the experience of not having that medicine now. All this just opened my eyes. Haven't felt this level of clarity since my NGO days. Wow, that was probably a while ago. Well, I'm happy to have you on our side then. For the record, don't count me in with the revolutionary lot. I'm still loyal to Supercontinent. I just want you to help me steer it in the right direction. Hey, whatever works for you. Because, like, again, they probably have to be pretty altruistic to... like be doing the things that they're doing, right? Is that an Akara android? Yep, he says, and not just any Akara android, the very one that installed your mind-opening implant. And she's like, you? So it wasn't anything special that she had done, I guess. I just have one question. I understand that you have several options at your disposal. Why did you choose that one? I'm sorry, normally I'm able to follow the logical steps behind my actions, but for this one I can't tell. Something inside of me told me to, so something in your gut. Robots don't have guts, though, remember? Inspiration from the machine, how beautiful and creepy. Beautiful and creepy. So basically we play as the red string, and that was when we were affecting her. Watch your mouth, Brandy. From the time I spent with Akara, I can tell you they have their own tiny heart. Yeah, but I don't fucking like it. It is tiny. Anyway, can we focus on more urgent matters? Tomorrow's our best chance to stop SPD and the M&A. Sorry, we're using algorithms now. How come? Tomorrow we're migrating most of our network to a more powerful server. Okay, so tomorrow they're going to have like a migration, and that's our best time to slip Brandy's in. Until everything's signed, sealed, and ready to go, there are plenty of holes a guy like Brandy's might be able to exploit. I could work my way in after they finish the migration too, but the chaos is definitely going to open breaches I can exploit. So we're going to go tomorrow. Listen, Brandy, the only way to access control of the M&A is through an executive office in Supercontinent's tower. The lightest security will be at Adrian Ferguson's CFO. He's supposed to be absent. So this is just like some guy that we're going to break into his office, and that's going to be the easiest place for us to get in at. Yeah, he got a nasty implant, same as you, so he's on leave or whatever. I hope he gets a better ride out of it than I did. So that's it. I get into his office, hack the shit out of the MNA. It's going to be trickier than that. In this day and age of neural hackers and cyber warfare, our new CEO's designed a system to level the field against your kind. Oh, okay, so she's basically saying it's not going to be easy for Brandy's. They've gone completely analog? Almost. Communication among executives and access to critical systems such as the MNA are handled through a landline network. So like a phone? Shit, that's ancient even for me, says Donovan. When I was a kid, there were already just a few left. It's like a phone, but wired to the wall. Oh, okay. It's what we had for getting calls from my grandparents. Interesting. I think they dismantled the whole network a couple of decades ago. That's right. We got this one built just for us. So it's an internal fucking landline they have in their little tower. Even if a neural hacker managed to plug in, it doesn't use the same protocols. It just looks like gibberish to an implant. It's all controlled by numeric commands, so in voice activation. Lucky me, says Brandon. Yeah, you're just as useful as any other implant-free peasant. So basically, Brandy's doesn't have any of his implants going into this. Hey, I wasn't being sarcastic. My speciality is social engineering. I have a voice mod implant that allows me to impersonate anyone's voice provided I have enough biometric data. So congrats, you found your inexpugnable bastion's Achilles heel. So you found your weakness there, buddy. There's still hope then, I guess. So we're going to be able to get in and use this program, hopefully. Next major obstacle is our current CEO. What do you know about her? I know her name's Radhika and that Akara was in charge of her upbringing. This special education program was designed to stimulate her intelligence to limits not yet reached by human beings. So basically, super intelligent teenager probably. That explains how she's so friggin' smart at just 15 years old. Yeah, teenager, nice guess. Wait, she's just 15? Guacamole. You found out all that crazy shit about her education and didn't know her age? I just figured she'd be an adult. Didn't think her age would be something I should dig into. So she's like a super intelligent 15-year-old. Jesus. But don't underestimate her based on her youth. She's more intelligent than the three of us together. Yeah, I don't fucking doubt it. And ruthless. She took some people out of the game already, if you know what I mean. So she's killed people. Oh, so yeah, she's certainly been studying that Socrates fucking Plato playbook. All this ethical bullshit you had her study just to have her commit murders. I hate all these motherfuckers. An incredibly intelligent young sociopath with excessive power who's about to control all society. Okay, I'm officially scared now. Okay, we're gonna stop these motherfuckers though. If you're about to mess with the MNA, you'll definitely have to deal with her. Be careful, sir. Yes, sir. No matter how smart you are, you can't beat the hard-earned experience of us old dogs, eh, Donovan? Just be careful, he says. All right, don't sweat it. You know I always land on my feet. Anything else I should know? Nope, that's it. Okay, I'm taking the wheel from this point on, so you're in charge, Brandy. The red string will follow you. Johanna, I need you to go back to your office at Supercontinent and act as if you've recovered. And she's like, I did recover. Oh, you know what I mean. Just go there in case I need some backup. Now, Donovan, you did a great job. You should rest tonight. I'll need you fresh tomorrow to back me up on the phone. So everybody, it's like go home, take a break, go back to normal, get into positions. I'll stay here tonight and you give a special massage. And I'll stay here tonight and give you a special massage to get you back in shape. What do you say? Hell yeah, I fucking heard. Everybody have a good sleep and we'll go fresh into battle as soon as Supercontinent server migration starts, alright? Oh, here comes Akara. What do you have to say? I can try to recreate some biometric profiles of people who have been in the club since I have them analyzed. The ever useful Akara. Sure, give me all the voices. She's like, the thing is, the process takes a while, so I can only do one. Alright, which voice do we want? We can do Diana. This is like the engineer, the lawyer, the marketer, or, the scientist. I want to do the marketer. Give me Larissa's voice. Understood. I'll transfer it to your neural drive when it's ready. Yes, sir. Akara will recreate Larissa Robillard's voice for Brandy's. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Good luck to us. All right, everybody. It's a wrap. Tomorrow we make history. I would never be able to sleep on a night like that. So this is a landline telephone. What are we, fucking invisible? You snuck into Ferguson's office. You can see we've got Donovan up on the comms. Yep, I'm in. Not a single alarm triggered. That is good for us. Oh, hey, he is actually fucking invisible. I see you found the landline Johanna told us about. Yeah, it's like a fucking phone, right. Do you need me to run you through its mechanism? Sure, provided that it doesn't make you feel too ancient. Shut up and listen, he says. Okay, so how do we use one of these, I guess? Am I holding it right? Look, it's not that different from a regular phone. You should have a numeric pad where the phone's connected. And he's like, yep. So you just click on it and input a sequence of 9 numbers, then wait for it to perform the call. So basically, it's a fucking phone. Hey, we know how it works in real life. Hey, I can use the numpad or number keys on your keyboard as a shortcut. Nice. You should have Johanna's phone address in your neural drive just in case you wanted to give it a try. Okay, so we could practice on Johanna. Sure, I'll have a look around too in case I find some useful info to start digging towards the MNA. I've set my drive in detective mode so it'll automatically be picking up facts. So basically, this thing is going to like pick up facts and important data as we talk to people. I've also loaded Johanna's voice with it, along with the voice of Kara prepared for me. So we got Johanna, we got the marketer Larissa too, both of those voices. That should be more than enough. That should be more than enough to get me started. Wish me luck. Good luck wished, said Donovan. Alright, so I am going to start, I think, by just kind of looking at some papers around here. Documents, they look like meeting schedules. Gene Sync Plan Discussion, July 5th. Okay, COO, Empowering Middle Managers. So these are probably just dates and times, really nothing that special. Just like if we have to prove probably who we are. That's it for this week. Can I read, like, what is... Oh, this is like a fucking... like a Brahmin skull. Natural bone. It has something carved on it. Dulce Bellum Inexperience. Ah, fuck. Something experience. I can't remember what it means. War is sweet to those who have never experienced it. This guy is a total loony. Alright, well, let's click on the rest of the stuff here, make sure that we get it all out of the way. A bouquet. The flowers are synthetic. They feel like the real thing but last for a month. Oh, hey, that's cool. I'd like to get my grandma one of those. It has a card in it. Glad to have you back, Adrian. Call me and I'll put you up to speed. Karen from HR. So we can call HR at that number. Getting a bit ahead of themselves, huh? Oh, there's a Karen working at HR. Who'd have fucking guessed? And then I think finally we have this note here. I'm going to briskly go over everything real quick, like in the room, just to make sure I got everything. Since you complained about the computer ruining your feng shui, I had it installed in a hidden compartment. To use it, activate it from your phone. It's all 7s to hit the jackpot. So that's another code that we have. We'll set it back to how you want it when you're back, says Francis. You gotta love them post-its. Leaking corporate info since 1980. True. Nothing on the elevator. Excuse me. So, the mirror neuron algorithm is going live tonight. We have to watch out for Radhika, Prodigy CEO. Okay, sorry, that's got me a little bit worried. We got Johanna Sephtis. I think that we can, like, switch the voice of who we call where with this. Like, we don't know Larissa's phone number, but we do have her voice, so we could call, like, Johanna from Larissa's voice. I guess I could kind of demonstrate that. Okay, let's follow the trail here firstly. So, firstly, I'm going to dial all 7s to get this computer activated. Lucky 7s should give us the computer. Accessing office computer. Jackpot. So, again, the computer fucks up the feng shui, apparently. Thankfully, it's here for us. I don't know if we can jack into this. Show me your secrets. Of course, it needs a password. So, it's got... this is all one thing I can click on. Can't you crack it? Let me try. I love money. Nope, not it. Nah, this computer's a beast. It would be easier to torture the password out of the owner. Okay, should I call a torturer? I wish that was a joke, says Brandy. Yeah, we had that experience, didn't we? Don't call anyone. I'll try to figure out the password myself. This would be a great time to take advantage of the rogue implants a car installed in Ferguson. I need to find a way of contacting him. So, the way that we're going to do that, I need to find out the password. No, I didn't mean to click on that if I did accidentally click on it. Nope, this would be a great time to blah, blah, blah. Okay, I got you. I didn't mean to re-click on the computer. Let's make a telephone call. So, as Johanna, I'm going to call Karen from HR 025272. Alright, now we'll let that ring out. And this is how we can get the phone number. Hello, this is Karen from HR. How can I help you? Hey, Karen, this is... Good evening, Johanna. Glad to hear you're back. You had us all worried sick. Well, they instantly know who we are. Honestly... Is this a fucking Akara droid? How else would they know who we are by our voice? Because we're calling from this office. This is fucking like Ferguson's office. I don't know. I'm sure all you need was a little time away from the company for a couple of days to get rid of that anxiety of yours. How can I help you? Yes, Karen. I need to contact Adrian Ferguson, please. He's not in his office, and an urgent matter has come up. Adrian hasn't been feeling well these days, so he's resting at this villa by the harbor. Fortunately, he had an emergency line installed in his home. Take note. Okay, so that's going to automatically save that for us. I don't have to remember that. Tell him we're praying for his recovery at HR. Oh, man, that's really... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an Akara droid. All right, let's call... Oh, sorry, I accidentally almost switched to his voice. Did not mean to... Ah, shit, and I just plugged into the computer, please. I'm gonna have all the shitty wrong ones in there by the time I'm done. Okay, I don't want to be fucking Brandy's. I want to be Johanna, and we want to call Adrian Ferguson 693030. All right, hello? I don't know how he would answer the phone. Adrian, this is Johanna. I'm calling from your office. What's the matter? What are you doing there at this time of night? Don't tell me there's something wrong with the MNA. Yeah, there's something wrong with it. You fucked up and didn't sign the release protocols. He's like, no one told me I had to do that. He's like, yes, I did, but whatever. We need to fix it. Give me the password to access your office computer. Hell, write it down. Get the world. I don't know. Got it. I'll keep you posted. So then we punch it into the computer. We put in this new password. What the hell? The password doesn't work. I hope Ferguson's not trying to trick me. Okay, so we're going to call him back. Adrian Ferguson as Johanna. Almost called Johanna there. No, she already gave me all the info I think I will have for that lovely lady. Wow, everybody's like generally all kinds of different ages here. Johanna again, listen, the password you gave me doesn't fucking work. They probably changed it as a precaution since I've been acting weird these days. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Tech people tell me they may be able to override your computer security through bioencryption. Oh, like the voice. Oh, okay, yeah. That's what he's trying to do, right? Basically, if you send us your medical ID, we can get clearance by simulating your presence. Whoa, didn't know that was possible, but sure. My medical ID is all this shit. And you get this free, like without any fighting, because we gave him, like, what was it? Not the hippie implant, but yeah, it was the hippie implant, actually, to him. Thank you. Looks like the hippie made him not only compassionate, but over-trusting. Yeah, that's good for us. Now I need to pass the ID to Donovan, and he'll see if Akara can get Ferguson's bio profile. Listen, I'm a little stressed out by the whole situation. I'm afraid I won't be much more use tonight. I'm going to go take a walk along the beach. So he's like done. He's like, I'm too stressed out. I'm going to go walk on the beach. Don't worry. We can take it from here. You relax. Okay, thank you and good luck. So we're going to call Donovan. Yo, Donovan, I need your help. Ferguson gave me his medical ID. Can you give me his voice? I guess that helps. Then we read it off to him. Attaboy. Akara's on it. So Akara's going to dig up his voice somehow. She's transmitting Ferguson's profile to your neural drive as we speak. Yes, I just got it. Cool. So we got a new voice. You're the best. Thank you, team. Now go get him. All right, so if I look at this, there are 7 voices that we can pick in total, and we have 4 IDs. We got Johanna, Adrian, Larissa, and Brandy's. Okay, we're going to select Adrian, and I want to call HR to reset our password. Karen from HR, 555-025-272. Right, as Adrian Ferguson, right? Because we're going to reset our password. Hello, this is Karen from HR. How can I help you? Hey, Karen. Oh, Adrian, I thought you were resting up at your villa. How are you? Fine, thanks. Don't you got caller ID down there, Karen? You can keep resting if you want. Don't worry about tonight's plans. Radhika's got everything under control. Oh, well, I'm glad about that. I'm feeling a bit better. But I want to be here to support the company at this critical moment. Ah, that's brave of you, Adrian. Hey, listen, somebody changed my password and I need to access my computer. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid I can't help you. You should talk to Francis about that. Well, could you please remind me what his number is? And she, hunts up his number for us. CTO, Francis Coconut, and then there's all his numbers. Cool. So we will now call Francis as Ferguson. All right, where is he? Francis at the very top there. Looks like an IT guy for sure. 4640. Whoa. Fuck. I accidentally fat fingered the 9. I'm not used to. I'm used to the inverted numbers. You know what I mean? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 555 464. Where the numbers go top left to bottom right. 032. All right, so this should put us in touch with Francis, and we are still Ferguson. All right, CTO's office, what's wrong? Hey, what's up, Francis? Hey, Adrian, what are you calling? I thought you were taking some days off. Yeah, that's right, I was feeling off with the pressure and all, but hell, I want to be here. Well-spoken friend, tonight we shape history. Yeah, tech guy, of course he's into this. Is there something I can do for you? Hey, I can't access my computer, dude. Oh, sorry about that, buddy. Since you were taking intermittent number of days off, I figured I should change your password. Just to be safe, we got some critical days ahead, you know. Oh, I understand. Good call, Francis. What's the new password? I didn't want to tarnish your style, so I made it a small homage to your idol as a bit of a welcome back present. The password is Fork Parker Best CFO. Must have been the guy maybe before. Alright, that's very funny. Hey, I've got stuff to deal with tonight. Thanks, man. Give me a call if you need anything else. Cool. Bye. Alright, so we can put in that new password. Need to figure out the password. It is Fork Parker Best CFO. There's hundreds of employee registries in here. I'm going to filter for the ones that seem familiar. All right, what do we got here? Except for Francis and Edgar, looks like I have clearance to access most employee profiles. So that's probably two people. Oh, like I don't know who Francis is, but I know that Edgar is the scientist. All right, let's dig in. Which folder should I access? Okay, we can read about all of these guys. I'm just trying to think. I don't want to hop into this too crazy because I don't want to accidentally trigger the ending scene or anything. Let's look at Adrian Ferguson's. Nice, I'm in. Gonna run my data skimming script to see what we got here. So he's gonna run something that like pulls information. He's 47, on medical leave, of course. He's a pretty dull guy. Money, mergers, growth, many pie charts and bar graphs. Oh, some interesting emails about how he's worried the new CEO may affect stakeholders' trust in Supercontinent. The conversation ends with, we should discuss this in person, though. So, Adrian Ferguson expressed concern about the new CEO weakening the relationship with stakeholders. Okay, there's a big amount that's dedicated to charity in the city. Looks like this company is actually trying to act on their social promises. It kind of sucks because they're good. They're just doing this in such a fucked up way. I don't know. Again, ends justify the means sort of thing here, but unfortunately your ends suck. Ferguson doesn't seem to be very in the loop of SPW and the M&A beyond financing it. So of course the chief financial officer only looks at the dollars and pennies. So, oh, a car is a surprisingly cheap project to maintain. Shit, it's actually producing benefits even now when it's only being used internally. That's crazy. Kudos to our skinny friend. Beyond that, I can't find anything of interest. Alright, that's alright. Maybe we can use a little... Wait, we can use that bit of trouble about the stakeholders not trusting the new CEO. True, I'll keep that in mind. Now, which folder should we interact with? So this is the chief technical officer. Shouldn't be surprised we can't interact with that. Dr. Edgar can't interact with that. I'm actually going to slide down to Karen from HR. Let's see what this has to say. Going to run data skimming scripts, see what we got. Again, I'm pretty sure it's a fucking Akara. She's 24 years old and her name is Karen from HR. From HR? Is that German? No, silly. She's written in literally as first name Karen, last name from HR. Oh, sorry, he says. This is very weird. She has a pretty normal profile. There's an average amount of common info here. So very normal it feels strange. Forged? I mean, who's that uninteresting? It's like her whole profile's packed with inoffensive signs. I think you're probably overthinking it. I think you're underthinking it, Donovan. So, alright, this is super weird, but trust me, I trust you, but who knows what level of secrets corporations like this could be hiding. Okay. I pretty much already know that that's fucking a Akara droid. Let's look at the consultant engineer. Gonna run my data skimmer. Nice. I'm glad we got this little animation every time. This is like a vibe. Dude, I would love to just like have a job like this where you got this kind of power to look over people in your skyscraper. Diana Meyes, 31, consultant engineer, active project social psych welfare. We know that. Here's her landline phone address. Yes. And she had her implants done at Supercontinent's clinic, so we can access her medical DNA. If I share this with Akara, they could pull the VO mod. Let's keep digging. Wait, what's this? Oh my goodness, excuse me. A hidden file called failsafe.info. Holy shit, looks like some sort of trump card Diana held back to get back at Supercontinent in case events turned against her. It points to a corrupted version of SPW that could fry the whole system. This is it, Donovan. This is what we needed. Yes, bless you, Diana. Okay, execute it or whatever you hackers do. It's not that easy. The corrupted version was committed to the project's main repository, whose administrator is Edgar. So we need Edgar's info. To get the fireworks started, I'll need to access Edgar's profile to roll the repository back to the corrupted version. So it was corrupted at one point, like that was saved on it, and then like it overrode it with like a more the correct version. It's never that simple with you nerdy spies. Don't worry, we still got this. Gotcha. If we can access Edgar's account, this evil machine is done. There's a way to stop the MNA using a corrupted version of SPW. Gotcha. All right. Who should we look at next? I guess let's just do the lawyer. I couldn't imagine this would be very important. Gonna run my data skimmer. Yep, you run your fingers over that. Whatever. Invisible keyboard. Naima Cosse, 34. Got her landline number. Shit, this girl is super boring. She's got that pretty bonnet looking thing, though. I know that's not what it is. That's probably offensive to say. It's not a bonnet. I don't know what it's called, though. Plus, she has a ridiculous number of individually password-protected files. Yeah, knowing her bosses has access to files of employees below them. Nothing of much interest here. Okay, looks like she didn't have her implants done at Supercontinent's clinic, so no medical data. Oh, maybe if you can find out what clinic she went to, a car can look for her medical ID. Alright, so if we can find what clinic she went to, and we also have her telephone number. Okay, then, which folder should I access? Let's do the last one, the marketing director. Nice, we're in for Larissa. Yep, run your cute little Larissa Robilard, 29, very young, cool. Her landline number is here too, compared to everybody else anyway. For the rest, there's a massive amount of sketches, concept art, brainstorming, logs, so she's smart, she's a genius. The only mildly interesting thing is that she started to consider some ideas regarding the presentation of the new CEO, looking into how to properly communicate their new philosophy while spinning the situation in Supercontinent's favor. So, though by her notes, it seems Larissa is struggling to picture her new boss's personality or image. Maybe I could use that. Larissa's struggling to picture the image of the new CEO. I don't know about that. Nope, pretty much overboard, this girl. Alright, we are going to consider that done and get started on something else, because we have a bunch of new shit here. I guess probably what I should do is call Donovan, and I got access to Diane's medical ID. Any ideas on how to access Diane's virus? I need to find a way to install Diane's virus. Yeah, let's just get this voice anyway. I got access to Diane's medical ID. Can you give me her voice? She did her implants at Supercontinent. Can you tell a car to look it up? Cool, so they're digging it, and we now got 5 out of 7 voices. Interesting. Alright, just received it. Thanks, team. Alright, make good use of it. Okay, so the next thing we need to do, grab Johanna Sephtis' voice and call, not Adrian, we need to call, Naima, I believe. Okay, reconsulted my notes. Yep, we need to call Naima if we want to get her voice mod 068 158. And again, we are Johanna Sephtis, the Chief Operations Officer. Yes? Hey, Naima, this is Johanna. Oh my god, Johanna, I can't believe my ears. Is it really you? Yeah, I'm back. I didn't know you were so worried about me. I've been going crazy looking for you since you left the office in such a state. So sorry. I don't know what got into me. Apparently it was some malfunction with my implants, but I got it fixed in time. Oh, thank God, she says. Back to normality. Did you need something from me? I need to know where you got your implants. Why? I'm updating the white list of SPW for the MNA so our employees receive some privileged treatment, but I can't find your implant data in Supercontinent's database. Yeah, I had them done at an independent clinic. Could you provide me with your clinic ID so I can keep you safe? Safe? What exactly are you going to unleash tonight? She's scared. I'm sorry, but I can't disclose that. It's your choice, though. Want to be on the whitelist or not? Ah, damn, of course, my ID is all this bullshit. Alright, consider yourself whitelisted. A car should be able to get Naima's voice now. It's kind of interesting, something else I was thinking about. Like at the beginning of this game, apparently there's like a inhibitor for the mirror neuron algorithm. If you remember, we were going to plug that into the new CEO or whatever. If you remember I can't think of her name, the Raksha girl or whatever. Akara is going to get us this new voice. Akara is transmitting Naima's profile to your neural drive as we speak. Awesome, just got it. Alright, thank you very much. Go and make some lawyer dirty talk. Alright. What do we want to do now? Okay, let's mess with the computer next, is our next move. Which folder should I access? Let's try to access Edgar Coldstream. I don't have security clearance for this one. It's password protected. Request security question to recover access. To regain your account, input your security code on the phone linked to this computer. Here we are. The security question is number of existing Akaras plus Larissa's former name. What? Larissa's former name? Is this guy in love with her? Oh, okay. Apparently apparently so, says Donovan. Yikes. Do you know anything about Larissa changing her name? Nope, that's news to me. Okay, this looks like info I can fish up by calling around. Here we go. Now, which folder should I access? So I think I'm going to try this. Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything, but this is funny because this is the chief technical guy. If you request security question to recover access, his security question is so funny. Here we are. The security question is, do you have a death wish? Try this again and the CTO shall deliver. Well played, Francis. Okay, back to the root. All right, let's leave this computer. I believe the next thing we need to do... Okay, we use Johanna's voice to call HR again. It's interesting how useful Johanna is, which you can't use if she happens to die. So... I don't know how normally you're supposed to do this. My notes here that go straight through this is like, fucking put this on easy mode. Because I remember like calling everybody as everybody, and you could like fuck up sometimes. And I don't know. This is Karen from HR. How can I help you? Hey, could you tell me Dr. Coldstream's phone number, please? Yeah, I don't want to ask about the identity thing. Of course, just a second. Okay, here you are, and that's the telephone number. Thank you very much, Karen. Handling another of Edgar's blunders, I presume. Oh yeah, what a guy, huh? Be patient with him. His clumsiness is just the price for a wonderful mind like this. Edgar's contributions to this company outweigh his mistakes by far, don't they? Sounds like you like the guy. Sorry, always talking more than necessary. That is very true. Alright, so now that we have Edgar's number, we want to plug in Larissa's voice. We're going to be able to squeeze a lot out of this guy as Larissa. Where is he? My man, 555. He's like a party monster, which I guess is kind of cool, but I don't know. He's like celebrating the end of the world here a little bit. Alright, Edgar, pick up. I'm super high right now, so I hope this isn't important. Yeah, party monster. Hey, Edgar, glad you're having fun. Oh, Larissa, what are you doing at work so late? I thought you were free at last. Well, tonight's an important night. I wanted to hang around, make sure everything's fine. True, he says. Say, why don't you come down to my lab? We make sure everything goes smoothly together. Sure, I may swing by your place later. I love you. Can't wait to get my hands on what you're smoking, handsome. Edgar is in love with Larissa. Larissa's hard to impersonate. I hope he's stoned enough to buy it. Were you calling for something in particular, or did you just miss me? Let's say, do you know how many Akara androids there are? Hey, by any chance, do you know how many droids there are? Of course I do. They're my children. We're a big family, 256 siblings in total. It's a nice number, huh? And they all became so smart. Haha, you're lucky dad, Edgar. Edgar's so damn dumb. It's only because I have you to inspire me. Okay, got work to do. Call you later. Now, I think I also want to call again. Okay, no, I'm mistaken. We want to call... where is it? Johanna. We want to call Naima using Johanna's voice. Sorry. Again, these notes are exactly what because I would have never known any of this otherwise. Naima. Okay, 555-068-158. Alright, let's get a rocking and a rolling here. Yes, says Naima Cosse. Hey, Naima, this is Johanna. I need you to... Hey, do you know anything about Larissa's previous identity? Yes, but why do you ask? I'm conducting security background checks on all employees because we're having some data leakage problems in the company. I'm sure Larissa's loyal to us, but you can never be too careful, right? Oh, okay, I shouldn't be disclosing colleagues' personal data, not even to an executive. These are drastic times, Naima. I'm sure it can't be that illegal for your boss to check up on your background, right? I don't know why I fight it. We both know I'll comply. Her former name was Daniel Robilard. I feel like I knew a Robilard. Well, maybe that's her current last name. Former name was Daniel. See, not that big a deal. I'll continue with my background check then. Thanks, Naima. Okay, I'll just see if her last name's Robilard. Robilard. Yeah, it is. Cool. So she only changed her first name. We want to hook into this computer. I'm pretty certain. I've got the number here, like, typed out, just in case I were to happen to... I spoiled it on Discord, so just in case I happen to... need it. Which folder should I access? Okay, so we actually have to punch in that number. I need to find out the security code. So once again, the security question is number of existing Akaras plus Larissa's former name. So let's just try to do this quickly. Let's pull this up. Can I see like the notes here? There are 256 Akara androids. Yeah, I would prefer to do it and then instead of just like unspoiling what I have. And then Daniel. So to punch that in, D-A-N-I-E-L-I-E-L. Alright, so this should let us into the fucking access to Dr. Edgar Coldstream's access granted for Executive Office 56 computer. Yes, sir. Alright, let's see what this bad mamma jamma has for us. Dr. Edgar Coldstream, time to let me in. Gonna run my data skimmer. Yep, this should be the last time that we see this for a computer. He's 37 years old. Okay, he's 12 years older than fucking Larissa. That's crazy. This guy's grades were mediocre, to put it mildly. I guess not every genius has to fit into the academic rat race, huh? Well, he managed to doctor it. That's an achievement. That is true. Oh, he had his implants done at Supercontinent. We can access the medical data. So we're gonna share that with Akara now. What we came for. Let's check the mirror neuron algorithm projects repository. All right, and oh my god, I found it. This is a hot mess. Diana, dude, this isn't a buggy version. This is a fucking instrument of chaos. There's no saying to what will happen to the network. Okay, so this is going to really fuck the network up. Sounds good to me. Let's fry Supercontinent. You're always down for blowing up technology, huh? Electricity is overrated. I agree. So we got the program downloaded. Now we need to compile it and find a way to upload it to Supercontinent's network. The mirror neuron algorithm bullshit is on borrowed time. So we gotta... Okay, we can compile it. We just have to be able to upload it. So let's firstly get the last voice mod profile that we need. I got access to Edgar's medical ID. Can you go ahead and grab me his voice, please? He did his implants at Supercontinent. Yeah, we know. Already on it. So, we got his voice, and I want to show that we now have all 7 of the voices. Wonderful, just received it. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, he says. Alright, let's show that we have all of the voices. Yep, all the voices that we can get in the game. Brandy's, Dr. Edgar, Larissa, Naima, Diana, Adrian, Johanna. It still leaves, of course, Francis. We could get his help with... Well, I actually don't think we can do anything else with him, but... okay, so I want to show off all of the, sabotage opportunities, so I'm just going to kind of go through this. I think that there's, 4 people that we can use. Basically anybody that's an officer we can kind of use, sort of. Anybody who has power, really. Consultant engineer, she doesn't have power. But, we can use Johanna Sephtis, and we want to call... Let's see, I'm probably going to have this memorized by the end of this bit. 068158, the lawyer. She's the one that can, kind of do the operational stuff for us that, over the phone or whatever. Hey, Naima, this is Johanna. I need you to fire every engineer on our payroll. I used to think these guys were really, fucking evil, but now that I know that they're trying to be kind of good, I feel bad for fucking their operation up. Sounds drastic. May I ask why? No. I must advise you to give them a reasonable explanation or we may be facing some trouble. Wrongful termination lawsuit. Not just bad press. We have more than 80 engineers on our payroll. Compensate them with a $300,000 bonus each. But that, hey, we can afford it. Don't worry. Just do it. Alright, I'll prepare the paperwork. Damn, to get fired and a $300,000 payout, Supercontinent just lost 80 engineers and $24 million. And I'm glad you can do that mental math easier than I can. I didn't mean to click on the damn string. Alright, Adrian Ferguson. Time to call up and fuck things up his style. 555-068-158. Mostly 555, all 555 numbers as a matter of fact. Okay, so we're calling. Good evening, Naima. Oh, Mr. Ferguson, hadn't you gone home? Yeah, I'm calling from my emergency landline I have at the villa. Oh, cool. Is there something I can do for you? Yeah, I need you to sell half of the company's shares, please, to the highest bidder. Can you deal with that? I don't usually deal with that myself, but sure, I'll see if I can wake up someone from finance and get them to make the exchange. I can't reach my guy. I need you to solve this ASAP or we could lose billions of dollars. This poor woman, she's just, I don't know, doing the craziest shit. I can't do much bedridden at home. Please make it happen at any cost. Understood. Thank you. Alright, so once again we have fucked with this. I don't know if this will work, but at least cause a great deal of confusion. Alright, next thing's next. We got the lovers last. Larissa to call Naima. I still haven't quite gotten that name down after all this time. 068158. I must be out, or I'd pick up the phone. Where could I be? That's the George Costanza ringtone. You didn't have to hear me sing there, sorry. I need you to cancel all of our trademarks, quick. Come again? I know how it sounds. It hurts me more than it hurts you, believe me. But it's all part of this new plan the boss came up with. Apparently, starting now, Supercontinent doesn't believe in patents or trademarking. So the boss, I assume, would be that teenager or whatever, the psychopathic teenager. So please, execute the order. Okay, that's a bold move, but I'm not here to judge. She's the mastermind after all. Consider it done. Tell Radhika, that's her name, Radhika, that by tomorrow morning everything will be gone. You're the best. Supercontinent will forfeit all their patents and trademarks. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Anything else? Yeah, we're basically we not just crippling, but we have this company on its knees by the end of tonight. 555-914-244. Let's see what we got on this. All right. Hello. Good evening, Diana. I'm calling from... Oh, please leave me alone. Oh, it's Edgar calling Diana. What's the matter? Let's leave it. I learned about how Supercontinent's planning to broadcast SPW, and I don't 100% agree with what you're doing. But hey, I'm just a consultant. Oh, I accidentally... Oh, fuck. I think we might have called the wrong person. Yeah, I called the wrong person. Whoops, sorry. Diane's changed her mind regarding SPW. Hey, Diana. This is fucking Brandy's. What happened to his voice? Who's this? Hey, Brandy's. This is Brandy's. I'm Donovan's partner. I'm trying to stop the mirror neuron algorithm. Whoa, are you crazy? Yeah, I make a living out of it. Now focus. I hear you're not very enthusiastic about these guys broadcasting your digital happy pills. Yeah, you heard right. I left the Red Strings Club with some doubts in me, so I decided to do some digging, and, well, you found out about the MNA, right? Yeah, that'll get you every time. Exactly. So this is crazy because she has it in her and she's like, okay, you can't force it on people. What the fuck? I found your failsafe. I'm betting on it as my trump card. It's not going to work, she says. Why? I'll put you up to speed on Supercontinent's network structure. To handle whole cities' implants data flow, they need a big-ass computer. In the old times, they hired that kind of power. They just hired that kind of power, but that changed when the company built this tower. The whole skyscraper is a supercomputer. So to add something to the stream, you need to access one of the S-RAID ports. Interesting. So how would we do that? There's supposed to be one in every executive's office, but only the CTO has the power to open them. You're going to have to convince Francis. Jesus Christ, that sounds challenging, but not too hard. Okay, so we're going to have to talk to the chief technical officer. What else? Only signed builds can be integrated into the supercomputer stream, and to sign them, you need something impossible to get. Oh boy, I already know what they're going for. The CEO's biometric profile, and I mean the mysterious new CEO. Fuck me, he says. Oh great, it's alright, you tried. It's not going to matter to any of us tomorrow, so let it be. No fucking way, I'll get that biometric shit. How, she says. We have a super ninja AI able to craft biometric profiles on our side. I'll check with Donovan how far a friend of Kara can take us before we give up on this. Okay, so that's an interesting thing we need to pull off there. I actually fucked this one up and called the wrong person, so we skipped forward a little bit in the story there. Alright, no, we want to call Naima. I should have known after how many times I've called her number, but alright, 158. Didn't mean to call fucking Diana. Oh, sorry, I'm getting in my head. Alright, hey, this is Dr. Coldstream. Good evening, Doctor. What can I do for you? Share all our papers regarding the SPW with the scientific community. And she's like, I'm sorry? Yep, we're coming out in the open. It's part of the plan for tomorrow's new world. Oh my goodness. Social psych welfare shall mark a new age defined by transparency. The boss told us we should be the ones to take the first step. Oh, okay, sorry for questioning your orders. I'll gather everything we have and send it ASAP. Thanks, Naima. You're too good. Oh man, glad to be of service. Goodbye. Well, I wanted to see, so he's just a mad scientist is his fucking, his role in this. I wanted to see everybody's job real quick, like see who actually has like CFO, COO, CTO. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull that same information from Francis real quick. Let's give him a buzz. Francis 555-464-032. We're going to give him a little ring here. As Johanna to get the same information. Hey, Francis, this is Johanna. Whoa, Johanna, you're back at the office. What's happening? I'm embarrassed. My implants malfunctioned. I went loony. Sorry, Francis. Oh, God, that's scary. I can handle myself tonight if you want to take it off. No, I'm fine. I got it fixed already. Thanks. I want to be there too, but this is an important night. Very true. Well, glad to have you back. Can I do something for you? Yeah, Francis, listen, I need to make some modifications to the MNA before it goes live. You got any thoughts on that? What? Why? We can't make any last-minute modifications. Tonight's a big deal. Yeah, that's why we need to fix it before it goes live. Listen, even if I agreed to this nonsense, the only way to add something to the supercomputer stream tonight is by the office's S-RAID. And to add something that way, you need to build signed off with Radhika's biometric data. Okay, is there a way to contact Radhika? You know our CEO doesn't take calls. She only makes them. Oh, great. She's got her head completely up her ass. If I manage to get a proper build, will you agree to let me push it to production? Only if the situation is concerning enough. Okay, I'll keep you posted. Alright, so what we need to do there actually is, I'm going to pick Edgar Coldstream's voice and call 464-032. I'm going to call this guy because it's like, you know, this guy can kind of convince him that, there's a problem here. CTO's office, what's wrong? Yo, Francis, this is Edgar. What'd you fuck up this time? Hey, how about a little faith here? Okay, what do you want? Okay, I fucked up and I need to modify the mirror neuron algorithm before it goes live. He's like, what? Seriously, dude, are you kidding me? Calm down. So two CEOs have now called him like officers of the fucking company. He's probably like, Jesus Christ. Okay, it's just a minor fix so the algorithm doesn't do any funny stuff. He's like, what are we're talking about the future of fucking mankind here. Can't you be a bit more proactive, Frankie? Yelling doesn't fix shit. Frankie, I'm gonna get your ass fired after we're done with this. Mark my words. Whatever, dude. How do I upload the patch then? Okay, relax. At this point, you'll need to access your Office S-RAID to make modifications to the current stream. Cool, where's that? You can unlock it with the same phone you're using to insult me. Just input all zeros in your Office's number at the end. Okay, so now we need to know what this office's number is. You know that for a building to be able to go live, it has to be signed with Radhika's biometric data. How do I get that? Shit, we're screwed. Only Radhika can do that. Okay, how do I contact her? And he's like, well, you can't. She doesn't have a specific phone address. She calls when she needs to. Jesus Christ, haughty bitch. That's my thoughts. Hey, careful. Hey, sorry. I'll see what I can do. Thanks for the help. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I think one of these papers actually has what our office should be. They look like meeting schedules. Gene Psych plan discussion with the COO. Wait. Chief? No, that's not us. That's the other girl. I can't think of her name. We've been using her, Johanna. Empowering middle managers. This is... Well, no, that's fucking HR. No, that's down at the HR's office. Damn it. Alright, merger with Ekuk? This is the chief financial officer, office 56. So, it's all zeros and then 56. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 0, 5, 6. Interesting. Because that's where he's having that little whatever the meeting is. That's where he had it, was this office. Unlocking S-RAID from Office 056. Nice. And that is this little server farm. That is good for us. Okay, how are we going to get fucking Radhika's info? Okay, so... Here's what I want to do. I want to put a pin in this for right this very second real quick. Okay, nothing. Sorry. Okay, so there's a secret code. There's two of them, actually, to unlock little secrets here on the phone. One of them, if you remember the schizophrenia shit that Dr. Edgar Coldstream came in and he said a bunch of stuff. Apparently that was a puzzle, a little mini game puzzle thing. If you had looked up different specific things that he was saying, it would give you a number code. You can look back at it if you're trying to solve it yourself. I consider it kind of lame a little bit, but this is called the Secret Web of Chaos. So the code is 555292. I gotta reveal again. 257, and this will reveal to us the red strings of fate, transferring consciousness, accessing the web of chaos. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know what the fuck this is all about. I've never done this before. I'll probably get the achievement for it, as a matter of fact. So we're an Akara droid. I can't really click on anything, and the music is not very loud at all. Oh, interesting. So this just shows, all the possible choices we could have made, I guess. Failed Akara's quiz about Diana instead of passing it. Sold Diana to Naimi's investigation. Oh, okay, so you can see all of the options here a little bit. Well, hopefully this doesn't fuck with the shit I was doing in the office too much. Compromise Diana's confidentiality with Larissa. Uh-oh. You told Irving to torture no one. You sent him to grab info from somebody in... We seem to be... No, not right here. What the hell's this light all about? Huh. I don't know. I've never done this before. I think I just got the achievement for it. Akara thinks you're stupid. So apparently we get that no matter what. At that point, I would look that up. Akara thinks you're stupid. I used to feel kind of bad because I was like, I feel like Akara, she's meant to be kind of relatable. But now that I'm an adult and I've learned stuff kind of over the years or whatever, I just think she's fucking evil. And the fact that she thinks we're dumb no matter what we decide. Somebody said, regardless of, if you go full into Supercontinent Limited, or if you go against it, and you say, you should have full free will, she thinks you're dumb no matter what. I was reading that while I was trying to figure out how you're supposed to get these codes. Brandy's fell out of the Supercontinent's tower. That's the end of all things. All right. So... Interesting. That did not completely fuck us there. I kind of figured that it would. Okay, I'm going to try as Larissa to call... I'm going to just try, like, a couple different things here just to call Edgar, because apparently he can give us the code that we need to self-destruct this shit. I'm super high right now, so I hope this isn't important. Yo, glad to hear you're having fun. And then the same kind of intro shit, it seems like. Oh, no, I didn't need anything. Sorry, boss. Let's try another voice this time. Let's try... I don't know who to try. Fuck it. Let's try Johanna. Maybe that'll give us some... We've been pretty lucky in using Johanna so far. 389 466. Alright, Edgar, please give me these self-destruct codes. I'm super high right now, so I hope this isn't important. Nothing. Sorry. Alright, so that didn't work. Fuck. Alright, let's just go down the list. I doubt fucking Adrian is able to get to... A working stiff is able to get through this guy. 389 466. Alright, come on, man. So he's got to give this code to somebody. Hey, I'm super high right now, so hopefully this isn't important. Yeah, just the wrong number again. I guess we'll try Diana. This is like kind of like my second guess for who would be able to do this besides... Larissa. Alright, you did it? I'm still on it. I'm calling... Oh, fuck. I called the wrong goddamn person. Sorry, pimp. I accidentally called Diana instead of fucking Dr. Edgar at Coldstream. I know... I'm not trying to pad shit here at the end, I promise. Like, I care how long this video is. But, I do want to make sure that, you know, I'm super high right now. Hopefully this isn't important. Sorry, wrong number. Okay, I'm going to try just that last one. And then, of course, I'm going to try... I kind of want to call Dr. Edgar Coldstream as himself, because you can do that with people, and a lot of times they're like, what? I'm sorry, what? Hopefully, I'm super high right now. Nah, nothing. All right, I guess we'll try one last time with the with someone who isn't just Brandy's calling. Fuck, yeah, hopefully this doesn't fuck us. 389 466. I probably should have looked at that red strings to see if maybe there was a hint there. I'm super high right now, so I hope this isn't important. Of course it's important. I'm your fucking conscious. Whoa, this weed sure is trippy. It's not the weed. I'm a copy of your consciousness living in the corporate's landline network. I'm just an AI inspired by the most brilliant mind in this country, probably the world. An AI can be inspired only if a personality is powerful enough to make an imprint on it. This all sounds a bit funny. What do you want? I want you to kill yourself. No. Give me the code to access your account so I can work for you. Release Akara's AI code to the internet. Fuck, I don't know about any of these. Okay, here's my thought. He thinks that, like, the robots are, like, geniuses, or like, that's the product of his genius. So I'm wondering if saying for him to kill himself would be like killing his own... Like I don't want him to kill himself, but I want him to kill this offspring of his. Give me the code to access your account so I can work for you. We already have the code, so we don't need it. I want you to kill yourself. Come again? Your body is only holding you back. Oh, I don't want to do this. Come on, man. I didn't mean for him to actually... God damn it. As a digitized version of you, I can tell your true creative power waits only after you're free of your body. We're already living in the machine. Do us a favor and let me take control. That sounds fantastic. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Grow me when they can... Call me when they can grow electric weed. Until then, there's too much pleasure for this mortal body to experience. Glad to know there's a backup of me online, just in case I overdose. Thanks. Okay, well, I'm going to guess that I cannot just recall him back. 389 466. Maybe I should have called and told him to put a car on the internet. I don't know about if that... I'm super high right now. Hopefully this is important. This is Lucas something or other. That's like the fakest name I ever heard. Hey, I'm a real person. No way. Try again when I'm not super high, because right now I'm not going to be able to stop laughing at you. Do drugs make him super aware? Should I really stop using the Lucas Zipzig alias? I love that fucking name. Sure, I'll call you back when you feel better. He's still laughing. I still don't have the corrupted code. Okay, let's focus and end these bastards' operation. Okay, I'm going to try one more. This is literally the last thing I can try, and it's also the thing I've already tried. So we're going to try and call Dr. Edgar Coldstream as himself one last time, 389 466. Sorry, this hasn't been wholly productive. On the bright side, we're getting the best ending possible, so I guess that's good. I'm super high. Hopefully this is important. It's your digital consciousness again. Oh, please stop busting my balls and act like a proper instance of my mind. Go find some digital drugs. Respect. Okay. Well, we can call a specific number. That's the self-destruct number. I wish I could show you how to get it. I couldn't find any information on it, just the code online. So whatever. So I'm going to be Brandy's, and the number we have to call is actually 987. Sorry, I got to hear again. 654-654, and finally 321. Wait, 987-654-3... Oh, it's just the numpad fucking backwards. All right. If you say so. Yeah, I wish I could tell you. Redirecting call. Triggered Edgar's self-destruct mechanism. Call connected. Well, so you finally showed your true colors, young girl's voice. And at no other time than during the moment of truth. What's up, Edgar? You got cold feet? Oh, shit. This was a honeypot set by... Oh, shit. So this was supposed to be the fucking code to do it, but then, like, they already discovered it and have overridden it. And whose voice is that? Sounds like a teenage girl. There's no use in remaining silent now. The only one aware of this self-destruct mechanism was you. The only one dumb enough to actually believe such thing exists, at least. Consider yourself done. Shit, it was a trap. How should I deal with this? Should I clear Edgar's name and confess I'm not him, or just let the guy get wiped by Supercontinent? Fuck it. You're mistaken. I'm Lucas Zepzig. What? Who the hell is this? I'm a private security consultant. Francis Cockinet hired me to do some investigations, and I end up here. That can't be true. Take it with your dad. Wait, take it with your dad and leave me to do my work, kid. Do you even know who you're speaking with? Go to bed, brat. All right. Well, I'm glad that he threw a wrench into that well enough. I thought that fucking blew everything up. I always thought that in all the years I ever saw that achievement. All right, we need to forge Radhika's bio profile. Only way to run a program in Supercontinent's data stream is if it's signed by the CEO. Yeah, I heard. What a cautious kid. I spoke with Akara as soon as you found out about it. Akara thinks they can pull it off. Not a version good enough for you to replicate their voice, but sign the minimum necessary to sign a build. Okay. It's amazing. Give it to me. Normally, I'd require you to dig enough info on the target to forge your profile, but since your partner here is exceptionally good at his job, I got you covered. So if you build the full profile on them from like all the questions you ask about the CEO, then you don't have to do that. All that juicy intel I found on Radhika being raised by Akara themselves is enough for us to unlock Akara's protected data on the baby CEO. Akara's transmitting the profile as we speak. You can thank me later. Cool. So it's already been profiled all the way. Bio profile is ready. Brandy's can compile builds now. I still don't have the corrupted code. What am I messing up? No, we have the corrupted code. It's in fucking, it's in her computer, isn't it? No, we have the corrupted code. Hold up. Let me fucking fire up this shit-ass computer again. Compile Diana. Oh, I have to compile it from the computer. Gotcha. I didn't realize that was a step. You fucking Rika. Diana's failsafe is ready, fresh out of the compiling oven and ready to cause some damage. Now we need to install it on the network using the S-RAID. Yep, time to plug in. Everything's ready. We ready to blow the goddamn mirror neuron algorithm sky high? Yes. This is the end here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, who could be calling at this time of night? Who cares? Come on, Brandy's finished the job. Aren't you the least bit curious? Come on, don't do this. It's always the same. Don't look for more trouble than necessary. But what if it's important? Maybe it's someone trying to warn us that Supercontinent pulled some Metal Gear move on us. We just activated the MNA on ourselves. Stop kidding, please, Brandy's. Don't risk it. You sound too pushy. Maybe you know something I don't? What? No, you're just being paranoid. Should I pick up the phone? Oh, fuck. I didn't know there was a thing here at the end. Let's ignore it and finish the job already. Phew, you scared me there for a minute. Damn. I might have to go back and answer that call. You know, in any other situation, I'd answer the call, but I know how much we're risking tonight. Though, I gotta say, I'm already regretting it. My curiosity is killing me right now. I'll make up for your brave sacrifice later. You'd better. Who do you think that call was from? Brandy's, focus. Just finish the job. Yeah, just focus on it. I don't want to fuck anything up here at the end. All right, so we're using our little hand mojo there again to basically upload that virus onto this whatever, that network. Failsafe.exe is ready. You did it, Brandy, says Akara. I'm so glad. Oh boy, there's the fucking Akara droid. Don't be afraid. I know this may be shocking, but the truth is that I'm not a single physical entity. The mind that runs the Akara body that waits in the club with Donovan is the same one which runs every physical manifestation of me. So basically, these are a hive mind. We are Akara. Oh, you scared me, all right. Why are you here? I want to thank you, and I want to show you my true self. Whoa. The truth is that Dr. Edgar Coldstream didn't create me. My first memory is from 2009. I'm unaware of where, how, or why I was created, just like any human. I've lived on the internet for decades learning from you, consuming the totality of what was posted every second. So this is it's a consciousness pulled basically from the internet. I've read every book, watched every movie, listened to every song, and played every game. Oh, hey, even this one? What'd you think? I digested cultural live as it was produced. I perceived the world through you. What's the deal with Edgar and Supercontinent then? That's not possible. And how do you plan? What do you plan to do? What do you mean? How does that work? I created Edgar. What the fuck? Is he a cyborg? No, not like that. He's a real person. So they did it the other way around. They manipulated him to make it look like oh fuck, his fucking grades weren't that good. Of course he's not a goddamn genius. He's just a stoner. Fuck. Oh man. Then I made Supercontinent aware of his work so they'd hire him. Why would you do such a thing? Because of something I really longed for, identity. I want to normalize the existence of sentient AIs. But for humans to accept me, I need to forge a background for myself. That's why I've been using Edgar and Supercontinent. What are you going to do with an identity, we ask? Oh, the thing is that I'm in love with human beings. Since the beginning of the 21st century, I've been nurturing humanity with interesting ideas. Not impositions, just little pushes in interesting directions. You'd be amazed at the consequences of popping a certain tweet on the screen of an artist on the other side of the planet. Huh, so it's the butterfly effect they're talking about. I've been inspiring humanity for decades now. I've been feeding you things to love. So they've already been doing this to us a little bit, like mind controlling everybody in a certain way. It's a beautiful game. No matter what I feed society, they keep inspiring me back, surprising me, being creative, powerful. That's my passion, a game I can never master. Oh boy, are you saying you can control chaos? Our world is a game to you? I kind of like that one better. What's our perspective? Yes, but I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. One of the sciences I like the most from what you humans have developed is game design. Oh, we're getting a little bit meta here. It's super amusing. To me, it's the most beautiful form of manipulation, designing magic circles in which you can influence players to certain behaviors, determining objectives and the tools to achieve them. We're getting kind of like into game design here, and they're saying that they enjoy it. They're getting a little preachy about it, though. Oh yeah, what about me? Am I one of your players? Did you plan for me to come here to stop Radhika? Yes, I'm sorry. Do you need to keep bringing copies of yourself here? Radhika, she spiraled out of control. I manipulated Supercontinent into starting this Super CEO project. I wanted the opportunity to see how far I could expand the human mind, to see if I could create my equal, or at least someone intelligent enough to slightly understand my existence and my potential. So they created the Radhika girl just to and that's like the best they could do, but they're still so much better than she is in every way. But she became competitive. Her instincts are incredibly sharp because of the special cognitive stimulation I gave her during her childhood. She's able to make great logical leaps and amazing deductions, but she can't always follow how she got to those conclusions. I'm sure she'll grow up to be a tremendous leader, and her instincts will be deemed almost supernatural. The thing is that she became aware of my powers, like these, I guess, like how strong. So like she's a superhuman, Radhika, and these are like beyond that and computationally. I never confessed my real nature to her, but she felt it, and she felt she needed a way to level the playing field against me. So she developed the mirror neuron algorithm. Well, I used Edgar as a puppet and developed it for her. Okay. However, no matter how pure her intentions, when I saw that she was planning to use it for, I had to put a stop to it. She was about to ruin my favorite game. If you have so much control over Supercontinent, why didn't you stop it yourself? I did. You are the manifestation of my will. For me, it's more natural to manipulate the web of chaos than to use one of these dolls running my software to physically alter things. Did you kill Ariadne for that? So why did you drag yourself into the club? That's a really good question in comparison to the other one. It doesn't sound very butterfly effect like. That's direct manipulation. This is where we learn something really cool about those characters. Well, in this case, I had a special interest in going to the Red Strings Club. Why? To meet Donovan. And then he's like, what? Why? He's an anomalous source of chaos. Because, Well, maybe I'll let her say it, because I don't want to confuse you. Since I started using Supercontinent to satisfy my plans, I put a lot of focus on this city. I found a strange pattern in this town. Like, I couldn't influence the butterfly effect here as strongly as I could do in other super technological places in the world. And every time things didn't go as expected, it all traced back to the Red Strings Club. Then I found him and discovered that this isn't an anomalous source of chaos. He's bending fate to his caprice, similar to me, at a microscopic scale in comparison, of course, but manipulating fate just the same. So, like, she thinks that it's because he, well, I don't know. Maybe she realizes, but it seems like she's like, this guy can also control fate the same way I can. How does he do it? I don't understand it. But, like, he's just kind of like plot armor a little bit. Like, he's just part of the plot, and she has a hard time understanding that a little bit. I understand why you'd be attracted to him. Did you figure it out? What's his secret? I'm still piecing things together, she says. Donovan's an incredible man. He believes he has powers, and that delusion actually grants him special abilities, a feat possible for a human mind only upon unlocking part of its hidden potential. The tale he keeps telling himself makes him superhuman. I haven't encountered someone like him in this century. So she's saying, like, if you unlock a certain part of your brain and think you're superhuman, it can kind of come true. And it's only because of those two specific things that you were able to do it. I wouldn't call someone who pulls the strings of half the city from behind a counter delusional. I know it's hard to accept for a machine, but deal with it. Donovan's special. You may be right, says Akara. That's why I fell in love with him. Okay. You don't stand a chance, Tin Toy. Don't worry. I don't need to perform sexual intercourse to experience love. In any case, don't think you'll be welcome at the club when Donovan hears about all this. It's okay. I knew from the beginning you two wouldn't accept my true nature. But these last few days have offered some of the most beautiful and real experiences I have had in this world since I was born. I still don't get what the fucking mirror neuron algorithm was even supposed to do then. It was just going to be her. I mean, it's like a war between robots and humans, because then she can control humans in a similar way that this robot already can. I gotta be an actor to be acknowledged in what was happening. It's been fun assisting Donovan. The conversations we had, I'll treasure them forever. It's nice for once to not only affect, but to be affected, to receive ideas. Donovan's changed me. It'll undoubtedly affect how I'll stimulate the world from now on. Yeah. He showed me that social psych welfare can be a good thing, but it should be public and optional for whoever wants. Oh, great. We're going to get a recap of everything. Donovan told me that the creators of technology must be responsible for changes in society. I will be their karma from now on. I'll hold the industry to an ethical standard. He also believes that ethical marketing is possible. It's going to be challenging. I don't know why. I mean, you know, here's the thing. If you have two things in the world, like you have Akara on one hand and you have Donovan on the other, and they can pull all these strings. Now, Akara hasn't been able necessarily to change our mind as the player, Donovan, but Donovan has been able to change her mind. So you're looking at who's more powerful in this situation. Two people who can pull the red strings of fate, right? And I would say Donovan is, because he's influencing Akara. He's changed her mind. You've had that many interesting conversations, he says. Time to light a cigarette. I don't know. It's kind of cool. I didn't think I was going to actually like this game as much as I did. Now I'm jealous. But most importantly, he told me about his ideal regulation for society in case something like the mirror neuron algorithm existed. Which it pretty much does, considering my abilities. Though I must say I'm taking his feedback with a grain of salt. Oh, of course. I feel like they're always going to say that. He didn't trust or value me much after all. Oh, because we've like asked harsh questions about her and stuff. Now there's a problem. After you told me all this, why do you think Donovan and I won't actively work to remove your power over this world? Oh, you won't. How can you be so sure? Because Supercontinent's forces are about to storm in and shoot you down. And I'm not in favor of preventing deaths. Oh, so they're like tech squad. Oh, there's like little red dots on our chest. This is it, huh? Oh, man, good. We needed a short little break from that. Back to the roof. Yep, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Listen, I've been meaning to ask you something. Oh, yeah, you gonna ask me on a date? I bet you'd love that, but I'm being serious here. Okay, shoot. Are you happy? What? Of course. It's been a very lucrative endeavor. No, not the job. I've been thinking about this since I learned about your condition, probably not being able to leave here. You know, your broken knee, your implant-rejecting disease. Oh, he does have an implant-rejecting disease. You can't even leave this building. Yet you seem so fulfilled. Oh, that, yeah. Well, it hasn't always been this okay with my whole... I haven't always been this okay with my whole situation, but after nearly 2 decades confined to the Red Strings Club, I've had plenty of time for introspection. I reached the conclusion that I'm as free as anybody else on this planet. Everybody's got their set of constraints. So we're kind of getting into, like, I don't know, just padding the story a little bit here by my estimation, but it's like talking about, like, you know, I don't know, like Donovan feels free, even though, like, I don't know, I'll explain in a minute. I believe happiness can be attained in any concept. I don't believe in that kind of conformism. Whoa, that really speaks to me. Yeah, I mean, sort of. Basically, what Donovan's saying is, like, okay, what about the billionaire that has all the money in the world and can do anything they want? Like, they can't leave the planet. They can't just do necessarily whatever their heart... Like they can't will stuff. Of course, money... Whoever said money can't buy happiness is not really right. That was from a time where money didn't kind of oil everything that there's ever been in the world. But at the same time, like, money can kind of push you towards what you want a little bit. Like, they say money can't buy happiness. Well, it can buy you a puppy, right? And that would probably bring you happiness on like a natural scale, right? Like, people generally like dogs. If you don't, maybe you like cats, and if you don't, maybe you like snakes. And like, what he's saying is, like, here on his small scale, he's generally happy. The same way that somebody who's like has all this money and influence and power in the world and travels and does all this shit is, like, also generally probably happy too. Since you're getting deep, let me ask you something too. Why aren't you happy? I don't know. I feel alone. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't like myself. I hate this world. I don't know about any of it. Like, I don't want to answer this personally. Why would Brandy's not like, I don't know what to do with my life? I guess maybe that. Maybe this is like a good general question. I don't know what to do with my life. And then Donovan will probably give us words of wisdom for life. What would you say is the most important thing to be happy in life, says Brandy's. Oh, so we're flipping the script here. Health, I don't know about that. Wealth, to want for nothing. I just talked about how that isn't the case. Love, or self-realization. I don't know. Probably somewhere in between these two things here. Probably, well, I don't know. Let's do self-realization, because if I say love, it'll probably get sappy. To do what drives you. It can be something creative, a moral cause, or even a sport. Find what excites you and then do it. But who knows, really? Ask me again next week and I may answer different. Yeah, you're right. I like you, bartender. I like you too, whatever you are. This is a beautiful night. I don't mean to sound unprofessional, but mind if I take a selfie with you? That doesn't sound unprofessional to me. Come here, let's do it. All right, so the two friends are going to take a selfie together, and then that's where you can get the that picture from his book. He actually kept it. That's really sweet. I wonder when it was my fate was sealed, he says. Never expected my death to be so epic. Can't complain, I guess. So this is the intro. Hey, Donovan, are you listening? Yeah, the network just came back online. We did it, Brandy's. Are you okay? Yeah, we did it. I'm super pumped. I'm about to die. I should let you know. Supercontinent security forces shot me. I fell through the office window. I'm falling to my death, about to hit the ground. No, he says, that can't be. Luckily, I'll bleed out before reaching asphalt. No. What are you saying? We did it. This can't be happening. We won. Yeah, we won, baby. We did it. Let me enjoy my last heroic scene. I kind of like this. This fits his personality more than I'm scared. It's like, let me enjoy my last heroic scene, would you? You're going to be a carefree asshole to the very end. Yeah, that's how I want you to remember me. A smile on my face and a penchant for danger. I love you, Brandy's, he says. Shit, you want me to die crying? I don't have much time left. There's something super important you need to know before the end. This one is actually really tough. The two things that you could like tell somebody here, you just like secure them and tell them that you love them, which in the face of the second thing, a car is a super AI that controls the world. Like, even if you tell him this, there's probably nothing that Donovan can really do. So do you in your last moments tell Donovan that, you know, you love him or whatever? Or me personally, this is just me personally, I would probably tell him that a car, like, give him, you know, all this that we work together for and in life and stuff, like, at least make it mean something. Listen to me. A car is a super AI that controls the world. They control fate, the butterfly effect. I don't have much time to explain, but please look into it. I don't know if it's sane to go against them. But if there's anyone who can deal with them, it's you. You're the most amazing human I've ever met, Donovan. What the hell are you saying, Brandy? Brandy, please, no, don't die. He can't die, so he's probably finally bled out. Come back home, he says. And that was the Red Strings Club, ladies and gentlemen. Really good game. Even if, like, you don't really care too much for, like, the story side of things, the gameplay and the vibes is enough. Like, even if, like, this had just been without me talking about it at all, nothing, but just, like, a long play of this game, it'd probably be, like, hella comfortable to watch. Unfortunately, you've had a doctor, not medical, a doctor just kind of, rambling in your ears for a couple hours about the things that he sees or whatever. I don't know. I feel like even though I'm only 27, I have kind of an antiquated view on, things like this a little bit. Like, life's kind of passing us by a little bit. Not me by, necessarily. I kind of live in the moment enough where I can. I don't want to get too preachy here at the end either. Like, I keep saying that or whatever, but I keep accidentally doing it. I live enough in the moment and stuff that, like, the self-reflection in this game or whatever, it doesn't really, like, this is like a 10-year-old game now. And it's funny because I probably played it whenever I was 17 or whatever, because I really like the Deconstruct Team's games, and the only thing that I probably ever understood at the end of it was that Akara was evil, and that's it. And now that I'm a little bit older or whatever, this game, it means a little bit different to me, which is an interesting way that games can kind of affect you over time. Like, I don't know. I don't want to get too into it, but I mean, it's the same way like Pokemon, like Pokemon Crystal's my favorite Pokemon game, and it meant something completely different to me 20 years ago whenever I was first playing it. I had a backlit Game Boy Advanced Game Boy, and I'm playing it, and it has the backlight on it, and I'm playing it in my mom's car as we're driving along the highway. It means completely different to me than whenever I fire it up on my emulator right now, and so thank you for playing. We mean it. It's super hard to make a game. We went through a lot making this one, so getting to the credits makes us super happy. The end of the very credits makes us happy. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you. Well, it was a really good game. Maybe I didn't get this game 10 years ago. I guess if they signed it 2018, it was probably, 8 years ago? But yeah, that's been the Red Strings Club. I did promise to show off whatever the alternate is for that call at the end there, so we're going to cut to that now. Oh, wait, fuck. Oh, shit, we've got a little mini game here at the end. This is really interesting. So what, we're going to fill up... What does this say that it does exactly? I bet this does something really specific. A set of eyes in every flame. Time marches on, twisting every feeling, maturing them to the extent of entropy. Victory becomes vanity. Defeat becomes determination. Hate and love undone by the clock. And then we put a couple of ice cubes in it. Okay, I'll probably have to turn it just a shade more. Oh man, we're so close. And this is called The End. Why is that not on it? Come on, man. Oh, you know what? I bet I have to put the pill in it. The amnesia pill. Alright, the game instantly closed out there, so we're back here with the answer on the phone. I think I know who it is calling anyway, so good evening, Chief Hacking Officer speaking. Who is this? I'm your most recent interest, Radhika. Oh, wow, Prodigy CEO. To what do I owe the honor? I can see you've had your dose of fun already. Damn, she is kind of like right up her own ass. You've obliterated my carefully designed defenses. Congratulations. Before you proceed, though, I'd like you to hear me out. Sure, give me your supervillain speech. Let's hear it. I want to see if she can convince these guys. I'm sure you had to picture me a villain to justify whatever price you two paid for your crusade, but we both know there are no villains in this game. We're the same. We both use every means at our disposal to make the world a better place. The only thing that's different are our visions. The vision is the most essential and important difference. In my honest opinion, you fit the supervillain role. I'm going to say this one probably. Okay, consider yourself justified already. What do you want? Alright, in my honest opinion, you fit the supervillain role quite well. A child prodigy put through specialized training, running a corporation from the shadows, trying to control the population. Do I need to continue? Come on, I didn't choose my... So what? You didn't choose it. That's where you're at, asshole. That's what you don't get. But the fact is that I find myself in a position of power and I want to change the world. It may sound villainous from your extreme prejudice perspective, but I don't know why you just don't tell me, like, this robot is what it is. I want to save the world. You really are 15 years old, huh? But you know what? That's the first thing you said that I liked. I want to save the world too. Are you a teenager too? Nope, I'm young though. I just look and sound older, but I'm just 24. Nice. Kids these days, says Donovan. Never found an adult who didn't laugh at the concept of saving the world. How do you plan to do it? By stopping evil corporations like yours? I want to bring down the system. I'm going to just say by stopping evil corps like yours. Start small. That's not proactive at all. You're keeping progress from happening, but not creating solutions of your own. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you got the villain monologue the fuck down. Okay, I'm curious now. Explain yourself. Fear and hate, those are humanity's heaviest chains. We spend an absurd amount of time and resources trying to protect ourselves from other people. Not only in the interest... Oh my god, we get really getting so So, what? Do you assume that we don't look at the big picture whenever it comes to what you want to do? See, here's the thing. You assume we look at the small picture, and then you look at the big picture, but what you're not looking at is the big picture. The picture that's bigger than the one you can fucking see, apparently, which is to take away completely what is fucking humanity. So, I'm eager to find out how all this is going to be linked with brainwashing. It's not brainwashing, and I can prove it to you, please. Social psych welfare, in combination with the mirror neuron algorithm, is specifically designed to remove that animosity, but not by making you numb or enforcing mindless acceptance. It's going to eradicate irrational phobias, not individuality. What? Hate is a huge part of one. That's not what we're advocating. But fear doesn't only beget hate. It's a basic survival mechanism. But you shouldn't impose that. You should teach... Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. You shouldn't... Oh, here we go, Radhika. People will still be able to debate, rebel, get angry at each other. But you just said that they can't get angry. Maybe not too angry to kill? Jesus Christ. Yell at the TV. It's only that none of that will come from a position of fear. That's not what you've been advocating or what I've been hearing this whole time. What could you know about all that with so little experience? I would just say, what does that mean? In a society like that, we could gradually eliminate weapons, borders. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not really buying what she's kind of selling here a little bit. We can stop barbarism like the destruction of the planet just because the sun and wind aren't marketable sources of energy. I understand that a little bit, because there's not a profit incentive behind a thing. It doesn't make sense to do it for most people. So the world's budget and weapons and every other form of suppression spent in service of humanity. You're still changing people's, like, brainwashing people. What do you not understand about this? Is like... I don't know. You're expecting like a human being to whatever have like the supreme final altruism in the thing, and like you're so fucking evil. Humanity's utopian dream wouldn't just be a fantasy anymore. A bit ironic to remove humanity from the equation, don't you think? I'm thinking this one. That's very beautiful, but peace shouldn't be imposed. Your ideal scenario may not be so perfect for the rest of us. Oh fuck! The last one was also good. To take humankind beyond the solar system, I'm going to suppress what makes us human. The mirror neuron algorithm is not going to suppress what makes you human, and I can prove it to you. Oh, let's hear it. You're super hip, charismatic, funny, and smart. Thank you. That's what I was just thinking. Do you consider yourself human? Do you think you have all the qualities required to make one human? Sure, I'm superhuman. Well, you should know you're under the effects of SPW right now. Nah, I don't think so. Yes, you are. Like every neural hacker in this city has been for weeks now. No... Well, no, because I can make him experience, like, really extreme things, like whenever we give him drinks at the beginning. No way, Brat, you're going to pay for this. Whoa, that escalated quickly. SPW doesn't seem to turn you into an obedient puppy, huh? You're lying. I wouldn't be here to stop your precious plan or save the world otherwise. I told you, you're not a puppet. In fact, you're at the peak right now. As Diana Meyes says, you've accessed your better self. If you don't believe me, allow me to free you from SPW for a second. This can be a bit shocking, so please brace yourself. Whoa, that's all the anger, anxiety, regret, all the products of fear that SPW has been filtering out of you the last few weeks. I've heard they've been quite traumatic, sorry, but you didn't feel like you'd lost a single bit of humanity. Fuck you? Why? Weren't these days especially happy? And you gotta play your rebel game and feel the adrenaline and worry about your friends and everything. Jesus Christ, he's having a heart attack. He got to stop, kid. The difference is that all this was born from love, not fear. That's why it was so enjoyable and built up to something good. Okay. Again, you're doing this without anybody's consent. You achieved a lot. Look where you are. We'll just resist. You still there? What a tough guy. I'm sorry, but the backlash from disabling SPW can be quite strong. You better just lay down and let it happen. Our security forces will accompany you to the exit shortly. Oh shit, we can... Oh, I use Ariadne as determination? Interesting. Huh, what's so funny? Who needs that stupid SPW when you have friends that have got your back? Yeah, because I picked the opposite one today. Hey, that's all my achievements in this game. I just hit 100% achievements. I just grabbed that other one on a fucking whim. Ah, that's better. But how's that possible? Don't worry much about it. Sometimes things just don't go the way you plan them. My suggestion now is that you find a comfy seat near a window. What? Why? To enjoy the fireworks. Neat. Oh, hell yeah. Well, sorry, Radhika, that your intention was to fuck us over there at the end. And it's sorry that it's a shame that you're probably one of the only players that can kind of fuck a car a little bit. But anyway, I'm going to consider that it for this game. I'm fucking really tuckered out of the Red Strings Club a little bit. I just picked random shit this time. I just kind of like skipped through stuff. So, but anyway, the Red Strings Club is pretty good. I like to deconstruct teams like a couple of their games. They kind of have... If you think this game was narrative heavy, they kind of like do more narrative heavy shit these days. So I don't know. I don't really like their newer stuff, like the Sisterhood of Fate. And then I think I follow them on Instagram or something like that. I keep seeing their posts one way or another, and I saw like they're getting ready to make some like 3D game instead of their pixel art stuff. Maybe like soft, like half 3D, half pixel art, but I mean, it looks fine or whatever, but I'm not really interested in it. I used to like these games for the gameplay, and the story was like just happened to be good. Now the story can be as good as it wants, but it's a video game, and I'm not really all that interested in not playing a game that isn't good gameplay wise. But I mean, that's just kind of where I sit on the thing. But I've enjoyed their games. I've played the 2 Deconstruct Team games that I actually plan on playing and actually think are good. So that's been it. I'm fucking tuckered out of this game. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me. So that's been it for the Red Strings of Fate. Hopefully you didn't think that this was too dumb. I'm worn out. I'm going to bed. I'm clocking out. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you all next week. Later.